What's going on, everyone? Another day, another you, another me. I don't know if you guys can see this, but something weird happened under my eye. You guys see it? I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if I need to go get it checked out or not. I don't even know if you guys can see it. What's happening, y'all? We got the SatFat set shenanigans on today. Yay. Also, I mean, I need to do an at everyone ping, but I'll put that out later tonight when we start the SatFats set shenanigans. We're gonna at everyone. You can. Is it the same here as well? Can you see nothing there and see? Looks like I have a black eye. It's not black. No, it's more red. It's more red. Is this old? Yeah, that is old. Young Earth, if you could fix that up for me using your fancy Streamlabs spot shenanigans, that would be fucking awesome. What are we gonna do today? I kind of want to play some games. I'm gonna be casting a lot later today, so hey Jazz, what's happening? Amari, what's going on? I don't know what that last part is. Liz, Illis, Red? I don't know. Okay. Let's jump over to this thing and look to potentially play a game of Age of Mythology. Let's give it a go. What do we have in store for today? Well, I'm going to play some games until 1400 GMT, and then we've got then we got El Matador Tunison, Kvoth Mosca, Ulysses Kiber today. Yeah. What's the command? Is it exclam remove exclam schedule? Exclam remove schedule? What's the command for the Streamlabs thing? Exclam command remove schedule. Wait, what? Adcom delcom? Hang on. Let's try the Matador way. Adcom schedule. Hey! Wait. Einajib has successfully removed. Einajib, you do it. You do it, Einajib. I am useless. I'm useless. We're playing random game. Okay, fantastic. Exclam add command exclam schedule for next time. Okay. Thank you. Alright, we're gonna play a video game. Probably get owned. This is the warm-up game. Hopefully I'm not playing against some crazy players. Crag hack! Oh no.
Jou, samtidigt. Hier bij jou.
Well,
Tilbúin,
we
samtidigt.
might be in some trouble here. I don't really know how to play this game anymore. Poseidon is always issue to deal with. Good luck, have fun. I could come over here and wall this off as well.
Just
gonna come over and herd. Get this out.
Yow.
That.
Yow. Something.
I don't understand how or why my dwarf decided to charge after that scout there.
Something. From. Something till orstu something cycle from something tilbúin skip tilbúin something cycle from something tilbúin something.
I can wall this off, hey.
Skip.
I like that wall.
Something. Tilbúin. Vil. Tilbúin. Skipan.
Okay.
Something.
Do I get another berserk out here ever? To get the walls up faster so I don't just die?
Skipan.
Not exactly sure.
Skipan. Something. Tilbúin. Ég vil.
I think I might.
Hver það veiðimaður?
Because of how bad my gold mine is.
Something. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Something. Ég vil.
Okay.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Hver ég vil. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Skipan. Samþykkt. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Tilbú. Fyrsta. Skipan. Hver grjótsveinn.
Skipan. Ég vil. Satt.
Tilbú. Ég veiðimaður. Satt. Samþykkt. Timbursveinn.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Skipa. Satt. Hver þar? Samþykkt. Ég vil. Satt. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Skipa. Ég vil.
Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Til skipa. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Ég vil. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Satt. Ég vil.
Skip. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Já. Til samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Já.
Tilbúið, ég vil. Satt.
Yay!
Ég satt. Ég vil.
Já, ég vil. Samþykkt.
Til já. Ég vil. Hver samþykkt? Ég já. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Til já. Til satt. Ég samþykkt.
Ég samþykkt. Hver er Timbersveit? Já. Tilbúin. Skipan. Samþykkt.
Já. Satt. Ég atra. Já.
Já, Timber satt. Samþykkt.
Satt. Ég já. Satt. Ég já. Satt. Hver er það? Skipan. Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Já, samþykkt. Satt.
Ég satt. Já. Satt. Já.
Já, ég samþykkt. Ég samþykkt. Já, ég vil.
Hver er þar? Skipan. Ég já. Til satt. Hver er það? Satt. Já, ég satt. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin.
Skip. Já.
Já, ég til orðstöðslag. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Skipan.
Satt. Ég atrá. Til orðuslag. Hver er þar?
Skip. Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Já, samþykkt. Skipa. Já, ég vil. Já.
Til já. Ég já. Skip. Samþykkt. Já. Satt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Já.
Hver er það? Já, samþykkt. Já. Veiðimaður. Skip. Samþykkt.
Samþykkt. Satt. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
All right.
Ég já. Satt. Ég já. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já.
Tilbúið. Hver er það? Já. Skip. Satt. Ég vil. Já. Satt. Ég samþykkt. Já. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skip. Ég samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já. Ég samþykkt. Skipan. Já. Já.
Tilbúið. Já. Satt.
Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil. Já.
Do I have any gold behind me?
Já, ég samþykkt.
Hver er það? Samþykkt. Já.
Tilbúin. Já.
Ég vil.
Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Skip.
Gold mine over here, maybe?
Já, ég samþykkt.
Já. Satt. Já. Samt. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Já. Satt. Satt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Já, já.
Já. Ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Grjót.
Tilbúið. Já.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Já. Skip. Ég til. Ég vil. Satt. Já. Satt. Ég vil.
Satt. Samþykkt. Já.
Satt. Já.
Já, samþykkt.
Hver er þar? Samþykkt. Atrás.
Já. Tilbúin. Sækið fram.
Tilbúið.
Skipan.
Já. Ég satt.
Já, satt. Grjótsveinn.
Já.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Ég samþykkt. Satt. Ég vil. Já.
Skipan. Ég vil. Já. Satt. Samþykkt.
Satt. Ég vil.
Já, já.
Já. Já.
That caught
Samþykkt.
me by surprise.
Hver satt? Já. Já.
Hver Timber? Já, Timbersveinn. Já, satt. Timbersveinn.
Ég satt. Já.
Tilbúin. Ég
Tilbúið.
skipan.
Satt. Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Satt. Já. Já. Samþykkt. Hver er þar? Já. Tilbúið. Ég vil. Hver er það? Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Já, ég vil. Ég vil.
Já. Já. Ég satt. Samþykkt. Ég satt. Já. Satt. Ég vil.
Samþykkt.
Satt. Já. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Ég satt. Já.
Tilbúið.
Ég vil. Já, já. Tilsamt. Ég vil. Já.
Hver er þar? Já. Já. Samþykkt. Hver er það? Skipan. Tilbúið.
Já.
Skipan.
Samþykkt. Hver er þar? Já. Ég vil. Ég
Hver er þar?
Já.
Já, já.
já.
Ég vil, já. Tilbúið, ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Timbersveinn. Samþykkt, já.
Hver er það? Skipan. Ég vil. Já, ég vil. Samþykkt.
Ég vil. Já, ég vil. Skipan tilbúinn, já, hver er þar? Sakkurjótsveinn.
Tilbúin.
Tilbúinn.
Samt ég vil fjósamaður.
Skipan, já, grjótsveinn.
Já, ég vil. Já, satt.
Já, já. Tilbúinn, tilbúinn, já.
Samþykkt.
Samþykkt. Já, satt, skipan, já. Samþykkt fjósamaður. Tilbúinn. Já, ég vil, já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Ég vil, já.
Tilbúinn, já, já, ég samþykkt. Tilbúinn, já.
Fyrst satt.
Ég sæt að ráð.
Skip til, ég satt. Já, satt.
Hver er það? Tilbúinn, ég satt.
Hver er það? Ég vil.
Ég satt.
Já,
Samþykkt. Já, ég vil.
hver er þar? Já, fjósamaður.
Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, satt. Ég samþykkt.
Skipan, samþykkt grjó, ég satt. Ég vil.
Já.
Já,
Tilbúin. Til orðuslag.
já. Samþykkt, já. Ég samþykkt, ég vil. Já, ég samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Já, tilbúinn. Já, sækið. Ég vil. Ráð, já. Ég vil. Orðuslag. Já, já.
Fyrst samt ég vil. Til satrás.
Samþykkt.
Til samþykkt. Ég vil, já, ég satt. Til orðuslag. Já.
Já. Samþykkt.
Hver er til orðuslag? Skip.
Já, fjósamaður. Já. Já, samþykkt.
Hver er þar?
Ég
Til
vil.
já. Já.
Samþykkt.
Samþykkt. Ég satt. Ég
Já,
samþykkt.
já, ég vil.
Fyrst
Fjósamaður.
skipan. Já,
I
ég samþykkt.
need
Tilbúin.
these buildings up. What the hell?
Já, satt. Skipan.
Ég
Ég
grjótsveinn.
samþykkt. Ég vil. Tilbúin.
Já, tilbúinn. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Tilbúinn.
Skil, já, satt.
Já, tilbúinn.
Já, satt. Ég vil. Já, já. Atrás.
Já,
Ég fyrst samþykkt. Já. Til orð. Já. Já, ég satt. Já, ég vil satt. Skip, já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
skipan. Já, ég vil. Já, ég vil.
Tilbúin. Atrás.
Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Satt. Fyrir. Já, satt.
Já,
Tilbúinn fjósamaður.
Skipan? Satt, ég vil.
Já, skipan.
Hver er það?
samþykkt.
Til ég samþykkt. Hver er það? Já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Já, ég, já.
Já, ég vil.
Til ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Satt. Hver er tilbúin? Já.
Já,
Do I put another one of these down, or do I get more trolls?
Já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Hver er það? Já.
Not sure.
Tilbúinn. Já, já. Ég, já, já.
Satt. Til ég samþykkt. Já, ég satt. Samþykkt.
Tilbúinn. Já, já. Aðra. Ég, já,
Já,
ég vil.
ég vil. Til, já, atrás. Já,
Hver er það?
Já, tilbúin.
Já,
já. Tilbúin. Satt. Ég vil. Já.
hver er það? Já, til fjósamaður.
Tilbúin. Hver er það?
Samþykkt. Já,
Hver er það? Já, fjósamaður.
Skipan.
já, já, samþykkt.
Skipan?
Til samtimbursveit.
Já, já. Ég vil.
Skipan. Til, já, sækið fram. Ég vil. Já,
Til, já, samsatt. Hver, já, ég satt.
já, já. Ég vil.
Já. Satt. Já, já. Já, satt.
Til, já.
Samþykkt. Til, já, satt. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Satt. Já, samþykkt. Já, já.
Skip hann.
Ég vil fjósamaður. Veiðimaður.
Hver ég samþykkt. Ég atrás. Já, já, satt. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skip samþykkt. Ég vil samþykkt. Já.
Já, satt.
Tilbúin. Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin.
Já. Veiðimaður.
Hver þar? Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég satt. Ég
Give
hver
me that 8
þar?
months, Bugstar!
Já, samþykkt. Já, hver þar? Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Já, satt.
Já, ég, já.
Já, ég vil. Já,
Hver það satt? Samþykkt.
Skip tilbúin. Ég samþykkt.
tilbúin. Satt. Ég vil. Hver? Já, satt. Ég vil. Já,
Skip atra. Veiðimaður.
já, satt. Ég vil. Satt. Skipan.
Hver það?
Já, ég vil. Satt. Samþykkt. Til. Ég vil. Já, satt. Samþykkt. Hver þar? Já, ég samþykkt. Já, ég vil.
Já, ég, já.
Tilbúin. Já. Já. Satt. Fjósamaður.
Skip hann. Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Satt. Samþykkt. Já, ég vil.
Tilbúin. Fjósamaður. Ég vil. Búkar. Samþykkt.
Já.
Já,
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Hver það? Ég vil.
Skip hann. Samþykkt.
tilbúin. Já,
Ég, já, ég samþykkt.
samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Já, ég vil.
Já,
Ég, já. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já, ég til. Já,
Skip hann.
hver þar? Skip aðrá. Já, samt til orðustusla.
Já. Já. Til samþykkt.
Já.
Ég vil.
Til ég vil. Satt. Já, já, satt. Skip samt hver ég vil. Satt. Samþykkt. Já, aðrá.
Tilbúin.
Skipa. Tilbúin. Já,
Hver það? Samþykkt. Já.
já, tilbúin. Ég vil. Já, ég vil. Satt. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Samþykkt. Aðráð.
Hver til. Já, til aðrá.
Já, já, ég vil.
Skipa.
Já, ég vil. Skip hann. Til samþykkt.
Já. Skip. Samþykkt. Til samt. Já, ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Já. Fjósamaður.
Ég vil.
Já, ég vil.
Skip hann. Já. Tilbúin. Já, já, ég vil. Skip hann. Samþykkt.
Já, ég vil. Já, samþykkt.
Já, ég, já. Já, ég vil.
Já, samþykkt. Já, já, samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Til satt. Já, já.
Já, ég
Ég
vil.
vil. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Ég vil.
Já. Já, samþykkt. Já. Satt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Hver fjósamaður?
Já,
Tilbúin.
Já, ég vil. Já, ég vil.
já, hver þar? Samþykkt. Já, satt.
Tilbúin. Grjótsveit. Skip samþykkt.
Til skip. Já. Hver samþykkt. Já, ég satt. Já, já. Ég satt.
Til, já, ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Já,
Til fiskip. Já, ég satt. Já, ég satt.
já, samþykkt. Timber.
Já, hver
Grjótsveit.
þar? Ég vil.
Já, ég
Tilbúin.
grjótsveit.
Já. Ég samþykkt. Satt. Aðrás. Til já.
Já, ég, já.
Do I have one great hole only?
Skipa. Já. Já. Til ég samþykkt. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Aðrás.
Ég samþykkt. Já.
Já, ég vil. Samþykkt.
Ég samþykkt. Ég já.
Ég
Skipan til hvað það? Ég já samþykkt. Ég satt já samþykkt satt. Ég já.
já, skip satt tilbúin. Já, ég samþykkt. Ég
Já
vil.
samþykkt. Ég vil. Já samþykkt.
I think I just
Yeah,
lost.
Já,
Já tilbúin samþykkt satt.
Ég vil.
Ég vil já. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil já. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Hvað ég
I
samþykkt?
just can't use the favor or anything fucking useful. I mean, what am I supposed to do? These trolls are not doing anything for me, are they? I needed to get this walled off. I think I was good. I just have to get to the heroic age and get to some units I can actually spend my favor on. Just dying with 205 favor in the bank, not being able to spend it sucks. If I can get some frost giants or
Tilbury,
battle
yeah.
boar or something, I'm in a good spot, but I just can't. Maybe I should have gone Freya. I would have had Goaty. I don't know. But then my berserks would have been weaker. I don't know.
Skip sa. Something.
Skipan? Já, grjótsveit.
Hver er þar?
Til ég vil. Já. Something. Skissa. Ég vil.
Whoops.
Já?
Tilbúin. Something.
Já.
Já. Satt. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Samþykkt. Ég samþykkt.
We start walling now, then I can survive the first bullshit, and we can see what happens next.
Hver er það?
Samþykkt. Veiðimaður.
He says as he has idle villager time. Feels bad.
Tilbúin samt grjótsveit.
Ja, ég vil. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já.
Tilbúin?
Tilbúin.
Já.
Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Start working towards the temple, I guess.
Tilbúin.
Já.
Já.
Skipan samþykkt.
Hver er þar? Veiðimaður.
Tilbúin. Satt. Ég satt. Samþykkt.
Skipan? Ég samþykkt. Satt.
Já, ég satt. Skipan samþykkt. Tilbúin. Satt. Ég vil.
We take our time in
Yeah.
this classical, in this archaic age. I enjoyed the archaic age enough.
Hver er þar? Samþykkt. Veiðimaður.
Skipan.
Til já.
Já, satt. Veiðimaður.
Skipa. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Satt. Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Skipan. Ég vil.
Já, ég vil.
Já. Samþykkt. Til ég vil. Skip. Satt. Já. Ég vil.
Warm, cozy face. Thanks, man.
Skip. Ég vil. Satt.
Just too
Ég vil.
terrified.
Já. Samþykkt. Satt. Já. Já. Ég. Já. Samþykkt. Satt. Ég vil. Já.
Skipan samþykkt. Satt.
Tilbúin. Satt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Satt.
Satt. Já. Satt.
Já. Samþykkt. Samþykkt. Atrás!
Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Já. Ég vil.
Já. Satt. Já. Ég vil. Skip. Tilbúin. Satt. Ég vil. Til orrustuslag. Já. Satt. Já. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Skipan samþykkt.
Hver er satt? Já. Samþykkt. Skipan. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Satt. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin.
Tilbúin.
Já. Já. Samþykkt. Til ég. Já.
Need to get set up on the.
Skipan.
Oh, he can butterfly over my water here, can't he? I have to wall behind this.
Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já.
Hver? Já. Samþykkt. Satt. Ég. Samþykkt.
Já. Skip. Já.
Hver er þar?
Satt. Veiðimaður.
Skipan. Satt. Til. Já. Já. Satt. Hver þar? Já, tilbúin, ég vil. Skip satt. Já,
Thanks for the
Tilbúin.
37
Hver þar?
months.
samþykkt. Skipan til ég vil. Já,
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Til samþykkt. Satt.
vil samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Fjósamaður.
Hver það? Tilbúin. Satt. Já, samþykkt.
Skipan. Satt, já, ég vil.
I think we're both 2 DC here, so
Skip. Já, samþykkt.
that's what makes the
Já.
most sense.
Tilbúin. Já, tilbúin. Sækið fram. Já, ég vil.
Já, ég vil.
Oh, I need an armory.
Já,
Til satt.
Til, já, satt. Samþykkt, ég satt, já. Hver, ég vil, satt, ég vil, já.
Hver þar?
Skipan.
Já. Skipan. Fjósamaður.
ég grjótsveit.
Tilbúin. Timbursveit.
Já, skip samt
Já,
til, satt,
tilbúin.
já, já.
Skip ég samt. Já, ég vil. Já, já.
Hver þar? Tilbúin. Já,
Right.
Samþykkt.
já, samt, satt, já. Skipan, satt, já. Ég satt, já. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já, samþykkt.
Já. Hver ég vil til satt. Samþykkt. Hver já. 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 Satt. Ég satt. Já. Satt.
Að til. Já, að ráð.
Ég já. Ég satt. Já. Ég vil. Já. Ég satt. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skipa. Já, ég vil. Já, ég samþykkt.
Skipan. Já. Satt.
Til. Já, ég vil.
Til já.
Skipan.
Hver tilbúin? Satt. Já. Samþykkt. Ég samþykkt. Skip. Hver satt. Já. Samþykkt.
Hver það? Já. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Timbursveit.
Satt.
Tilbúin. Já.
Ég vil.
Já, tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Já, satt. Já, aðráð.
Skip. Ég vil. Já, ég. Já.
Já. Sjá. Fjósam. Timbursveit.
Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Ég. Já. Samþykkt. Ég. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Hver ég vil? Satt. Já.
Skipan. Satt. Ég vil.
Hver þar?
Já. Grjótsveit.
Samþykkt.
Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Satt. Ég vil. Skip. Satt. Tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Satt. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil. Skipan. Já.
Hver satt? Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Sækið. Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Til ég samþykkt.
Já. Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Já. Ég vil.
Já, já. Skipan. Ég vil. Satt. Samþykkt. Hver ég vil. Satt. Já.
Tilbúin. Skipan. Satt. Grjótsveit.
Skip. Ég vil.
Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Já. Hver þar?
Til samþykkt. Já.
Samþykkt? Já.
Satt. Samþykkt.
Ég samþykkt? Ég samþykkt? Ég já. Já.
Tilbúið. Ég vil. Já, satt. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Ég vil. Samþykkt? Ég samþykkt? Skipa grjótsveit.
Já, ég vil.
Já. Satt.
Skipan? Ég vil. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt? Já, grjótsveit. Samþykkt. Grjótsveit. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Skipan? Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, ég vil. Tilbúið. Já.
Skipan til satt, samþykkt, satt, timbursveit.
Ég til samþykkt. Já, satt. Ég samþykkt.
Skip. Já, ég vil. Til samþykkt? Já. Til já. Skip. Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Sæt. Já, ég vil. Já. Skip. Já, tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Til orrustuslag. Hver það? Ég vil. Grjótsveit. Já. Til já, ég vil. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já.
Ég vil. Já. Hver satt? Já. Ég vil.
Já. Skipa. Ég vil. Já. Skip tilbúin. Grjótsveit. Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Skipan. Já.
Skipan samþykkt. Hver það? Til ég vil. Já.
Já. Samþykkt.
Satt.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Hver satt?
Satt. Já, sækið fram. Já. Ég vil.
Já. Samþykkt. Til orrustuslag.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Já. Ég atrás. Hver þar?
Satt. Já.
Grjótsveitan.
Samþykkt. Já.
Til ég vil.
Skipan ég vil.
Já.
Já, samþykkt.
Hver satt? Skipan ég vil.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Skipan. Já.
Já, satt.
Tilbúin. Satt. Samþykkt. Já, ég vil.
Já.
Já, ég samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Sækið fram. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Ég samþykkt. Já. Já.
Samþykkt.
Hver það? Ég vil. Samt, satt, ég vil, samt, satt. Ég satt.
Til já. Hver það?
Ég vil. Já.
Tilbúin.
Til samþykkt. Skipan.
Já. Til ég. Hver það? Ég vil.
Til í samþykkt. Ég
Já,
vil.
ég vil. Já.
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 Skipan Timbur, ég vil. Grjótsveit.
Hver er þar? Já,
Já,
grjótsveit.
skipan.
Sjá, ég vil. Skip samþykkt.
Já, ég
Já,
grjótsveit.
tilbúin.
Sjá, ég vil. Samþykkt. Satt. Ég vil.
Can I build this guy over
Tilbúin,
here?
samþykkt. Já, já. Til orðuslag. Já. Já,
Tilbúin?
Skipa samþykkt.
Hver er það? Satt.
tilbúin.
Timbursveit.
Já,
Já, sætið fram. Skipan. Já, sætið fram.
Já.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Skipa. Já, skipa. Timbursveit.
samþykkt.
Já. Já, samþykkt.
Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Já.
Skipan.
Já, til orðuslag. Skipan. Samþykkt. Já, tilbúin. Samþykkt. Skip. Ég vil.
Atrás.
Já,
Fyrir til já. Ég vil.
I can't believe this
Já.
this fact is still fucking alive. What the hell?
Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Fyrir
Til,
samþykkt.
já.
Satt.
Frás.
Já. Til orðuslag.
Tilbúin. Hvað er ég satt? Samþykkt. Grjótsveit. Skipan. Ég samþykkt. Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Atrás. Já. Já. Satt. Já. Ég vil. Satt. Já. Atrás. Til orðuslag. Já. Samþykkt. Atrás. Já. Til orðuslag. Ég vil.
Já. Samþykkt. Já. Ég, já. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég, já.
Fyrir satt. Já. Satt.
Já. Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Skip. Ég vil.
Jassa.
Já. Tilbúin. Skipan. Já. Skip. Já.
Not really over that other side, is there? I forgot upgrades. Of course I forgot upgrades. Why did I not forget upgrades?
Já.
Bit.
Samþykkt. Ég satt. Já. Samþykkt. Satt. Ég já.
Skipan. Sætið fram.
Tilbúin? Samþykkt. Já, ég vil.
Já. Ég, já. Samþykkt. Ég, já. Ég satt grjó. Já. Já. Skipan. Tilbúin. Já. Skipan. Já. Ég satt. Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin.
Hver er þar? Ég vil. Já. Satt. Ég vil samþykkt.
Ég vil. Satt. Ég vil.
Skipan. Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil.
Já. Samþykkt. Ég satt. Já. Ég vil. Hver það? Já, samþykkt, satt. Ég samt, já, satt.
Já. Tilbúið samsækið fram. Já, já, ég vil.
Já, ég vil, samþykkt.
Grjótsveit. Ég vil. Grjótsveit.
Til voru, já. Satt, já, ég
Til samþykkt. Skip, já. Tilbúin, já. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Til orrustuslag.
Tilbúin.
Samþykkt.
Ég vil.
já.
Já, ég vil.
Tilbúin, satt, samþykkt, ég vil, satt. Já, grjótsveit.
Skip, samþykkt. Já.
Tilbúin.
Hvað grjótsveit?
Tilbúin, já, já.
Hver það?
Skipan. Hver það? Grjótsveit.
Hver þar?
Já. Satt. Grjótsveit.
Já. Tilbúið. Skipan.
I need more wood lines. Where's the wood at?
Satt. Já. Satt.
Skip, já. Ég vil. Tilbúin.
Samþykkt, satt. Til, já, samþykkt, já, ég vil.
Já. Samþykkt. Já. Tilbúin, samt, já.
Já, samþykkt, satt. Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Samþykkt, satt.
Skip, sækið fram.
Hver það? Til orrustuslag. Já, já. Ég satt.
Já, samþykkt.
Tilbúin, já, samþykkt. Grjótskipan.
Samþykkt, já, já. Atrás.
Til satt.
Skipan. Hver þar? Ég vil. Satt.
Hver þar?
Tilbúin, já.
Já, ég vil.
Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Timbursveit.
Já, já.
Hver þar?
Til orrustuslag. Já.
Samþykkt. Til orrustuslag. Tilbúin.
Skip samt.
Já, tilbúin, ég, já.
Já. Til samþykkt. Ég. Timbursveit.
Já.
Tilbúin. Atrás. Já.
Skip, já. Já, já. Tilbúin. Ég, já. Sækið fram. Ég vil, já.
Til samþykkt. Satt. Til orrustuslag.
Atrás.
Hver, já, ég, já, satt.
Skipan.
Samþykkt. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Samþykkt.
Skipan.
Atrás.
Hver þar?
Samþykkt, já.
Svo samþykkt, já, samþykkt. Timbursveit.
Já, já. Til ég vil, já. Já, ég vil.
Já. 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 Ég satt. Samþykkt, já.
Hver það?
Hver
Ég
það?
vil. Búkard. Skipan. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skip.
Ég samþykkt. Satt.
I have to kill a titan somehow.
Til
Já, til
orrustuslag.
ég vil, já. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. At samþykkt. Já.
Ja, sa, ég vil.
Ég vil.
Ég vil.
Skip fyrir það. Ég vil.
Skip sæt til orustuslag.
Já, samþykkt. Satt.
Skipan.
Já.
Ég samþykk.
Já.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Já, ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Hver er það? Ég vil. Timbur
Tilbúin.
sveit.
Ég já, satt. Já, ég vil. Já.
Já, sætið fram.
Já.
Tilbúin.
Samþykkt. Satt.
Tilbúin. Satt.
How long on my...
Tilbúin.
Ég samþykk.
Ég vil. Já.
Já, ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Já.
Hver er það?
Timbur sveit.
Ég samþykkt. Já, ég já. Já.
Tilbúin.
Samt ég vil.
Já. Skipan. Já.
Timbur sveit. Ég vil.
Ég vil. Til.
GG! Go far! Go fra! Best god in the game! Unbeatable! I might say this god is absolutely and unequivocally broken! Thanks for the raid as well, Kvoth, if you did raid me. I was too busy. I was big focus. I was big focus on killing the sun. Tell that to Rapple? What does Rapple know? This guy's terrible at the game. That was a fun game. I like playing Freya like this. This is the most calming experience ever. Look at how beautiful my home base was. I mean, there was a forest here. Oh, just a slow and methodical step through the map, claiming all the stuff. Feels good. I think I won this game on gold mines, to be honest. Like, I had so many. I think getting this one in the corner was really, really key. And pushing off this one in the middle here as well. GG chasing CTS. You said to attack move my myth units by themselves in the game. Why? Let me show you why. This is why you didn't win at 20 minutes. Like, you would have won the fight. Actually, I'll first show you the actual game, what happened. You should go watch it. I was going to make a bug report on this at some point, but I think Nyan already did. Anyways, let me that game was awesome. It's kind of like fun that like you were knocked back a peg because of the bug, but I wanted to. I'll show you. Give me a second. I have a headache. I don't know why I have a headache, but my head is not doing too great. It's happened to me a bunch, and I realize it's to do with the dryads. But it might be to do with other myth units as well. I don't know. This game was really, really fun. I enjoyed this game a lot. they should nerf Norse. Water good. Well, I don't know. I think there's a lot of ways to play around what I did. Of course, what I did was strong. It's a good way to play the god. I've done it twice now to two very strong players and had success, so it's obviously very, very powerful.
Burek.
Where's the flag? Oh, you right-clicked on this? Yeah, don't do that. That's really bad. No, that's attack move. You see what's happening with all the units? See how they're not attack moving? You see what I mean? That's caused from something to do with something to do with the Dryad. It could be something to do with other myth units as well. I don't know, but something to do with the Dryad. And it'll happen again. So this fight here should have been fairly equal, if not favored for Kvoth, just based on the stuff that was on the map. He started attacking as soon as he clicked attack move. I think he would have done very, very well. But instead, no. So we'll charge forward until there's another Dryad fight, just to confirm that there's something going on there.
Burek. Yuji. Topos.
So on this one, no attack move. I don't know why. He's attack moving somewhere else. Even with the bugbear, 54% win rate. Yeah. They are very strong, man. I'm surprised he went this god. If he went the other god, I think probably would have had a better time, but maybe he was just testing out something, I don't know. Here it's all working. I don't really know why. I don't know what the difference is. Why it's why your units work there but they didn't work before. Let's watch another fight. Another big fight at some point. Yeah. Alright. Attack moving there. Wait, no, have you right-clicked on this?
Burek.
That looks like you right-clicked on the unit. You really can't do that anymore. That's really, really bad.
Yuji.
Look at what happens. Yeah, if you right-click on the unit, that's super bad. Well, and then he bunches up over here as well. They're trying to fight.
Topos.
Attack move flag over here, and look at the units just having a bit of a spaz out. They're just really unhappy. I don't know if this is like a Kvoth issue right now. I can't tell.
Topos. Yuji.
But anyways,
Burek.
the point is the point.
Topos.
These guys here are attack moved here. He moves. And then, does he attack again? No, he's just running. Now he attack moves. Dryads taking forever to get going. Maybe they weren't actually. I don't know. Maybe I'm full of shit. Let's have a quick test. How do I make my room so blue? It's just you're coming into my insides. That's what's happening. Hang on, let's have a little look see at the Dryads. So if we have a whole bunch of Dryads, a whole bunch of Mamilo, this is like the comp that always bugs out for me. A whole bunch of Terma. And then we do the same sort of thing over here.
Yuji. Mark. Use a
and
schloss.
then I run in,
Mark.
and then I click attack
Use it.
move. Everything works perfectly. I don't even understand.
Bure.
Maybe it's because there's other myth units mixed in there as well. Let's try with a Stymphalian bird as well. I don't know. Something really weird happened to me in my game the other day. I don't know what it is. Thought it was with the dryads, but maybe it works perfectly in the editor, but doesn't work well in the actual game.
Schloss. Mark. Use it.
Like, I don't know, guys. This seems to work perfectly well as well. Oh. No, yeah, that seems about right. I don't know. I need to get some water, guys. The SSS starts in 20 minutes. So I think what we'll do is we'll watch a current game. Oh, we got Magic playing against Zukalo, so watch them going at it. Can we fix the A move on the villagers? No, it doesn't seem possible. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. Oh. Alrighty. Do we have any more tournament games again tonight? Yeah, we have. Well, we have show matches tonight. I hope that'll do. It literally just popped up just there, just over there. So we got El Matador and Tunison. We got Kvoth and Mosca. We got Ulysses and Kiber. That's what's happening. It starts in 15 minutes. Also, Gamathon handbook is out. So You guys can take a look. Qualifiers are out. I might do an at everyone ping in about 15 minutes. Actually, you know what? Let's go over the Gamathlon handbook. I think that's probably going to be the best thing for now, because we've got 15 minutes. Give me a second, guys. Why is that not working? Oh. I got a bit of a headache at the moment. I don't really know why. I just took some Panadol and having some water, but yeah, life is a little bit on the shenanigans. Mount Olympus getting oh, well, I'll talk about it. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, so Gamathlon Athens. You can find the link to the thing in my thing, or you can click on the thing here. Who's going to be my co-host in Athens? Moose AOM is going to be the main co-host, but I do have a potential extra co-host who I'm saving for the moment, just in case other things happen. I want to be as cryptic as I possibly can. Gamathlon. I like Gamathlon. It's like triathlon. Gamathlon. 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 Triathlon. Gamathlon. Okay, we'll go with Gamathlon. Gamiathlon. Gamathlon. All right. Okay, so let's walk you through what's going on here. We got about 15 minutes until our first show match anyways. So the online prelim qualifier is June 27th to 28th. Get that in your diary. All right. The online playoff qualifiers is June 29th to August 2nd. You'll note that there is not July 29th to August 2nd. That is June 29th to August 2nd. The entirety of July is online playoff qualifiers. The entirety of July is online player qualifiers. The main event is from September 11th to 13th. Okay. So your tournament administration for this event is the main administrator is Fufusake. Fofusake. I'm also administrating, and Motopa can step in and help from time to time when needed, and all the other good stuff. And here's your schedule. So our signups for the qualifiers open June 8th. This is the open qualifiers. The signups for the open qualifiers are June 8th. Then they close June 26th at 1400 GMT. With the open preliminary qualifiers on June 27th, 28th. These are going to be in the same format from previous tournaments in terms of how they've worked. I believe we're starting at about 1400 GMT, but that's not fully set in stone just yet, but that's probably when it's going to be starting. Our online playoff qualifiers, and you can see that playoff 1 goes from June 29th to July 5th. That is 7 days. Basically, we will get there, but that's an entire week for playoff 1, then an entire week for playoff 2, entire week for playoff 3, entire week for playoff 4, entire week for playoff 5. Main event, September 11th, 12th, 13th. This is in September, obviously. That can be worried about later. All right, so the invites. We have some invites for the event. So for the online playoff qualifier invites, the top 8 players based on AOM Tournament ELO do receive a direct online playoff invite. For those of you wondering who has received one, they will be added here potentially tomorrow, but they have already received their invites. I forgot to put them in here. Same too for the main event invites. So all players with an S tier AOM retail 1 vs 1 tournament win will receive a direct invite to the main event. I can tell you that that is the Mister, that is Kvoth, that is the Apple. All three have received an invite to the main event. All right. So the online preliminary qualifier format is single elimination bracket. Seeding is based on tournament elo. All players who win their round of 16 match automatically qualify for the online qualifier playoffs. So that's the round of 16 match, which basically means you have to get through the round of 128, round of 64, round of 32, and then the round of 16. Players who lose their round of 16 match will be eligible to partake in the online qualifier playoffs based on their tournament elo. The tournament elo for these players will be captured at the end of the online preliminary qualifier event and used to determine participation in the online qualifier playoffs. What does that actually mean? It basically means if the players that perform better in the playoffs but end up losing will have more elo. So if you are going to lose, and I don't recommend losing to anyone, but if you are going to lose, try and lose 3-2 rather than 3-0. That's very, very important. Very, very, very important. Following each playoff, the top player from the eligible round of 16 losers pool will be added as a playoff participant to fill the available spots. As you can see, very important. After playoff one player from that top 16 will no longer be able to play. Therefore, one player from the 17th slot will be put into playoff 2. And then so on and so forth for playoff 3, playoff 4, playoff 5. If a playoff participant is unable to participate in a playoff event, the top player from the eligible round of 16 losers pool will be added as a playoff substitute to fill that available spot. This playoff substitute position is only valid for the week that a substitute participant is necessary. Which basically means if, say, for example, I don't know, Tunison can't play in one of the weeks, then his spot will be given to either the 17th position or the 18th position or the 19th, depending on where we're up to. All right. So continuing along, matches will be played concurrently. Okay, so the important part about the actual qualifier is we go to 16 players. Now, once we get to the 16 players, I want to be able to cover as many of these games as I possibly can on the actual, on the main stream, or my stream, but on the main stream. So once we get to the round of 16, this is where things get a little bit more complicated. We have 8 games to go through. We've only really got time for 6 on the main, or maybe even less, 5 or 6 on the main stream. So we go into this sequential thing, but some games will be played behind the scenes on potential other people's streams as well. So there is that. But on day 2, it's only going to be round of 16 matches. So you play your big games first. You can potentially play 2 best of 5s, and then you have to play your final best of 5s, or you might have to play a couple of best of 3s into best of 5s or something like that. All right. So yeah, that's the second day. All right. So the online playoff qualifiers format. It's a little bit confusing. The online playoff qualifiers versus the open qualifiers, they are different. So this is the top 8 players based on the AOM. We've already talked about this, and the next 8 from the playoff qualifier plus the subs and whatever else. We have got ourselves we'll just jump down to the bottom. All matches are best of 5 except finals, which is a best of 7. The round of 16 is to be played during the week. It's free schedule, so there are going to be 8 games played throughout the week. The round of 8 is going to be played sequentially on Saturday, so that's 4 games on Saturday. The round of 4 and the final is going to be played sequentially on Sunday. That's 3 games on Sunday into the best of 7 like promotion game or whatever you want to call it. And the main event format is TBD, so we can talk about that later. If you want to participate, make sure you go onto my Discord. Sign-ups open later. We have that up there. I've already talked about it. And all the other good stuff here. Make sure you've read the book or whatever else. Of course, no cheating, all that other good stuff, betting and stuff, communication, punctuality, important, all of this stuff. Make sure you read it. I don't want to hold your hand, but if you break the rules, you get penalties, so read it. The seating, etc. God maps and God rules, this is what you guys care about. Currently, this is the map pool. Budapest, Mirage, Midgard, Ghost Lake, Gorge, Steppe, Elysium, Giza, Mount Olympus, Blue Lagoon, and Cloud Forest. Currently, this is the map pool. A special note on Mount Olympus, this is getting a rework by Al. He's the guy who brought us Pandora's Box 2. It's getting a rework to make it... I'm not exactly sure. I think I understand why people don't like this map at the top level. So I think I have a solution for it. But if I'm wrong on that and they still don't like it, well, I at least I gave it a shot. But we are making a bit of a rework to this map. It should be more to the player's taste. It should be more to the player's taste. All right. So that's that. If you don't like any of these maps, I have a feedback channel. I am listening. Map pool might change. So if there's really a map that you don't like, I would recommend making a post and asking people to thumbs up your post. Sort of similar to what we've got in the Balance Discord to some degree. You can make a post, make a thread on it, have your argument, and have people thumbs up it. Or you can potentially do the same thing for potential other maps. Now, if you go into the Gamathlon feedback Discord, you'll actually see the potential list of maps we could have in the tournament that I'm allowed to use for that I'm happy to use based on lots of different things. So if you want one of those maps that's not in the pool, make a thread, get people to thumbs it up, and if there is something that is incredibly popular and is not in the pool, then I'll look to swap it out. I'm very, very much open to that. All right. This is the map draft. This is the God draft. There's no real surprises. It's 2-band system for both players. First pick, the host picks 1 God, then it's 2, 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 then it's 1, then it's 1, or whatever it is. Yeah, that's kind of all the important things. So this is the payout for the event. I think if there's going to be any payout for the actual playoffs, the qualifiers, that will be done retrospectively. So if there's any money left over, it'll basically go into that sort of situation. But I don't know if there's going to be money left over or not at this stage, so I can't say anything. Yeah, that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed. What? What happened here? Hold on, I'm sorry. Something's broken. I think I might have... I know what I did. Okay. Fixed. All right, I'm going to make a bit of an at everyone on my Discord. At everyone. See above, we are about to start the SSS week 3. The handbook and qualifier dates are confirmed in hashtag Gamathlon links. Qualifier 1 is the preliminary qualifier is on the 27-28. Wait, what is it? 27-28. All right. Beautiful. So the guys are going to get themselves organized. Fantastic. Is everyone happy with the event thus far? I hope you guys are happy. I put a lot of effort, a lot of effort into the whole thing, so far. Also huge shout out to Uros and everything for making it all look so fantastic. Soup says he can't wait. I can't wait either. Fantastic, guys. Thank you. All right. All right. So SSS week 3, it's going to be El Matador versus Tunison. Save. Huge shout out to me for recommending Mount Olympus to give Boit even more work reworking them. It's not really me reworking it, it's Al. Al's the one who's going to be putting the effort in. But oh, I'm in the wrong thing here, aren't I? Okay. These are all best of 7s, aren't they? Joao Portella, thanks for the prime, my friend. Appreciate you. Okay. Let me get this show on the road. I'm gonna apologize up front. I was feeling fine maybe like an hour ago, but I'm not feeling fine right now. So we'll see how we go. I might have to flip over to Matador halfway through today, but we'll see how we go. I'm hoping the drugs kick in. All right, so we got some maps picked. One of my favorite maps is in here. Drink some lemon juice. True. Yeah, no, I'm just drinking water at the moment, but I think the Frere did its toll on my main man chasing the sun, and that and I suffered from it. All right, let's hit this update button and let's jump over to the drafting table. Oh, that should be. Is it under Maddie? No, it's under Matador. All right. I also have to do this, don't I? Wait. Why does he not have a photo? He's supposed to have a photo. Did I do something wrong? Uros! Where's Uros? Yeah. We used one for PB2. For Matador. Sorry, this is not correct. Apologies there, Mr. Satfat. This is not correct. We've only got maps thus far. We're about to get the picks coming in. So we got. Actually, I mean, if Soup, did you want to co-cast? Or I know Hells asked me yesterday. Oh, you got to go. That's all right. If Moose is around, we can do one with Moose, but I don't know. I did not plan today very well. Not for long. Okay. All right, let me walk you through the picks so far. Matador and Tunison have both locked in set. We have a Kronos ban, an Aranos ban, a Susano ban, a Huitzilopochtli ban. Matador then picks Quetzalcoatl. Tunison picks Tezcatlipoca and then Gaia. And then Matador is on the Next picks, he actually grabs a Tsukiyomi pretty early on here, which is a little bit surprising. Tez first pick. Yeah, Tez first pick. I think Tez Cat Lapoca makes. I mean, this format is a little unique, Magic. You need the set gets picked first, and you have to play set versus your opponent, so they get to counter pick you. So one of the best, I would say, one of the best counter picks to set from the current pool is going to be the Aztecs at the moment. They seem really good versus set. Doesn't like Tezcat Lapoca, Quetzalcoatl, Huitzilopochtli all seem very, very good. But yeah. Then Matador grabs Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu. Tunison grabs himself his Gaia. A bit surprised to see Matador allowing the Gaia, but he did pick two pretty primo picks in Tsukiyomi and Materasu. Then Tunison grabs Thor, actually. I'm wrong. Tezcat and Gaia were picked first from Tunison. I'm stupid. All right, Thor, and then another god on the way. Zeus! Thor and Zeus for Tunison. And then Matador is going to be picking. What's left here? Frere is left. What are the map picks? You have Mirage. Surely Frere for Mirage. Surely. That god's busted. All right, Hades for Matador, and then dun. Ocelotls get more damage after ambush. Jaguars do not. Really? I didn't know that. I thought they both got that, but I guess that makes sense because the Jaguar Rider, I feel like you're not going to be able to utilize that very much late game. Why didn't they draft before 1400? Don't ask questions, Uros. They should have, but they did. Magic thinks they do. Yeah, I wouldn't trust Tunison. He wouldn't know. Oh dear. Okay, so Tunison picks Loki and Frey. He's grabbed a lot of the Norse gods in his draft. That's kind of wild. I guess you're protected a little bit. Hang on. Am I going crazy right now? Magic. I really don't think we should be nerfing ISIS. I don't think we should be thinking about a nerf to ISIS in the current state of affairs. I'm gonna just throw out there that there's a certain god that has literally been last picked. Oh, it's all come full circle. It's all come full. No balance changes have happened. Oh dear. Do they both not play ISIS? Maybe they both don't play ISIS. It's a very strange draft. Looks very different to what I would pick. Both players' drafts look very different to what I picked. These two used to priority pick ISIS all the time. I mean, the thing is, you know that the set is getting counterpicked by the Aztec to some degree. So you do have an Egyptian versus a non-Aztec without question here. And if I'm looking at Tunison's draft, as long as I dodge that Gaia with Isis, I'm good to go. Like Isis versus Thor seems fine, versus Zeus seems fine, versus Loki seems fine, versus Freya seems fine, versus Isis seems fine. All right, so the first map is on key. That's not a terrible map for set. It's not a good map for set, though, either. Magic needs to calm down with this ISIS nerf. Love you. Oh, I love you guys. It's too funny. It's absolutely too funny. What does the world come to? Oh no. Like, here's the thing though, right? Like, my ISIS is OP, but everyone else's ISIS is trash. That's what I reckon. That's what I know. Magic has paid both these players to do Gaia Leto versus ISIS and have the Leto win. All right. They're not gonna tell me. Tunison, what god are you playing? Please tell me. All right. Say yes in chat if you. Any free for alls going soon? We might do a free for all next weekend. Actually, I haven't thought about it. I don't think there's anything planned for next weekend in terms of my own events. I'm not sure I'm going to be here on Saturday next weekend at this stage. So Sunday, there's probably the Sat Fat Shenanigans week 4, but we could do a free for all before that, I think. But yeah, I'm not sure. Oh yeah. Also, today we're doing a giveaway. I totally forgot. I don't know why I forgot, but I forgot. So the giveaway today is we're giving away. Hang on, let me just double check what I'm giving away. I'm giving away some merch, some signed merch, because some people bought some stuff. There we go. Okay, so I'm giving away a signed Prostagma t-shirt and 2 signed Prostagma hoodies. So there was a double donation from Jazz and a donation from Soup, the real Soup. Not this Remember Soup fellow. The real Soup donated a Prostagma t-shirt. So we're going to be doing those later today. We'll tell you about the dealio with it all and what is required to claim said merch. But yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that after this series is finished. So I'm gonna go exclam giveaway, and we're just gonna go ahead and say exclam add command exclam giveaway giveaway after the first set, the first series finishes. Does that work? Haha! I am now a Streamlabs god. I've gotten it. I understand the skills necessary to make that happen. All right, fantastic. All right, so we do have ourselves a game started, which is fantastic. And it's going to be a Set versus Zeus. I'm surprised. A Set versus Zeus for our first game. I was expecting Tedscat Lapoca here, but apparently I'm stupid. There's no tickets. We're doing that afterwards. We're going to do it afterwards. Actually, you guys can spam my Twitch chat. I don't care. That makes it look better. The more the Twitch chat goes up and down, the better metrics we have. And I don't think it means anything, but spam the shit out of the Twitch chat. Go. Spam one, as many as you... Yeah, exclam soup. Exclam centaur not OP, even though I lost to them today. Exclam ISIS prosperity. Exclam put a timer on because we are waiting for the first game to start. Okay. You could also go exclam Norse can't kill archers, or you could also go exclam Norse can kill archers. They're both are options. Also, the other one is exclam Hagrid the goat. The next one would also potentially, like, if you want to throw even more out there, you could also say exclam next DLC when is always good. We could also say hashtag next patch when, and then et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of different things you can spam in the Twitch chat. FFA when? Well, it's the FFA is next. We're going to do one on Sunday next week. There you go. It's not going to be a special one. It's going to be first in, best dressed. I'm going to be playing. You can pick on me. You can kill me. I can be upset about it. Who won the Magic versus Hell? Yeah, it was Magic. Magic won. You slacked on your job. So there is that. Alrighty, we don't have to wait any nerf trolls. Exclamation. No, we got the buff trolls. The trolls are so... The trolls are underwhelming right now. I'm not going to lie. I need my trolls to get back to their former glory. All right, let's jump into key for game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury, today Age of Mythology is here. It's feeling good, and it's got 2 incredibly strong players playing against each other. We're here with the Sat Set Shenanigans Week 3. There's 4 weeks of this awesome event with promoting ladder play amongst the top players. It's promoting the potential buffs to Set to come through, as he is struggling to find any wins in this competition, and all of the other good stuff. In the right-hand corner of the map, attempting to set down a peg, he's picking Zeus, and his name is Tunison. The unfortunate victim of having to play a god so underpowered that he needs an entire tournament devoted to him. It is Matador playing as Set. I'm just kidding. By the way, this tournament was not created to make Set look bad. At least I don't think it was. It could have been. I don't think it was. It's actually just a really cool idea. We're probably going to keep doing this for the community after the qualifiers for the Gamathlon tournament, the Athens LAN are over. We're probably going to keep doing these sorts of ideas because I'm a big fan of this type of tournament. I think it's really, really healthy. And yeah, we can have a whole bunch of different rules, sort of, I wouldn't say low stakes, but they're low stakes to some degree, but high stakes in other ways. But yeah, there's a lot of excitement to come here for this one. So we'll see how Matador is going to approach this one versus Tunison's Zeus, as Tunison decides he would like to go through Hermes in this game, and he is going to be taking advantage of, most likely, the Centaur. He goes for a fairly fast advance time, long distance chopping this straggler tree. Not exactly sure what he is. I guess he's saving up for the Jason, but he's going to be doing long distance straggler tree chopping and then heading over onto the Buddhist pines. I've never clicked on this before. We have the Buddhist pines. Motobar says, we saw more than 200 ladder games from top 4 guys on the Set Shenanigans ladder, by the way. So There you go. If you are unsure about the effectiveness of this tournament, the proof is in the pudding. The pudding is in the proof. And there is always money in the banana stand. All right. We got Anubis coming through for Matador as he is going to start setting up some houses behind his gold mine here. And we'll see how he's going to move forward. Up onto the top here, we do have one poor baboon of Set has lost his life. A very upsetting time for him there, but he is no more. He is no more as the centaur for Tunison going to be making its way across the map, looking for a little something to take out. Dodge! Dodge, wiggle micro! Up! The Matador micro is too strong! Tunison gets owned! That's one win for the set good guys here. As the Heracles comes in and he is going to be looking for any amount of damage he possibly can. Some Gazelle getting into the action, some big damage onto that Heracles there, as we do see a vision and the serpents getting dropped down. Now, let me tell you a little bit of knowledge. I'm going to drop some knowledge bombs here. How do you kill the Plague of Serpents with the least amount of loss and the maximum amount of gain? What you do is you select exactly 5 villages and then you go and kill all the serpents. That's how you kill them as fast as you possibly can. As the Anubite coming in over onto this side, and the Heracles is in to say, get out of there, as the Centaur and Anubite duel continues along here. But nonetheless, no damage taken from Matador is a really big deal. Generally, early on here, you either have to build out like 4 priests or something so you can heal off the Heracles and Centaur damage or something else, but Matador doesn't have to really do anything. We see a town center here from Tunison. This town center is not looking super pretty. No real hunt on it. Not the best gold mine, though it is somewhat close, so he can start mining that early. He does have hunt over here, but that's not easy to grab either, especially with Matador already going into... Oh no. The Centaur is... Well, not the Centaur. The Anubite is dead. Sad day to be an Anubite fan. Oh, both players are going for a town center. Okay, never mind. I'm surprised here, to be honest. If I was playing this as from the Matador perspective, I probably wouldn't go for the town center in this situation. He doesn't see this town center going up, but the reason I wouldn't go for a town center is because I want to get to the heroic age as fast as possible so that I can utilize my priests to deal with enemy centaur easily. That's the big main one. And then on top of that, if my opponent is telling me, hey, just fast heroic and place a Migdol on my face, and I'm going to struggle to deal with it by going for a less than ideal second town center, I would take that. I would take that opportunity and go for it. Nonetheless, Monument to the Soldiers coming in. Pharaoh healing versus Heracles smacking, and the Pharaoh does come out in front. Onto the top side. A couple of spearmen popping in. They get a villa pick as the Centaur are out. But here's the thing. If Tunison just charges after this, he can literally just take... Oh, never mind. I was about to say he can literally just take those spearmen down all the way back home. But Tunison is missing his stable. He is missing his spirited charge tech. If he grabs those early on, then his Centaur get even stronger. We have a celebrity set player in the chat as well. We've got Doodoo the Spartan here. Shout out to Doodoo, one of the few who braved the terrifying ladder with the set just with set. Yeah, I'm not going to put any more exploiters in there. There's another player I'm waiting to get in here. Big shout out to another set main. We have Zodiac as well. From at some point, he drops in and out of the of Twitch chat and all the other good stuff. As the Centaur takes a little bit of damage there. Matador does have to sack a priest to get a tiny bit of damage off, but that's kind of the trade you want to be going for. Lose one spearman, but pick off like half the HP of a Centaur type ordeal. That's sort of what you want. Oh, Zodiac now playing Hades. Okay, take it back. Take the take away the shout out for Zodiac. No shout outs for Zodiac. As the food looking like it is in now for Matador. He will be needing to get to this heroic age. Super important. More priests are coming through. As he's now starting to set up some obelisks. But I think Matador has gotten through sort of the worst of it here.
Great.
That being said, you definitely want to have your priests kind of positioned such that the Centaur can't just charge in and get any damage done. So priest on the front, spearman behind the priests is perfectly fine. Maybe even throwing up some walls wouldn't go astray. These villagers over on this gold mine just living the dream for the time being there as spearman spreading out, the Centaur coming in over onto this side, and there'll be a little bit of damage there. Not too bad. Gonna be able to heal that off. As the Anubite can come down to the bottom here and just play a little bit of the old defensive shenanigans here. As Tunison is going to attempt to sneak around here. Does manage to snare the Centaur, but it's still a little bit risky to charge after those. More Anubites coming through. We've also got ourselves the Necropolis technology. The idea of going mass Anubites to deal with Centaur on the surface seems appealing until you realize that the Centaur can go up to 6.1 speed. So even though the Anubites can jump in and send the Centaur packing, the Centaur will be able to kite forever. As not even Nephthys in Sekhmet, the god of choice, actually for Matador. As the spearmen will make their way up to the top side here, looking for any little bits of raids they can. There's a couple of heroes onto this side as well. They're going to be getting poked back. And Matador will... Yeah, it's being caught out a little bit. He doesn't have to relocate his army if he wants to take this fight. But I guess any amount of, delay, so to speak, sacking a couple of units here doesn't really seem like the worst thing in the world. But he will get caught out by a lot of Centaur on this side. And Matador is playing chicken with these Centaur. As his spearman charging up to the top, we do see a little cheeky Anubite up here. Going to be going after the villagers. Picks off one. No, he doesn't get that one villager. As this spearman will go into spread formation to dodge as much damage as they possibly can. Just a complete just wild goose chase to some degree here. As these spearmen, even if he picks off a couple of these, this doesn't matter for Matador. All Matador wants is a nice, safe, heroic age. There's a spearman over here. Fighting back, up onto the top. The Nubite does get dealt with. The heroes chilling, and the game to continue along. So now the heroic age comes in. Some Scarabs will be able to help out. Matador's going to be able to go up to a few things right now that are really important. No, never mind. He didn't go Nephthys. I don't like the fact he didn't go Nephthys here, but nonetheless, we do have a Migdol stronghold coming in. The reason I don't like the fact he didn't go Nephthys here is because he should go for funeral rites as soon as possible. That gives him a huge advantage for his priests, for his spearmen, for his slingers, in terms of the units that start getting picked off. He gets a little bit of gold back and allows him to make those trades a little bit more efficiently. You're going to be seeing some camel riders coming through from Matador. He's got himself all the priests out, though. Again, missing out on these means also missing out on Spirit of Mart as those priests get even stronger. But we'll see where to next, as it's going to be Bombo, Camel Rider, Spearman, Chariot Archer, and a third town center up for Tunison here. It's the Camel Rider. Oh my god, so much damage. She just runs straight through that arrow fire. You've got to respect it. There's no point in just charging after it. Respect it. Pull back. Heal up. Spearman onto the back here. Do you distract a little bit? This Tunison will prevent the units from getting too far forward. And we'll see how this is all going to go as some farms now coming up into the main base for Tunison. But Matador, I'd like to see him just play this slowly. I don't feel like there's any rush here. Sometimes you feel like you're in a bit of a rush playing as Egyptian versus Greek. But versus Centaur, versus Hermes Zeus as well, that rush, you are not in that rush. That rush does not exist. That being said, Matador here is, without question, very much caught out. Bronze gets dropped down as the priests here trying to peel away. Tunison charging after them with his Hippias. He's going to pull back to his Migdol stronghold for the time being. Villages will pull back into his position over here. And can Matador solve this power spike? He is looking for raids while this is all going on. This is a classic maneuver. You get attacked and you say, great, I'll send a couple units off while my opponent is going for the full all-in. Just to get some revenge fire off so that it doesn't feel as bad. One Centaur down. Camel Riders popping out, trying to do what they can do. That's the Tunison Centaur Polemark coming through. Picking off a couple of villages here. Into the Citadel Center. He does manage to go, but now he's behind on the villager count by a very large margin. And Tunison doesn't even care about the Citadel here as the Hydra is tanking up. Villagers falling onto this side, over onto the back here. The Pharaoh does pop out, picking off a couple of Centaurs is going to be nice. He's also got some Chariot Archers to actually get some good damage done. Over here, the Priests coming through. They're going to be a little bit of a scary thing for the Centaur too. And it is possible here that Matador has overstayed his welcome. Dropping another Centaur. Another one over here does end up falling. And more Spearmen coming through. And Matador is in... I think he's taken damage. Without question, he's taken damage. He's not in an amazing position, but he's in a playable position. And he just has to understand that he is behind and he has to make a slow and methodical comeback here. Tunison, on the other hand, he's realized he's in front and he is taking every advantage right now. These walls are beautiful. Locks off this gold mine, locks off the rest of this map. Could put a fortress here. Now start looking to siege the main base. There's a lot that he can do. The good thing for Matador is 1, 2, 3 gold mines secured. A potential town center to get grabbed. Doesn't really need the third town center here, in my opinion. He can probably stay 2 TC, especially because he's got, does he have fortified town center? He's just got the Citadel. He's up to 200 pop. I think Tunison's missing houses, no? He's missing 1 house, so he should be at 205 pop. Missing himself fortified town centers as well, but he can grab that later. As the Hephaestus is queued up. Pre-queued, I guess. And we'll see what Matador can make happen now that the power spike is over. Matador's Chariot Archers scaring Tunison off for the time being. Hephaestus is going to be coming through. Jason gets taken out. There's a little bit of a scary timing to come in this game. As Matador's going to be at full bronze as Tunison... Well, Tunison actually doesn't get a huge power spike here from Hephaestus anyways. He's already at basically full bronze as well. There's the Chariot Archer micro coming in nicely. Great control from Matador. He's now in his element in this game. He's got himself the horse archers. He's got himself the horses. And he's got himself the counter horses. So he has got full control here. Charging in. Ceasefire gets dropped. Watchtowers will be coming through as well. And, well, Tunison, while he did take some damage back here, he is going heroic age, or mythic age. Got some giraffe attempting to get built here from our main man, Matador as well. I like the idea, but he needs food. He needs this town center up. He needs a heroic age, a mythic age very, very quickly here. Couple villagers getting targeted down. That's the spearmen coming in. Spearmen coming through over onto this side as they're going to be poking away. Priests come in for a little bit of extra damage as Matador, he is absolutely dominating this position for the time being. One centaur down, another centaur going to be down, another centaur getting targeted there, but nice pullback as the Hippias now coming through, and Matador just doesn't have food income at the moment. He's got 40 villagers on gold. He needs to sort out this food income. Giraffes moving up onto this position potentially for a town center or something like that. Hephaestus comes through. Forge of Olympus now on the way. And Tunison has his 3 armories. Doesn't have the resources at the moment. He has 50 villagers on gold. What is with these players and having infinite villagers on gold? What is happening here? Metropolis on the bottom side going after this. Villagers coming forward for Matador. Can he buy food? No, food is not really buyable. Nice Chariot Archer raids onto the middle wood line. Taking advantage of key heroes. Look at the wood behind. None. There's a little bit of wood over here, but that's still raidable. There's no wood over onto this side, though we can grab the wood there too, but nonetheless. Spearmen coming through for the defensive effort there as the priests do need to try and push forward to get those centaur kills. Matador does need to micro this one back as the hoplites getting on top of the Chariot Archers is never what you want to have. Now the Metropolis will slowly start killing off this main base. A Colossus to come through as well. So priest wouldn't be a bad idea to mix in here. As Matador moves forward onto the base. He's just got so many resources. I'd love to see a couple of Migdols placed onto this gold mine just to secure it. Then you're equal on gold mines at the very least. Colossus now in onto the main town center. Matador not going through Thoth there. Is he on the right town center? Wait, hello? Why not this one? You get Thoth faster. You're not even losing out on village. I think that's just a mistake from Matador. Maybe moving too fast. Villagers getting targeted down. Main town center getting killed as Matador too focused on his Chariot Archers for the time being. Villagers in the main base going down, and Matador does say in that moment, the game is done, and Tunison finds the dub here. A fairly valiant fight from Matador. I think it was in a good position up until this moment here. Don't think he had to play quite so aggressive there. He was in a good position up until this moment here, and that gave Tunison a good angle to hit his bronze timing on. I feel like if he sits at the back, here and he just plays defense, locks off these gold mines against the bronze, especially with double Migdols and things like that, then he can look to get to his mythic age. He can look to get to his next town center slowly. And even if a Hephaestus comes in, he's going to be able to have play with Horus. But he did not manage to make that happen. And Tunison gets the first dub here. So it is going to be Tunison's job, Tunison's responsibility, Tunison's opportunity to prove that Set can win. an Age Mythology game here. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick. Alrighty. So, a victory for the Zeus. A nice victory for the Zeus indeed. Now, Matador gets to pick a map that he wants to play on with Set. Excuse me, that's incorrect. El Matador gets to pick a map that... El Matador gets to pick the map because he lost. So it's going to be Ghost Lake, and it's going to be a Quetzalcoatl versus Set. All right. We got a little bit of a timer going on. Satfat says, can we just start the series 1-1 next week? We could, but then the narrative would it would seem like we were already trying to write the narrative. Do you know what I mean? Which matchup is impossible, Satfat? Set versus Zeus? Set versus Quetzalcoatl? Set Ketz? I think there's a way to play it for Set. I think Set can play this matchup. You're not thinking fourth dimensionally about it. You're thinking too human unit focused. That's the problem, Satfat. You gotta think fourth dimensionally with that many dimensions. I gotta save my strats for when I get into the position so people don't just hard counter me before I even try them. You know what I mean? But I remember playing this game versus Beastie early days, and I was like, I can't kill the centaur. You know how I killed the centaur? With priests. It was wild. I killed it with priests. When you're like, how'd you get the priest on? I use shifting sands. It was a good game. It was a very good game. Alrighty, let's go into game number 2. El Matador as Set, no, El Matador as Quetzalcoatl, and Tunison as Set on the map Ghost Lake. And off we go. Thank you for the kind words, Carsten Epic. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Alrighty, so we're into game number 2. Matador unable to win with the Set, so we'll see if Tunison can. But he's now in a matchup that is definitely not simple. This is not an easy matchup for Set, in my opinion. I do think there's some creative solutions here, from making Wadgets to making Avengers to making Scorpion Man to making Phoenix. And yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can try this out. But we'll see what Tunison is going to go for. You do also have slingers. You do also have units like the Chariot Archer with Bone Bow, but not really against Quetzalcoatl, because Quetzalcoatl has the 21 range Eagle Warriors. It'll be quite tough. So we'll see how it's all going to go. Of course, right now, Matador opening with something that he has been pretty much doing on the ladder non-stop. He is going 3 Kalpuli opener. He grabs himself a Kalpuli lumber outpost. He grabs himself a livestock pen. He grabs himself a craft workshop. And 9 times out of 10, what this means is the Quetzalcoatl player is planning to stay 1 town center, which is a little risky. Is a little risky versus the 2 gold mine in the base. If Tunison is going to be able to get over onto this position, protect his main base, should be okay here. Alright, we got some relics. We got ourselves the Amplifistis over here with the gold research cost minus 50%. Into the middle of the map, there is the Kvoth. Jiawi Kvoth. Myth units versus myth units plus 10%. That's always nice. Another one, we have the movement speed plus. That's hard to say. Let's try again. No, that's not it. Who decided that this was the thing they were going to put in this game? Who did it? Which one are you? Which one are you? No. No. I give up. This one we're going to call it easy. Easy to pronounce. Up to the top. So I got the armor of Achilles. Oh, God. And you guys are like, what does the armor of Achilles do? Is it Coco? Cocos. Cocos. Coco's cattle. Okay. We got Coco's cattle. We got Coco's cattle. All right, we got that. There we go. Easy. Anyways. You gotta pronounce it with your... Yeah, first try. First try. We got it. First try. I got some barracks coming down from Tunison. He wants to build some spearmen. Look for some early pressure, it looks like. Not sure exactly how much pressure you can put onto a Quetzalcoatl who will be going for a fast... Oh, he's going for a Noble's Hut. That's a little bit surprising. I think if you're going to build anything in the Classical Age as Quetzalcoatl, I think you should just go for War Hut units to make archers. Makes perfect sense. You kill off the spearmen, you force out the slingers early on. Armory coming up on the front, house coming down as Matador's base building, looking very, very nice. Is this a tournament? This is the Sat Fats Set Shenanigans Extravaganza, also known as a tournament of sorts. It's a ladder tournament. These are the show matches from the ladder. So, yes. The answer is a resounding yes. Is Set still on a losing streak? Look, this is going to be the first game Set wins. I got full faith in Tunison here. As the villagers enjoying their agave bloom for the time being. Another Noble's Hut coming down as Matador is slowly working his way towards his favorite unit. The Eagle Warrior. Didn't Soup win with Set? Oh, Soup did win with Set. He won on Mirage or Midgard or something. Yeah, never mind. Set's OP. Nerf. We were saying that it wasn't very strong before, but definitely very, very strong. As the Spearmen coming in, they're going to be looking to try and take down the Noble's Huts. That's wild. Let's see if he's going to be able to do anything here as the priests come through. Any amount of damage here does take away the food that Matador can grab, but Matador's already got himself the resources he needs to get to the heroic age. As Quetzalcoatl will be the god of choice, makes sense. A lot of people not really liking that other option for the time being. It's Papalotl, or is it the other one? It's the other one, isn't it? Anyways. Tunison try and knock down the temple. He should be able to actually kill this. There's really not that many units out for Matador. The spearman coming through. We'll pick off that Sensen as well. The bunny rabbit goes down. And why is he running away? Oh, he's scared of the Tajipla? Don't be scared. Just charge at it. Literally just run at it. Kill it. Don't be scared. Seriously, it doesn't do anything. Like, you might say 22 divide damage. That's so strong, but it's over 4 seconds. Just go kill it. Am I wrong? Chat. YouTube chat. I trust YouTube more than Twitch. Am I wrong? This amount of spearmen and you're scared of a Tajipla while you've got priest to heal up? Am I wrong? Can we just not just charge at this and kill it? Look at how much this is defended for. Isero killed 5 of your satyrs yesterday. Isn't that what he's supposed to do? He's a hero. He doesn't stop the spearmen. He stops the satyrs for sure, not the spearmen. Anyways. Wall's coming up now for Tunison, as his spearmen will search around the map while the Eagle Warrior, Ocelotl Warrior in full spammage. To the top here, the Kalpuli getting garrisoned into. One spearman gets sniped as the villagers popping in and out of their defensive position, and spearman just going to poke forward, run away, and then what? A little bit more attempts here as the villagers pull back, and Tunison does get in there, not able to pick off a villager. In fact, loses a spearman or 2 for it, but he's still causing idle time. And idle time on 11 villagers, I mean, that's a lot of potential resources lost. So it does feel very worth it to be sitting in there for as long as he can. I play the best Frere and Demeter in the community. The game verse Chasing the Sun was a masterpiece. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tryndamere. I do what I can. I do what I can. I'm very slow. I can only use my brain. I've got no mechanics left. Only brain.
Shika Manalti.
I guess this rush is always being mean to me. Priest gets sniped. And Matador off to the races here. But this gold mine just about expired. So Tunison can move to the back position here. He should be getting watchtowers, which he is grabbing. But one Ayatochli here to take down a temple. That's painful. I don't like temples on the front of my base. Even in the best of situations, when I'm playing against the potential Ayatochli, you don't want that to happen here ever. Nonetheless, the spearman charging over here looking for some revenge damage, but Plague of Serpents coming in. The Ayatochli, where's the Pharaoh at? Pharaoh, we need a unit to take out the Ayatochli. It doesn't care. It's going to kill the town center. Temple coming up for Tunison now, as his Nephthys is on the way. It looks like it's going to be able to get through. Spearmen popping out to their deaths as well. The Plague of Serpents here coming through. We've got the Scorpion Man that can come in. There goes the minions as the Spearmen will come in. They can definitely get in to try and take out the Deuterinos over there as the town center ends up falling. And I think this game might be going the wayside of our main man, Matador, here after that amount of damage. Hansen are going to come back up. We've also got a Warrior Priest on the way. Come through and potentially kill off the villagers. Or at the very least, kill off the Scorpion Man. The Scorpion Man can play out of range of these. Did you know that the Son of Osiris Tajipla actually loses speed? It's at 4.6 speed here. There is this relic that he's grabbed that makes him faster, but still. Town center up. Tajipla charges forward. Good garrison there from Tunison as the Tajipla will end up. Please shank it. Please just shank it. There you go. So he doesn't do anything. He Took one attack. It didn't even do half his HP. All right. But Tunison now dropping a Migdol stronghold in his main base. Another Tajipla going to be coming in here. Of course, all of these spearmen are very low on the HP. The villagers here getting sent back into the town center as well, as Matador is in full flight here. Migdol stronghold coming up onto the front of the base now to protect this 351 gold. Not exactly sure what unit he's planning to build, but there's not a good unit to build out of that Migdol.
Indeed.
Very least, the Migdol is up. And a lot of this pressure that Matador is putting on right now could have been circumvented to some degree by simply throwing some walls up. Like, there could have been a wall that comes over here. These buildings could have been placed. The houses could have been placed as a wall. And then I think Tunison would have been in a much, much better position right now. He does have 70 favor in the bank, so we'll see what he's going to be doing with that as some villagers get sacked for a god power. And Tunison will say, hey, if you're going to go mass Eagle Warrior, I know what beats Eagle Warrior. Cavalry. And the Camel Riders are coming through, but I'm going to be completely honest with you. Camel Riders, while they do technically beat the Eagle Warrior, the Eagle Warrior is going to be able to kite them for days. It's not a unit I would actually recommend you building versus the Eagle Warrior.
Garrick.
It's 19, like this ball of units looks small, but there's 19 Eagle Warriors here. 20 Eagle Warriors here. And for those of you playing at home, 20 Eagle Warriors is similar to the amount of DPS that 20 Chariot Archers do. That's a lot.
N-Wedge.
As the double Ayatollah coming through. Migdol stronghold does end up falling. There's also this technology that Matador could be picking up right now called String of Hearts, which would help him erase this base. And Tunison is just in a world of hurt right now. I just don't see him dealing with this in the slightest here. Not only that, there's also still Tailwind available, which Matador can use to effectively kite the Camel Riders into oblivion. And that there will be game number 2, as the only player to have participated in the SatFats set shenanigans to have gotten a dub remains to be Mr. Husk Soup. So now we enter the best of 5 portion of this tournament without the set remaining. Alrighty, let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick. I'm not going to lie, if my opponent goes for a fast heroic, right? Hear me out on this. If my opponent goes fast heroic, why don't I just go, and I know they're doing a fast heroic because I can scout that by playing set using vision, and I have 2 gold mines in my main base. Why would I not go for a fast mythic? If the fast mythic is so strong, but the only weakness behind it as Egyptian is so strong, but the only weakness behind it is that your opponent can take map control, they can do a lot of damage to you. That's only if they're in the classical age. Surely we got to go for some sort of a fast mythic there to counter that fast heroic. Counter. To some degree. Aztec superheroes don't attack flying units either. The Son of Osiris one does, but not the other one. Not the other ones. I probably wouldn't go Phoenix. Oh, you can run away from the Son of Osiris. But you get access to some other fun stuff in the Mythic Age. I actually wouldn't be going Kvoth there either, guys. Looks like our next game is on the map Mirage, and it's going to be everyone's favorite matchup. Zeus versus Hades. It isn't. Ha! I fooled you. You guys thought. We actually have a really interesting one here. I haven't seen this matchup before. We've got ourselves Noir and Loki. While we wait for these guys, I'm going to have a quick toilet break and get some water. For everyone else who's just joined in, after this series, we're doing a giveaway. I'm going to explain more about that later. Just be here and you'll be able to be a part of it. I will be right back. We are back. Sorry about that. Okay. And we didn't miss out on any action, or maybe a little bit. Let's get into the next map. It's called Mirage. Off we go. lie, Midgard and Mirage look very, very similar on my screen. Midgard and Mirage look very, very similar on my screen. They both start with MI. Do we do it again? Do we do the intro again? Chat? Did I do this yesterday as well? Do we do it again? Do we backpedal? Or do we just... Alrighty. Off to the races we go. On the top of the map, we've got Matador playing as Nuwa, getting spied on his Kvoth. And on the left side of the map, we got Tunison playing as Loki. We are on the map Mirage. And, well, what an exciting time to be alive. It's currently 1-1. Both players have failed in their efforts to put Set in a position that makes it look like a top 3 god. Set mains everywhere rejoice as they realize that when they win, it's because they outplayed their opponent. When they lose, it's because their god sucks. All I ask is for 2 favor Gazelle, 4 favor Crocodiles. That's all I ask for. That's all I want. 2 favor Gazelle, 3 favor Giraffe, 4 favor Hippos, 4 favor Crocodiles. Make it happen, guys. Make it happen. That's what we're after. We got Temple coming down for Tunison. I'm just kidding. Please don't take me seriously. I am just a commentator who really does enjoy this game quite a lot. We got ourselves a classical age coming through for Matador. He does decide to go through Juan Nu. Makes a lot of sense in this matchup. It's a great counterplay for flaming weapons. Great counterplay for a lot of different sort of raid situations that can come through. The one thing here that Matador's got to be very scared of is Herso raids and a bunch of that stuff. So making sure his base is very defensive. He's putting up a house over here to expand his favored land. Don't really have to do that early on. It's fine to do it, but more just getting your walls set up, locking off the map a little bit so that things like this are safe. Thinking about putting either a wall or a barracks here, a wall over here. Generally speaking, this sort of a situation against Norse, your best bet here is not to go into the boomy game, I think, if you're going to play China. You want to play for that death ball and make the Norse player's life very, very difficult. You don't want to allow the Norse player the time to get all of their walls set up. That's where Norse is in their element. That's when they have control, and that's when they're going to be able to do a lot of what makes them very, very strong. Guys, is it possible to get to 1600 or 1700 if 6 hours of Age Mythology retold every day over summer? Answer is yes. I'll give you my story, actually. I was a depressed 15-year-old who had been moved away from his hometown. It's actually a true story. I'm not exactly sure I was depressed, but I didn't have any friends. I moved away from my hometown to a new big city, and the school holidays came around. I think I played Age Mythology somewhere in the vicinity of 6 to 10 hours a day for the entirety of the school holidays. And I went from something like 1650 to 1800. And that's on... it's old ELO. So new ELO, that would be something like 1200 to 1300 up to 1800 or even higher. So yeah, you've that's the story. That's what happened. I'm not even what happened. I didn't have any friends. I played video games for whole holidays. Video games and basketball. That was all we did for that thing. Anyways, we got ourselves a Njord coming through here for Tunison. On the other side for Matador, he is going to be getting himself a machine works. He went for a second town center. I don't like the second town center here. I don't think you need it. This is going to allow the Loki player to set up whatever they really want, and the Hersa comes through, will confirm exactly what's going on as the town center there is up. And, well, Tunison now has to decide, okay, do I go for my Njord all in, or do I drop a town center and play mass walls and things like that? But you just need depression. I do not recommend it. That was a joke. The joke was there. I got depressed the next year. That's the... Oh, God. All right. We got some more walls going up from Matador. There goes the Sky Lanterns. Did I see the relics here? Black Lotus in the corner. We got one relic in that's quite nice there. The Heavenly Jeweled Spear, which gives a little bit of extra max range to melee attacks for specifically the Halberdier. Slim Jalapeno. I'm not going to give you my entire life story. Come on. I'm not going to give you my entire life story. My family moved. I didn't move by myself. I was 15. Come on, guys. All right. We got Njord on the way. We have ourselves the Hall of Thanes coming through for Tunison, as well as Sultan Fora, medium cavalry, husbandry coming through for Tunison. And on the backside, it's going to be Divine Books. As Tunison, he's got to be somewhat worried, somewhat concerned about a Fey Beast. This is where these all-ins can get very much shut down. Of course, if you play really well with your Hersa, if you play really well around the Fey Beasts, or if the Fey Beasts just don't get their value because they get misclicked or something like that, of course, it's fine as the Hersa come through. The new one improved. 5 point... Oh, the jukes! Look at the moves! The vanish to keep the chillin' alive there is a wild spend, but definitely doesn't want to lose those for the healing as well. But yeah, like I said, Rush Out coming through, you've got to be super careful with how you approach the fights, because if Fey Beast drops onto your backline, it's going to erase the backline, so you need to have your Hersa forever ready and all the other good stuff. Now, the good thing for Matador here is he doesn't have to worry about flaming weapons. The bad thing for Matador here is he doesn't have Vanish to potentially run his villages. But all the gold mines are up onto this side anyways, so Matador doesn't really have that option. He's trying to get himself upgrades here. I think what he should be doing is channeling his inner Kvoth. If Kvoth was playing this game, he would drop a whole bunch of buildings around this town center, and then he would start looking for tower attachments and all that other good stuff. Now, Matador has scouted. He knows that this is going to be a 2 TC versus 1 TC affair. Chillin takes a couple of bashes here as they try and get out. I think it might end up going down. These Ursa have been buffed to the nines. They're very, very strong here. Now the Fey Beasts are on the table, and Tunison does need to be careful. Do have the Baihu in as well. Try and look for a raid with that, but again, the 5.2 speed, not going to be the best of ideas here. And to be honest, the Baihu is an amazing unit to just add in to the army, microing it into the back line to effectively get a shockwave onto your opponent. Shockwave's a god power that everyone agrees is really, really strong and can win fights. That's attached to this unit. You literally have a shockwave for the Baihu. You just dive onto the throw an axeman ball, send them flying, and enjoy a good life. As the Hill Fort comes up on the front, Matador just has to bide his time. Get his units out. Does he have himself the Jiangxia? He needs Jiangxia in to limit the effectiveness of Walking Woods, of the Mountain Giants and all that other good stuff. But he needs that one in as soon as possible. And then also potentially Sage, etc., etc. Nonetheless, there goes the Ring Giver. Well, it's queued up. Ring Giver for these Jarls is going to be really strong. You do see a very small very small amount of halberdier, which is making me very, very nervous for Matador. He basically needs, I would say, 15-ish, if not more, halberdier in this spot. Otherwise, those Jarls will run over him. Military camps coming up into the main base. Putting a whole bunch of military camps in here. Maybe another ballet underneath the town center. Even if he loses this town center, you don't need to care here if you're Matador. You just need to run the villages up to the top. There's wood, there's food, there's another wood line over here. There's gold. We are seeing a whole bunch of Chuko Nuke coming through now as well for Matador. I don't like it, but he's going for it. He's making Dow as well. Nice little tank unit, but still no halberdiers. As the military differential here is slowly but surely starting to get into Matador's favor. Not fully understanding Kvoth getting built at this point by who makes sense. As there goes the Walking Woods, and a Mountain Giant gets dropped in. There goes the Fey Beast. Look at that damage onto this army here. Everything down on the HP. Those Thrown Axemen, 13 HP remaining, 1 HP remaining, getting some good damage onto the front line there as the Temple going to be going down. Tunison trying to break through this choke point. He's just not going to be able to do it. Really nice defense from Matador. And I think now Matador is well and truly in the driver's seat, and he's going to be able to find a very large advantage moving forward. Townsends are now coming up for Tunison. He did not plan for this Fey Beast defense. There's still a massive issue here for Matador, and that's that he doesn't have the answer to the Jarl. Now, the good thing for Matador is there's 8 Jarls out only, so it's not that big of a deal. But he is making halberdier, so all good. The other good thing for Matador is he did get the reincarnation tech, which basically means that after that fight happened, his army of dead units was replaced basically immediately. Not that there was a huge amount of dead units anyways, but that's going to help him out later on as well. So right now, Matador's got 2 really great ideas. Tunison doesn't have a huge amount of great ideas here, but 2 really great ideas for Matador. Idea number 1, push forward, claim another gold mine, potentially look for this town center as well as an idea, or simply just go to the Mythic Age and look to drop Great Flood on the enemy army, getting yourself Qinglong out, getting yourself out the more important Tiger Cab to deal with those Jarls. To the backside, some White Horse cavalry raids. Whenever you're in front, so whenever you're 2 TC versus 1 TC, I know it's 2 TC a piece here, but you're in front on the villager count and you get raids, it's always amazing as the portable ram comes in to take out the wooden gate here. This is a big opportunity for Tunison, actually, as Matador's missing a lot of units here. He's trying to get himself out extra units behind this. Maybe getting fortified town centers or something wouldn't go astray. He's pulling back now to his ballet. He's got the towers up on every single one of these machine workshops. You can get more towers here as well if he so chooses. As the Jiangxia comes through, that's going to limit the amount of damage that the Walking Woods can do. And these Chuko Nu are doing absolute work here. I mean, we've had these conversations. I know there's a lot of players out there that aren't in on the Reddits, on the Discord chats and things, but let me walk you through the conversation. The conversation is player Ace has a game with tries to use the Chuko Nu. It doesn't go too well. And they say Chuko Nu is weak. Player B says, I played a game, Chuko Nu really strong. And then they have a 300 message rant about what's going on, when in reality they're both correct. Chuko Nu very, very strong versus gods that do not have counter ranged archers. Not very strong versus those. Well, very strong versus those, but not very strong versus the civs that have counter ranged archers, like Slinger, like Peltas, like Herma. So actually, you know, because people don't know how to build Terma as Atlantean, these are probably good versus Atlantean as well. Bad when bad, good when good is the exact thing. as now some mountain giants are going to come through here for Matador. So, no, not for Matador, for Tunison, but I think this is too little, too late. This is the type of unit you want in this matchup, but not when you're behind by 40 villages. It's just Norse? No, it's also Japan as well. And like I said, Atlantean can be a civ there that you could probably build those Chuko Nuverse and enjoy. Just on the fact that people don't build Terma. It's down the siege crossbow will be coming through. Of course, the Huskal also exists for Norse, and they should be building the Huskal versus this, but Tunison not doing that. Anyways, onto the bottom side here, we do have the White Horse Cavalry raids coming in. It's the Berserks coming through here to try and put a stop to this. Up onto this side. The Jotuns coming through. The heroes are in. The stun from one of the sages is in, but look at this. The Great Flood, Gong Gong, about to hit. And which way does he use it? Right, you don't even get to see it. Rude by Tunison. That there is a rude dude if I've ever seen one. I wanted to see those guys getting swept away and getting brutalized, but Tunison did not want to show us that. GG. Well played by Matador, showing off the power of the Chinese, specifically the Chuko Nu. I was expecting to see more Halberdier coming out, but apparently you can build Chuko Nu into Jarls when you're playing defense. Sort of makes sense. Anyways, GG, well played. One more win for Matador. You got to get to 4 wins here in this best of 7. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for the next game. Bing, bing, ba-doom, bing, bing. All right, so our next, our next one is going to be on the map Giza, everyone's favorite Giza, and it's going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Gaia affair. This is a little bit risky, I think, from Tunison. Oop, the drafts are the wrong way around. Everyone forgot China's OP. Yeah, it's because the China mains have started to say that China's weak. Generally, what you have to remember is whenever someone who mains a civ says it's weak, it's probably pretty strong. That's the important thing to remember. Whenever a main says that their god is strong, it's probably insanely OP. So right now, for example, a really good example is that right now Kvoth is saying that Uranus is strong. And what that means is that Uranus is insanely OP right now. So yeah, he used to say it's weak, but now he says it's strong. Insanely OP. That's the translation there. Lost, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, Giza. And it's a... Wait, what? Tsukiyomi versus Gaia, isn't it? Yeah. Leave Uranus alone, focus on Hades. Yeah, all right. Hades also insanely OP. Nerf, nerf, nerf. Next map, Tsukiyomi versus Gaia on Giza. I have no idea how this goes. I don't... Like, Matador is going to go for Horse Archer. I know he's going to go for Horse Archer. That's what he does. That's the only thing Matador knows how to do. He loves a good Horse Archer. He's going to use the Horse Archer and he's going to make it work. Yeah, that's the story that we're running with here. Hades versus Zeus, Hades wins. No, it doesn't necessarily, like, the whole reason, the whole nerf Hades movement isn't even about Hades being strong. It's just about Hades being really boring to play against. So when I say nerf Hades, I actually want some buffs in other areas and some nerfs in other areas. But anyways, that's just me. That's just me. Hell's Ravage says, in all seriousness, I think I'd have Aranos as the #1 god right now. I think Aranos is in that S tier conversation. I don't think he's the #1 god, but I think he's in that S tier conversation. Without question. Random all god is weak. Yeah, buff my random all pool. Buff every god. Every god needs a buff. Just for me. I need the buff. Alright, let's check out this next game on the map Giza. We don't have to wait anymore. Let's go, Giza! Oh no, we forgot to pause. Alright, it's better. Alright, game number 4. Matador up 2-1. He is... Nah, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. We're gonna flip a Rooney this. So we got Tunison in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, playing as Gaia. And we have Matador in the top right-hand corner, playing as Tsukiyomi. Okay, so the map is Giza. There's no back gold mine. I am very interested in how Matador is going to be approaching this matchup. I don't think it's simple. I don't think it's simple for Tsukiyomi to play this one. You've got Oceanus, you've got Catapulti heroes that can deal with the not only the Naginata riders, but also the Kitsune. You can't really go full horse versus Gaia either. So we'll see how it's all going to go. The one thing here that Matador does have going for him is he's got a really nice potential shrine to hit all of those animals. Is my music bugged? What do you mean? I don't think so. Is it? It's fine. I don't know. All right. We'll see how it's going to go. Tunison is technically a Atlantean main. He's fairly knowledgeable about what to do against the Japanese, so there's not really going to be any sort of... Well, he's going to have a plan at the very least. He's not trying to cook something up as we go. It's not player. It's no music playing. The music stops after about a minute. Each theme lasts about a minute, and then the next music has to wait. There should be some sort of like ambient music playing, don't you reckon? Why don't I have any ambient music? That's a good question. I don't know why. What if I hit this button? Nope. All right, we're just gonna enjoy the dead silence here. It's totally fine. Okay, so we got ourselves the Oceanus coming through for Tunison. No surprises there, and I imagine we're going to be seeing the Inari Orkami from Matador, though he might surprise me with an Ameno Uzume in order to at least boost up his samurai a little bit. He probably needs to build them. Gilga Channel in the YouTubes says, I thought Egypt was good at the high level. You've been lied to. The high level players, since the start of Retold, have been pulling the wool over your eyes in order to get Egyptian nerfed into the ground. Because they all want Egyptian to be nerfed into the ground. I'm just kidding. Egyptian has been strong. At the moment, there's just a couple of other gods that are stronger than Egypt. I think that's a fair statement right now. I think it's a difficult civ to play, first and foremost, and there are some difficult matchups as well. Hero Oracle getting heroed. Can he... Did you actually win this night? No way. No way. That's a scary that is a scary oracle as the Kitsune can, well, that's a lot of Kitsune there for Matador. The big difference between playing Kitsune as Tsukiyomi and playing Kitsune as Susanoo is one player's Kitsune are paying for themselves and the others aren't. So here, these Kitsune cost a lot of resources. They're expensive. They also don't move as fast as the Susanoo ones as well, by the way. But neither here nor there. They don't pay for themselves. Whereas if I was doing this as Susanoo, I'd probably already be up to like 750 XP remaining on my second tier of Bushido. But Matador going to be searching for some raids here as the infantry units are out. No heroes just yet, as you could look for a little bit of a fight there, but he's searching around the map for any type of raid. Tunison Oracle hero does get spotted there, but that one is going to stay safe. As Matador searching down to the bottom side of the map, he has a feeling there's units over here, and he will be greeted by units over there. And the big question here is, can Matador actually find the kills? This Oracle is looking very, very juicy as the citizens will pop in and out. And, great control there from Tunison to avoid any real damage there. Now all the heroes do get converted and Matador's going to have to pull out of here. Now, the thing here is, once you get channels and you get weightless mace, look at the speed of the Naginata riders, 6.6. I want to make note. I want to make a note of what the speed is going to turn to once these techs come through. I think it's important. Just wait. It's coming in. This is 15%. That's going to be an extra 10%. That's 25% speed. Oh, he's not on the... He moved off the lush. How am I supposed to see it if you move off the lush? What's the point in getting the tech? Anyways, I'm not going to be able to tell you for some time as the unit's coming around onto the bottom side. So this is making a break away from the zebra. They can probably pull over onto the goats, no problems. Mana market coming down as well as the infantry units looking to get in onto this spot. They do see a villager. That's going to be 2 villager kills there for Tunison. 1 villager kill there for Tunison, excuse me. As the rest will bail into the tower. Main base under attack here as well. The Kitsune plus the Naginata riders will be able to do a lot of damage over here as both players just attacking each other. No player deciding it's time to defend. So they're just trying to say it's a battle of who can outplay the other player here. Carnivore gets dropped down over onto this side. I will be at 1 eaten Naginata. 2 HP Naginata rider over here as well. That one's still staying alive. Over onto this side, the Samurai, they're out for a little bit of defense as well as the Juragumo. And I don't know who comes out in front there, but a spicy exchange to be sure. Let's look at this. This is a 5.7 speed Catapulti before it turns into a hero on the Lush. So yeah, it goes up above 6 speed. Kind of quick. They are a speedy unit. In fact, I think they might be the fastest infantry unit in the game. Am I wrong on that? Is there a faster infantry unit than the weightless mace hero Catapulti on Gaia Lush? Come on, YouTube chat. I know you know these things. I know you know these things. Twitch chat doesn't understand. They don't know. Coyote Warrior faster than a hero Catapulti on Lush? Whoa, I don't think so. Ninja during its special. All right, Satfat wins. Well done. All right, the Shinobi is indeed faster. Yep, you're right. It's fine. Forgot about that one. It's very quick. It's 7 speed. As these Tunison units here will rotate straight through. YouTube chat also got it. They're a little bit behind the Twitch chatters, so they got it faster than the Twitch chatters. But Dow Swordsman, no, those are quite slow. They only move at 4.0 speed. They have recently been buffed though. Pegasus Rush, a little bit faster. There's a couple more hero units coming through, and I think Matador, he's actually defended really, really well here. Like, he's going Hachiman, he's got equal military to enemy. He's got literally equal. He's equal. Armory coming up as well. And this is looking, honestly, really, really good for Matador. The problem here tends to be the attack that comes while you're going to the heroic age. So Watchtowers is not a terrible idea. And then you can even New Moon the Watchtower when you hit the heroic age for Guard Towers, Crenellation, and Tenshu. But we might not see that. It's now the Horse Archers will start to come out. More Horse Archers in for Matador as Tunison getting chased away from the time being. Well, not Tunison. Matador getting chased away from the time being. He does find himself a Oracle over here, Kenny. No, he doesn't want to lose anything. Just gets a couple of nicks off there before pulling up to the top side of the map as the infantry units desperately try to catch up to these Naginata riders. At least you could go for a pacifier there, but not wanting to do so. And it's now Yumi Horse Archer, Samurai, Tengu are in. Armory upgrades coming through as well for Matador. For some reason, he chooses to get the Copper Shields first. I would have expected to see him want to New Moon before Copper Shield, so he gets himself bronze weapons and bronze mail. But that's just on the fact that his opponent has no pierce damage dealing units at the moment. But nonetheless, Ladria over onto this side. Tengu dives forward. And there isn't really an angle just yet here for Tunison to make much happen. He's just happily saying, you know what? I don't need to win the game here. We'll just play slow. We'll get walls up, defend our gold mine, and we'll go from there. As the issue with this is, the main issue with this is that the infantry units are not going to be able to deal with those Horse Archers. That being said, the Horse Archers won't be able to do anything if there's walls here. So, makes some sense. A bit of a raid coming in, though, over onto this side as the villagers do get caught out. That's a lot of damage there. Is Matador not paying attention? He does drop down the swampland for a little bit of revenge fire. Oh no, all of the Kappas spawned down the bottom side. I don't even think he got one kill there. How depressing. There's 9 Kappas. They all spawn at the bottom, basically. Ouch. Meanwhile, raids coming down from the bottom. 54 to 35 villagers, though. That hurts. I mean, to some degree, there's not really a reason to be out here. He's got goats. If you're going to be playing that aggressive and that far out of your base with a weakness like this before you get a castle, just put the villagers onto goats and eat them. There's no sense in waiting for 300 food. I've never understood the obsession, so to speak, with min-maxing how much value you get out of the goats. Much better to just keep the villagers alive. Allows you to effectively have more wood income anyways for farms, and you're good to go. Wall goes down. Samurai coming through, picks up one citizen, will twirl it around in its web, throw it up into the air, and start getting poked away as the rest of these infantry units coming through. And Matador, right now, he should be wishing that he's actually got... Well, he gets up to heavy, actually. This could be a really good fight for him as the infantry units are going to get stuck in here, but he's definitely wishing he had his swampland for this fight as the Carnivora gets dropped. You've got the Shogun coming in as well. Samurai on the back are still alive here, doing tons of damage. Tunison taking this fight. This is not a good fight for Tunison in the slightest, and Matador takes the dub. An absolutely dominating performance in this specific game with the Tsukiyomi, as he's managing to take out what I would consider a very, very difficult god for Tsukiyomi to deal with. Really, really nice play. Loved the Samurai Naginata Riders, the defense and the offense and the ebb and flow. I feel like Tunison should have just played it much slower. Much, much slower. Deflect the raids rather than looking for a big attack himself, especially when he got grabbed channels. Channels, weightless mace, play defense, make your opponent make some mistakes. You can hide hero catapulties in manners as the units charge in, you pop out, deal with, etc. There's a lot of defensive utility you can do here versus early Naginata Riders. And then once you deal with that, then you're good to go. But a well-played game from Matador nonetheless. He's up to 3 wins. He needs only 1 more here, ladies and gentlemen. Just the 1 more. Let's jump back over to the drafting menu and see what they're going to pick for game number 5. Alrighty, we are going in onto Elysium, and it's going to be Poseidon versus Tezcatlipoca. Poseidon versus Tezcatlipoca. That was a win for Tsukiyomi, and a Elysium, a Poseidon, Tez, a Flipperoonie, a save. There we go. Look, I fixed it. Don't worry about it. All right. Well, potentially the last game here. Vindicare is asking, why aren't serpents considered myth units? Would make the early rush less stupid, IMO. Why aren't they considered myth units is a good question. I don't have a fantastic answer for you. I didn't make the god power. In fact, I didn't make any of the god powers. I didn't make any of the decisions. So I don't know. I feel like we've had this conversation. I've had this conversation with a dev before. Yeah, I think names Sean Virgin Ben is correct. I think the god power would be effectively useless. The god power would be effectively useless if it was a myth unit. I think that's the yeah, I think that's what's going on there. So yeah. I also don't think that the early serpents on your economy does anything, by the way. Like I think I worked it out to be something like minus 100 res if you play it correctly. It's really not that good. Anyways, let's move into our next game. In onto the map, Elysium. Let's go. Alrighty, into game number 5 we go. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Poseidon, it is Matador. And in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Tezcat Lapoca, it is Tunison. Wow!
Shimomoquitlawi.
The Tunison tech. Just barely managing to make it down as well. He's got to move across the entirety of the map, get the lure, and then drop it down. Daddy said, I just asked Agony, he said it's because the serpents are not myth units, they are a snake. It's a simple answer. But an answer based in fact, in reality, and all the other good stuff. All right, we've got ourselves a temple coming up now for Tunison as well. Duskapot's going to be running around the backside. And a Calpulli coming up for Tunison over here as well, as another lure has been stolen. He has to use 20 favor though to do it. Anyways, I think Twitch chat is going a little bit off the rails right now with their Eagle Warrior. You know what? It's not even Twitch chat at this point. It's just Kvoth. Going a little bit off the rails here. So we've got to calm down where that's concerned. I'm feeling like the game is having some jitters, so let me fix that up. Alrighty, we got ourselves Hermes on the way from Matador as the Malina coming in from Tunison. I was about to say, I think this specific matchup requires Malina. I think you need it. You don't necessarily have to do any crazy fast rush or anything like that, but the fact that you have the Scorpions out early helps a lot with dealing with the rush. We'll see how things are going to go. We've got some relics on the map. Let's have a little look-see while we're waiting for the players to decide what they're going to do. We've got Gungnir Odin Spear. I should also point out that yet again, Matador has access to the horse archer. He's getting. I think Tunison has played into Matador's strengths in a really big way here. Every single one of Matador's wins has come at the hands of a horse archer. Or is it the? Hang on, we can go through it as well as the infested nest comes through. His first win was as Zeus with the horse archer, the centaur. His next win was Nuwa with the horse archer, the Chuko Nu, a very, very unique horse archer. And then it was with Tsukiyomi with the horse archer, the horse cavalry archer. What is it called? Yeah, anyways. And now it's going to be Poseidon with the horse archer, the centaur. Actually, you know what? I don't know what I'm talking about. Why didn't Tunison go for Huehue here? It's a way better way to play it. Huehue makes perfect sense. As he gets the relic monkeys, he's losing out on a pretty strong counter to Centaur. Of course, Ceasefire is in, so one lullaby to actually take out the Centaur is probably not going to work. He's probably going to click Ceasefire on it 9 times out of 10. But the unit that you actually want is the Shinekue. Shinekue is very, very good versus the Centaur. And actually, it's very good versus Poseidon in general. Let me just take a quick little look-see away from the action here to just show you why. Take a look at this specific unit here. Does anyone see no... Actually, it does crash damage, never mind. I was about to say, does anyone see no divine damage? It means it does no damage to the Shinekue, but it's doing crush damage, and Shinekue in turret form has only got 20 crush armor, so it is pretty good there. But still, anyways, if you're still using those in the Mythic Age, you're probably misplaying. All right, anyways, onwards and upwards. The question is going to be, can Tunison deal with what Matador is going to be throwing his way? He's got 2 villagers on the temple, got a whole bunch of villagers on the wood. And we'll see how things are going to go. One villager does get sacrificed there. I'm not exactly sure what that sacrifice was for. Like it's for a hero Tezcat Lapoka. I'm not exactly sure where that's coming from. Did he cancel it? I'm very confused. I think he must have cancelled it. No, he didn't. He's getting himself his poison tech. Sting of Japan. Nonetheless, the warrior priest coming forward, looking for any little bits of damage. He wants to get a kill here so he can get a little bit of the... So we can get a little bit of that Tenali in. But this is a very strong army from Tunison. He can chase these centaurs into oblivion here. The centaur will pull back underneath the town center. And now Tunison will chase back, but Matador says, get out of here. Nice play so far from both players, keeping the problems fairly limited. Of course, the Tejipla for Tezcat Lapoka would be able to, at the very least, keep the centaur out of the fight completely. What do you do versus the centaur? Okay, let me break down several ways you can beat the centaur. First way is with the Shinekue, which is the laser turret boy. Basically, you hold the position, you place the turrets down, the turrets will be able to target the centaur, so they're not going to do anything. You've also got Lullaby to deal with them as well, and you're good to go, right? That's way number one. That's my favorite way to deal with them. It's the best way to deal with them. And yeah. You've also got Lullaby for the centaur as well, as we see one Tejipla coming through here in the... Oh, he had it in... He had it in the... What's it called? In the ambush. Ambush onto the centaur would also be really good because your opponent thinks you can't do a whole lot with him, but a little bit of a misplay there from Matador. He's saying, let's get going here as the Tejipla coming through. We'll be able to dive onto the centaur. Picks one off there and ceasefire. Gets cast. Ragnarok's in the chat asks, how does he get favor? By a little trickles. Well, he sacked one villager, and every villager as Aztecs gives a trickle of favor. I believe it starts at somewhere between 0.4 and 0.5 favor per second. And then the more villagers you sack down to 20 gives you a little bit less. So 2 villagers sacked is, no, it is 0.4 first. The next sack is at something like 0.78 from memory. So you're losing little by little all the way down to when you've sacked 20 villagers. So yeah, you do get a little bit of extra stuff when you sack as the Tejipla coming through and trying to get onto the centaur. Does dive forward, gets another centaur kill there as these centaur are just not doing it here. Turns out the way to kill the centaur is you just build the Tejipla. It's not a problem. Gets that jump, but he picks off all 3 or 4 of them with one Tejipla. All right, guys. I can see right now why Tunison did not need Wei. We can just make ourselves Tejipla. That being said, he will be losing a lot of units while sitting underneath this base here. That town center is getting some good damage done. The Hippias are going to continue to run around here. Lots of idle units caused here as well as another centaur is in as the Tejipla comes through. Snipes that one there. And Tunison, well, he loses all of his army. He's lost all of his army here. So this is good and bad for Tunison at the moment. Good and bad. It's good because he picked off all the centaur. It's bad because he lost a whole bunch of units. It's good because he picked off a whole bunch of units and got Tenali. So good and bad. Matador now, however, needs to look for some revenge damage. The one thing that Matador really should have done here is just get watchtowers. He's now built himself some Toxotes to deal with these spearmen. But yeah, the fact that there was no watchtowers built from Matador in that position allowed Tunison to get all that damage done. As the Hippias come through, you definitely want to snipe that low HP priest if you can, because he'll turn into another Tijip. Spike trap! I don't believe it. Warrior priest now coming through. And Matador says, I ain't chasing your Hippias halfway across the map. Defensive spearmen to come in and a charge into the main base here as the Tajipla will tank the town center. Villagers bailing away as Tunison trying to get the kills. He does pick one off, but now he's underneath the town center. He's taking some pretty decent damage there. The spearmen in the main base here from Tunison do send Matador away up onto the top side. Market coming up. Toxotes trying to deal with those spearmen, but the spearmen see blood. There's red villagers everywhere here as another Tajipla to come through. Going to dive in onto the back line there, but the Hippias will take that down pretty quickly. A couple of villagers going down right now. It's literally equal on the villager count. Has to be advantage for Tunison because he's got some villagers sacrificed for favor. Realistically, at this point, if I'm thinking what you really should build, of course, there's what you should build from a fundamental perspective, and then there's what you should build from a major god perspective. A fundamental perspective unit here to build for Matador would be hoplites. Nice front line to just tank versus the spearmen to allow your Toxotes to get all that damage off would be good. Spearman trying to take out this position as the Hippias coming over onto this spot, which is here though. The only real weakness in Tunison's position is this. He really should wall this off and then sit on the top side, and he should be okay here to play defense as the Relic Monkey's chasing the Hippias around. The Spearman sitting, waiting, and saying, please come at me, good sir. I would love to poke you in the face. And that is exactly what's going to be happening here as Matador, with the fancy footwork, does manage to take one jab and get out of there. Ball's coming up over onto this side. Matador has to decide, does he want to stay in here and try and pick Vills off or escape? And he will pick off 2 Vills, and he's going to escape out up to the top here as well. Really nice play. The only thing here that Tunison could have dropped traps down. That would have been cute, but he doesn't really... Well, he does have the resources for it. That would have been cute, but he didn't go for it. Matador now. Dionysus. Pre-queued.
Lege.
Couple Relic Monkeys getting taken out as Royal Zhaohui will be in for Tunison. So this basically means that Tunison isn't wanting to play a long game here. Generally speaking, if you're going to go for this god with Starfall, you're actually looking more for the damage, the classical age all in, or the heroic age all in than anything else. As Hippias coming over onto this side, knocking down the wooden gate, the Spearman will be in to defend, and Matador sees that. He pulls back, and the walls will come back up. There goes the Starfall onto this position to take out those Toxotes. Take a little bit of damage there as the Titsamiddle spawns in. And that's going to chase down those Toxotes as well. Look at the damage he can do to all these Toxotes. He is a... She? Very, very strong unit here. Much more single target damage than the more AoE myth units that we know and love. But still, that damage while sitting underneath the town center. And Matador there says that the game is lost and decides to tap out after all of the pressure. Tunison gets the dub. I feel like Matador probably just misread the situation a little bit. I think if he went into hoplites here instead of Toxotes, I think he would have been in maybe a better spot. Continued to make the centaur. Probably would have been in a better spot, but nonetheless, well played from Tunison. And he gets the dub here with the Tezcatlipoca. Anyways, let's jump back over to the draft. We have potentially 2 more games to go in this best of 7. So Tunisia now on the board. Well, not on the board, but on the board. This special hero just snipes myth units. You can't go centaur. The centaur move faster than the hero though. So just run away from it with the centaur. So you can go centaur versus it. You just have to respect it. And the problem is you can't respect it if you've got Hippias, because the Hippias are going to die to the spearmen. But if you've got hoplites, now you can respect it because the hoplites can sit there and fight versus the spearmen. If that makes any sense. There's a lot of viewers right now. Are they? Are we popping off? Let's go. 250. That's awesome. Let's go, YouTube. I want to see for the Athens, I want to see 500 plus on YouTube. That's what I want to see. That would be like, that would make me feel amazing about the whole thing. I literally flipped this though. I literally clicked the flipperoonie to fix it. Just leave me alone. I'm trying here, guys. I'm trying. I was busy looking at other stuff. Matador and Tunison are not switched. They're literally in the right place, hells. Come on. What were they picking? I needed to see. The boy with no friends at 15. Boy became the center of a lot. No. We're just here hanging out. That's all that's going on. What's the god pickup? Amaterasu versus Ra. Ooh, spice. Spicy McSpice spice. Let me come down to the bottom. Add Amaterasu. Hey, what was the map? Did they tell me? Step. The map is Step. Step on into this map, guys. That was terrible. I'm sorry. I am sorry, but that's how it works. Okay, so Ra and Step. I'll also say to everyone else who's just kind of come in right now, we do have the Gamathlon handbook out. Qualifier dates are set in stone. The playoff qualifiers, whatever you want to call them, those dates are set in stone. And I'm currently asking for feedback on the format. So if you guys want to head over and you have an opinion on what maps you want to see, anything on the God drafts, you can drop that into the feedback right now on my Discord channel. I'm going to be dropping some promo around later this week on handbook being out, qualifier dates being locked in, and all that other good stuff. But yeah. So that's all on my Discord. So if you want to check that out, you can. In before Ra wins and people say it has to be nerfed. Yeah, I like Amaterasu in this matchup a lot. I find this matchup playable for Ra, but difficult. I would rather play it as Amaterasu. It's close. It's close though. It's a nice matchup. So after this game we have an absolute blockbuster game as well. We've got Kvoth versus Mosca next, which is absolutely wild. These please dress up as a Greek god during the event, Boit. That's actually hilarious. Maybe we should do that. Do I play any other games, Boit? I play basketball. Does that count? All right, let's get into step. Off we go. Alrighty, into the next game. We've got Tunison in the left-hand corner, playing as Ra with a Ra portrait that I don't think I've seen yet. That one is sort of terrifying. It looks really similar to the Amaterasu portrait as well. Nonetheless, his opponent is Matador, and it will be some Amaterasu shenanigans. Did I watch the Spurs take the dub earlier? I couldn't be happier that the Spurs won. I'm not a Spurs fan, but I am not an OKC fan. So I could not be happier that they won. I'm sorry, OKC fans. I love you guys, but I don't love you guys at the moment. Alrighty, let's take a little look see at the relics. Onto the bottom side, we got the I can't say this either. No. Coatl. Coatl. I don't know. Bonus damage against myth units for myth units. And we've got the arrows of the alpha. Looking good. To the top side, we have the Trojan Gate hinge. Hit points plus 40%. And finally, at the top of the map, we have the Sharon's Obel. Yeah, I just don't know what the XI sound is. Is that G? I know that it's like a is it G like GI or JI or whatever? Maybe it is. Anyways, we'll see how this game's going to go. Tunisia is dropping a second monument here. I wonder if he's thinking to go for Bast or something. He looked like he was building a temple for a second there. He must have deleted it. Going into the monument. And we'll see what he's going to go for. Minakata Tommy or Matador for the time being. Shu Coatl. Shu. Apparently. Apparently this sound here, this collection of characters is Shu. Shia Coatl. All right. I don't believe Twitch chat at all. I give up. But YouTube chat also says Shiu. Shiu or Shia Coatl. Shia Coatl. All right, we're getting there. Thank you for the pronunciation lessons and in the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. You guys are the greatest. I will study at some point, I promise. Anyways, a very late advance here from Tunison, though. It looks like he's planning. Wait, what is going on here? What did he do? I don't understand. Excuse me. I don't understand this build order from Tunison. Literally in the slightest. I don't get it. Can someone explain it to me, please? Like you? I say it like you. Okay. Shiu Coatl. Okay. Shiu Coatl. But I'm now more concerned about this build order that Tunison's done. I don't understand. Please, someone explain it. He went early lumber camp, delayed pickaxe, 2 monument, late advance. just for reference, I could get this advance time with 3 monuments out and have the houses out and have my base nice and safe and all that other good stuff. Anyways, we will be seeing Bast. Bast sounds good. I love a good Bast game. I love a good Bast game as much as the next person. So we'll see how it's all going to go as now the Cryo Sphinx will be coming in. Eric's telling me to calm. I'm always calm. I'm the calmest out there. The only time I'm not calm is when I'm not calm. Anyways, we've got Cryo Sphinx coming in. The important thing with going Bast is to ensure that you have yourself access to not just Cryo Sphinx, but also Haruko Sphinx before you leave your base. Otherwise, your Sphinx get caught out and they die. So if you're going to go for multiple and you want to keep them alive for an eclipse and you want to make use of them as a raider or as a raider mostly, you have to make sure you get that Haruko Sphinx in. And Tunison will be getting himself the Haruko Sphinx in. So he ends up getting everything through. I wouldn't be surprised if he just takes the villagers off of wood now, but maybe he'll leave them on there for the time being as this priest gets caught out. And after all is said and done, I still wouldn't say the build order makes sense, but Tunison does get some very, very quick Haruko Sphinx out on the map. So he's going to be able to use those. He's going to be able to scare off the Naginata Riders, but there is also a Onnomusha out as well that Tunison's going to have to contend with. The other good thing for playing as Ra is you can drop a... How would you not? I don't think Tunison's played Ra very often. You want to try and put all... Sorry. You want to try and put all of your granary into the range of your monument. As a third monument could be coming up. So you should put it... I think it's going to hit this one. It does, but then that one's not getting hit. So anyways, doesn't really matter. Not the biggest of deals. More Sphinx are going to come out. So that's good here. So 3 monuments, Spearman, Sphinx, defending the Naginata Raiders, and also being a nice answer for potential 1 Udor and things like that. As Matador circling around the right side, we do have the Onnomusha over here to send the kitty cats away. And Tunison will say, all right, no worries, I'm out of here. As the Locust or the Sobek is going to be coming through. An armory coming up. A market coming up for Tunison as well. Another Onnomusha coming through, as Tunison's got to be very careful. I don't know exactly why he's out here. Generally speaking, the aim of this 3 monument play is to build a death ball. You build your death ball, you use Eclipse, and you live the dream. Over here, a Samurai does get spotted. That's going to be a nice little trade here for Tunison, but Matador, he'll be able to retreat back and keep everyone in one piece. As the Sphinx come forward, you got to be careful as those on the bushes smack hard. Nope, they don't smack hard. In fact, they tried to smack hard and they did not smack at all. Naginata Riders trying to get it onto this position yet again. The villagers on those berries looking juicy, but also the villagers on this position also looking juicy as the Naginata Riders spot the priest yet again. And that's another dead priest. As the spearmen come through. Not able to pick off a Naginata Rider. He gets out of there. Great control from Matador for the time being. The Sphinx are going to attempt to stop these units from getting out. It's another one of those like, can I catch you out here? And he does manage to do so with the Sphinx. That's 1 down. And also the Kitsune down as well. And another Naginata Rider snared. So a little bit of good damage, but not able to pick it off in the end. And the rest of those units will pull back home as the game continues along. And so far, I would say... Where's the Bushido situation? The Bushido here has been ticking away, but not very quickly. The Sphinx have been doing a good job. Lots and lots of favor in the bag. I think honestly, I would like to see what happens here just for my own personal edification, but it looks like Tunison wants to go to the Heroic Age. He's got that Sobek pre-queued. He's got some upgrades actually coming through now with the Haruko Sphinx. I want to see him stay in the Classical Age, pump units, and wait for his opportunity to drop Eclipse with the Haruko Sphinx mass and murder this Japanese army. So Naginata Riders pulling back over onto this side. The Sphinx looking to pop over here and catch out the Naginatas yet again, but not going to happen. We do have the Corrupted Soul technology on the way as well for
N-Wedge.
for Matador. It's going to make his one Udor a little bit stronger. It's going to be a very difficult fight for both players to manage. Onimusha need to get onto the Sphinx. Axeman need to get onto the Onimusha or the Samurai. The Sphinx need to potentially take out the Infernal One Udor. Villagers now moving forward into the middle of the map. As the tier 2 Bushido will come in. Those Samurai are working very hard sitting here idle. 1 XP a second for each of them. And there's 9 plus 3. So 12 XP a second here. Might not seem like a lot, but it is. Now the army of Matador sees its opportunity to potentially get some damage done. And the jockeying here, you have to click Eclipse if you're going to take this fight. You absolutely have to. There goes the Eclipse. The Onimusha, where are they? I'm not sure. We do have one Naginata Rider taking a little bit of that heat off there as the Sphinx trying to come around onto the top side. The army for Matador with those one Udor looks like it's going to be too much. And Tunison taps out and the game is done. Well, we saw it. Don't try this against a top player like Matador. He has got one Udor, and they are going to be enough. He probably should have gone to the heroic age. And that there is the victory for our main man, Matador. He wins in 6. He wins in 6 games here, and a well-played series from both, but Matador a little bit too strong on this day. I do think that this Sphinx idea could have worked, but he should have been looking for an Eclipse onto villagers, potentially, rather than onto this army, as your actual army can't really take this fight. Potentially could have stayed Sphinx and gone deflecting Naginata Riders and then gone heroic age, but nonetheless, a well-played series from Matador, and we will be moving into the Kvoth Mosca series next. But first, it's giveaway time. All right, I'm going to set that up. Don't you guys go nowhere. I should probably hit this button as well, hey? All right. So I will suggest to both Kvoth and Mosca to please have your draft drafted while we do this shenanigans here. Are they already drafted? Have they drafted? Looks like they have. Fantastic. I'm going to set that up, and then you guys can watch the draft while I do the giveaways. All right. I think it's Kvoth first, Mosca second. I don't know. Always flip it. And off we go to the draft. Kvoth's photo, lol. Which player is which? Okay, Kvoth is on the left. It is time to do giveaway number 1. We are going to be giving away a signed Prostagma t-shirt. That is what we are giving away. So what we're going to do is everyone is going to be entering in. I am going to go ahead and complete that. And we are going to do add giveaway, custom. This is going to be for signed Prostagma t-shirt from Soup, not Husk Soup, but the real Soup. So you guys have got it must be a follow to win for sure. You guys have got 60 seconds to enter. And off you go. You need to, if you win, you need to send me a PM on Discord so I don't miss out. Oh, so I know where you are. So if you do win, make sure you send me a DM on Discord. Like, or post in the crowdfunder that this I won and put a screenshot of your name or whatever. We need to make sure that it's legit. A t-shirt signed. This one is from Soup. S-O-U-P. The correct spelling, not super. But Soup. If you do win, you send me your details and we will send it off through the mail to your place of residence. Wherever you like me to send it, I will send it there. It will have a signature of myself. It will have a signature from Moose. It'll have signatures from the other 8 qualified players and potentially other AOM personalities / people as well. This is all on Twitch, by the way. If you're on YouTube and you're missing out, yeah. Wait, did I have this feeling that I put it as 60 I have this feeling that I put it as 60 minutes and not 60 seconds. So I did. So we're going to close the entries now and we are going to pick a winner. Zoom has 999. Wonderbrawn, thank you for the rating party, my guy. I appreciate you. Zoom has 999. Where are you, my friend? We're doing a giveaway right now. The best possible raid you could have ever done, Wonderbrawn. We're doing a giveaway. Zoom has his one. I see you there. I'm going to send you a message if I can. Can I? How do I send you a message? I can't do it here. I don't know how. Can you please, Zoom has, in the crowdfunder, in the Discord, the crowdfunding Discord channel. I don't see you here with your name. I don't know what your Discord name is, but please write there that it is you and some sort of screenshot showing that it's you. I need to see that it's you as the Discord. I don't want to screw it up and give it away to someone that's not there. All right. Next raffle. We're doing another raffle right away. This one now is going to be for a Prostagma hoodie. It's one up. This is the more exciting one, to be completely honest. The t-shirts, they're a dime a dozen, but the hoodies, they're very, very rare. Actually, I don't even know. Anyways, a Prostagma hoodie. All right, this time we're going to do the timer at 1 hoodie. All right, same deal. Here you go. Get in. Bam. Oop, I got a, how do I, what do you mean? Complete. Fantastic. Hoodie. Go. Go, go, go. YouTube people cannot participate in this specific giveaway. No. So if you are on YouTube, open up Twitch, follow my Twitch channel, for the next 5 minutes or whatever it is, so you two can have a chance. But there's one more giveaway. You better be quick about it. You better be quick. I think I need to turn this off as well. Where is... Hang on. Do I have... I don't know how to do that. You can no longer enter the raffle. All right. Bum, ba, 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 bum. We pick a winner right now as we go in, and the winner is Skelly Boy O. Skelly Boy O. Where you at, my friend? Discord. You got to go to Discord. You got to go and put your name in there. Show that it's you and all the other good stuff there. If you don't do it, we're going to do a different giveaway on a different day. We're going to give it away, I promise. Oh, he's literally a VIP. That's hilarious. I knew that. Hello, Skelly Boy. Congratulations. And we have one more. All right, one more to do for one more hoodie. One more hoodie to get started. Let's go right now. I should say, you have to be a follower in order to enter this raffle. If you're not a follower and you go ahead and exclam raffle, you won't get a ticket. So make sure you follow. I should be seeing followers coming through here. Yeah, that's right. Everybody, yeah, that's good. That's much better. Yes, the followers increase. Yes. I only need another 450 to get to 20K. That'd be sick. That'd be sick. These t-shirts and hoodies can literally go anywhere in the world. Yeah, just post in the crowdfunding Discord, Skelly Boy, or send me a DM, but either way. A hoodie raffle is going on for the viewers. Exclam raffle. You can no longer enter. All right. Let's, wait, where'd I go? Oh, pick a winner. The winner is Metrix269. Congratulations, Metrix269. Metrix269. Well done, my friend. You have well and truly won the raffle. I'm very, very proud of you. But make sure that you put a message in my Discord so that I know who you are, so that after the crowdfunding is done, I send you a PM asking for your details to make sure that you do indeed receive said hoodie in the mail after the events. Thank you, guys. Thanks for the primes and all the subscriptions and all the extra stuff. We're going to be moving on now for Kvoth versus Mosca for the SSS Week 3. Also, for those of you who don't know, Wonderbrawn is an amazing, I think he's Russian Twitch streamer. He does a whole bunch of other stuff, but he does follow and cover the Age Mythology stuff as well. So if you guys want to check him out, make sure you do. He's given us a raid, so I say big thank you for that shenanigans there. Alrighty. So it looks like our first... What's the first? What is the first god for Mosca? Question mark. I can't see it. I don't know what it is. Okuchichibu, I play Hades. Wonderful. All right. A set versus Hades on Okuchichibu. All right, we don't have a giveaway anymore. I got to get rid of that. Giveaway is done. I could have held off on the giveaway. That would have been smart. Held one for the end of this series. What a stupid move. Anyways. Is it just me, or is Mosca's arms incredibly large? How many fingers does Mosca have? 1, 2, 3. This is 100% AI. He's got 4 fingers. I can't even see a thumb. There's no thumb and 4 fingers. I think that's normal, but still. Did I not say Kvoth? I literally said Kvoth. I didn't say Mosca. Come on, guys. Let's pretend like it's not midnight for me. The missing finger is my. All right. I'll allow it. I said Mosca. No, I didn't. No, you guys are just gaslighting me. I don't believe you. Roll the tape back. His arm is swole from all the abuse. All right, this is going to be a really, really, really high level, a high level best of 7 here. This is 2 of the best. We just saw 2 of the best already, but this 2 is going to be 2 of the best. All right. All right, hold on, guys. I'm trying to sort out my life. We are about to get going with game number 1 here, as Mosca and Kvoth were enjoying the raffle a little bit too much. So we're going to be off to the races right now. I am feeling better. Yeah. I had some Panadol, so it made me feel a bit better. So we got Set versus Hades on Okuchichibu. It's not an easy matchup for Hades, I would say. I don't think this is one of the, like, if I was playing this from the shoes of Mosca, I wouldn't be thinking, oh, my opponent's playing Set, let me use Hades. I'd be thinking, okay, what's a god that gives me the best chance to win, but isn't a power pick for somewhere else? I don't know if Hades is that pick. Like, if you take a look at the map pool, he's got Mirage for Hades. He's got Marsh for Hades. He's got Giza for Hades. He's got Cloud Forest for Hades. There's some good Hades maps. But in his actual map pool, he doesn't really have a nice counter set outside of Gaia. So I guess we'll see how it's going to go. I mean, he does have Isis. Isis will be fine to pick into set for if you feel comfortable where that's concerned, but that can go downhill as well. Alrighty. I think all of the I think I think all of the winners have sent me a PM. If for whatever reason one of the winners has not sent me a PM just yet, and someone else is trying to fleece a prize, being really, really sneaky about it, thinking they are, please, to the 3 people who have won, can you just leave, and you're still here, leave a message in the Twitch chat that you have sent me a DM. If you haven't sent me a DM just yet, then I will know. Aha. Zoomies has sent one. I know that there's 2 other people. They might not be still listening. I don't know. It's fine. But if you have, then I thought I was being smart there, but maybe not quite smart enough. Metrics has sent a DM. Skelly boy. Aha! Good. All right, fantastic. Confirmed. I'm not getting scammed this time. I brained you scammers out there. I have been scammed once before from a giveaway. Very rookie move, not gonna lie. I didn't want to share that, but I have been a rookie before. All right, we're gonna jump into game number 1 on the map. Oh, good Chichibu, everyone's favorite Chichibu. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It's another day. Well, it's not. It's actually the same day, but another day, another you, another me. And today I present to you a new slate, a new chance for possibilities, a new matchup that we are yet to see in the Sat Fat Set Shenanigans Bonanza. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Hades. One of, if not the best Hades players out there, but one of the best Hades players out there for sure, it's Mosca. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Set. Gonna try and rewrite history, change the future, show everyone that Set is a god to be feared. This, ladies and gentlemen, from the Keen clan. Abuser numero uno. None can abuse harder than this man. It is Kvoth. Yeah, I'm just kidding. There are some other very, very good abusers out there. You guys might ask, Boit, we see this all the time. I'm a new player. I've just come into the Age Mythology community. I hear this term all the time, abuse. What does abuse mean? Well, literally, what abuse means is Age Mythology's word for the meta. Literally, it's just best tactics available for the situation. Literally, that's what it means. And as soon as you understand that, you realize, okay, happy days. That's it. So yeah, basically what I said, Kvoth is one of the best meta players in this game. In other words. So let's check out some relics. We got ourselves the Dwarven Horseshoes in the middle of the map there. Movement speed plus 5%. Up onto this side, we do have the... Can we just please with these relics? Are you kidding me? Okay, let me try it. First try. Here we go. Coco's cattle. God damn it. Extra 2.5 movement speed for your units there. Over onto this side, we have the Ship of Fingernails. Food trickle rate plus 0.5. And a little bit of ball killing in the main base. And there's one other relic on the top side, Demeter's Throne. The Zoomies relic is much easier, but I'm going to keep trying to say it for the meme until I get it. First try. I'm going to keep going. Alrighty, so we'll see how things are going to go here for Mosca as the Hades on Okuchichibu. He does not get the map spawn that he wants. He doesn't. And the question, however, is does Kvoth realize that the map spawn is the exact map spawn that he wants. I don't know. Now, you guys might ask, why is this a good map spawn for Set? Why is this a good map spawn for Kvoth? The reason is all the gold mines are forward. So no matter what you do here as Set, you want to go into some sort of timing attack, whether it's going to be a 2 talent center heroic age push, or a fast mythic push, or some sort of 1 talent center classical fight, locking down the map and preventing the Hades player from escaping their base type deal. There's a lot of different options for the Set. The Hades, on the other hand, has to be thinking, okay, maybe I have to play one step ahead of that sort of timing attack and go for my own 1 talent center type idea to do things here. But Mosca's just going for a 2nd talent center. And the Baboon of Set will scout this. Though, I mean, he doesn't even need to scout it. He sees it. He'll pull back. And the question here is going to be, does Kvoth feel comfortable? He's going barracks. He's going for 3 barracks. Does Kvoth feel comfortable playing full barracks units and trying to just lock Mosca off the map? Now, Mosca here, you can grab this town center, you can put sentinels, you can get watchtowers, you can go heroic age, you can drop curse, and he can make a classical fight feel a little bit weak if he plays it really, really well. But is that what he's going to do? Or is this just a handful of units to apply pressure, force a little bit of a reaction out? We also see an armory coming down from Kvoth as well. We'll have to wait and see. All the spearmen starting to come through. We are seeing over onto this side, Priest attempting to get some Sero in as the Achilles comes through and says, hello there. I would like to swing my mighty sword. And the Priest will pull away. That's the spearman coming through. Does manage to keep the Priest in one piece there. Lots of good shanks, pokes onto that Achilles. And he'll pull back to his main base, as I got to be imagining the game plan here from Mosca is to get to the heroic age. One thing I would have loved to see from Mosca here is to walk forward and wall this and wall this. But he's not going for that, and now it might be a little too late to try and make that sort of thing happen, especially with the clairvoyance technology coming in. The Minotaur is in, and that's going to be a big headbutt. Kvoth runs his units straight into their, well, not into their death, but taking a lot of damage. He doesn't turn around either. He's just like, I see you, Minotaur. I don't care. Let me attack. Plague of Serpents gets dropped down here as Kvoth says, I can get some real damage done. Picks off one villager, trying to keep everyone alive, running around to cause as much idle time as possible is a really smart move. Up onto the top side, looking to pick some villagers off into the main base there as the Sentinels does get dropped. We've got a Nubites up onto the top, hitting the gold mine there as well, as that villager does manage to get into the tower, and Kvoth is all over Mosca at the moment. Not taking it slow in the slightest, but well, Kvoth runs straight through the main base. He's going to be dropping a... No?
Gary.
How does he not drop a spearman there? I think the Anubites are taking all the damage. Gets a little bit of damage done. The Serpents will get taken out. I'd have to say that feels like a win for Kvoth. He gets Sentinels out in the main base. That's got to feel like a win. The advance still looking like it's going to be coming through for Mosca soon here, as an armory is going to be coming up. And following all of this now, Kvoth's going to be dropping his vision just to see what's happening. Armory gets spotted. The obelisks need to be spread out immediately for Kvoth. Kvoth sees somewhat of an opportunity to charge in here and deny the armory. That could be nice. Is he going to be fast enough? I don't think he is. Comes in. Priest can take out the Minotaur. Maybe picking off a villager here is going to be nice. Minotaur will go down. Achilles pulling back. Anubites going after these villagers here. Not able to pick them off. Up to the top. The villagers bailing. And we will see not only Aphrodite, but also watchtowers now coming through. As Mosca knows he just has to play defense and he's going to be okay here. Going pure spearman into a potential Hypaspist army and also the curse. This is scary for Kvoth. He's going to pick off the granary. He should look to retreat out this way or around this way potentially. Breaking the wall down would be fine. He could sit back here and heal up all of his units. That's what he's going to do with a couple of low HP units and that priest there. Charging in onto this position to try and pick off villagers under the gold mine with all those towers and sentinels is a suicide mission. Just for reference, look at these guys. He hasn't really done a huge amount of damage, but 715 damage for all of those buildings in the main base. But still not getting up all the obelisks just yet. A bit of a surprise from Kvoth, but he manages to pick off the Achilles there as the Dwarven Horseshoes will lay ready for the taking. It's a good relic for both players. Definitely want to keep it away from the set if you can, as Kvoth is going to sneak down to the bottom. He does see the wall, so kill off the wall, escape, be safe. Nephthys is now coming through, but if Mosca recognizes this and he sees the units all out of position to some degree here, he can move up to here, drop a fortress, and he should be in a good spot. But he's not going for it. He doesn't have the resources just yet. Hypaspist coming through, Nemean Lion coming in, Obelisk gets dropped down. The vision gets dropped, just wants to see everything he possibly can as the units will get out of here. But Hypaspist are going to be out in droves, and I think Kvoth needs to go into Chariot Archers here. I don't think you can go Axemen. He could go into Scorpion Men as an idea, as a monument to the priest are going to come through. I like that idea a lot, actually. Chariot Archer, Scorpion Men, and a very large amount of damage. One thing here that a lot of players don't fully grasp about what favor actually is for specific civilizations like Egyptian. Favor for Egyptian is similar to just increasing your economy. It's like getting an extra technology in, or it's like kind of getting an extra talent center in. You spend some resources, it starts generating for you, and then you're good. Similar thing for the Atlanteans as well, where you can go into oracles and it costs you resources, right? But it's going to boost up your economy because it gives you extra favor. Favor is a resource. And I want to see Kvoth utilizing this favor in the way of either more Nubites or Scorpion Men. Now, we have got villagers making their way over here. Unfortunately, for Kvoth, he just simply doesn't have the vision to know exactly where he needs to be. As he's going to charge forward. Myth unit in. Priest coming through. The stun comes in. Curse gets dropped. I don't think this fight is winnable here for Mosca at the moment, as Mosca is going to be pulling back. The priest going after the Nemean Lion there nicely. Heavy Spearman is in. There's not really a unit the Spearmen are good against, but they are technically somewhat generalists, so they can deal with Toxotes, for example, there as well. As now the Chariot Archers are starting to come through. Villagers up to the top gold mine for the time being. There's still about 1,000 gold remaining in the main base here for Mosca, so he's got a lot of time as the Scorpion Man there does end up going down. He's grabbing funeral rites here. I don't mind the funeral rites, but he should have grabbed that before Curse came in. There goes the ancestors on the back, as the Nemean Lion will end up going down. Restoration will come through as a bit of an answer here for those minions, and the units for Kvoth not looking too crash hot here, as at the very least the minions will chase down the Toxotes and get a little bit of damage done there. But Kvoth now has not really managed to make this timing work, so to speak. He hasn't really kept Mosca off of the gold. There's a market coming down in the backside. There's going to be more units coming through. Mosca is defending here as the vision will come in. He'll see the villagers over here. They're going to move away. It's the Spearmen hopping around. And a little bit of a calm here. As the real question, now that Restoration is down, Curse is down, the real question is, can Kvoth build, say, 3 Scorpion Men here and prevent Mosca from getting up a fortress? Once the fortress is up, I don't like Kvoth's odds of converting this aggressive strategy. I don't like Kvoth's odds at all. But if you can get in and get some damage done, then all of a sudden the game's going to be able to continue and be in a good spot. Walls coming over onto the left side. I like that play from Mosca a lot. More obelisks coming down from Kvoth. It's a big spend to get these obelisks, and you'll see the units in here. He's now going to say, all right, let's go for the attack. He's got one Scorpion Man total here to help himself out, as the Chariot Archers need to stay out of range. Scorpion Men coming around to maybe try and take out the villagers. I think he should be trying to kill off the Peltast if he can. And he is coming around onto that backside. Hits the Peltast for a huge amount of splash damage there. Another Scorpion Man going to be coming in onto the front. Is there enough stuff? The Ajax is on top of that Scorpion Man, getting some huge damage here as he does come around onto that back line yet again to get some more damage done. The Peltast, however, are taking out the Chariot Archers, and there's just not enough stuff here. More Scorpion Men are coming in, but it looks like it's too little, too late for Kvoth. And he'll pull back, and I think Mosca is not only in a good spot, but in a commanding spot now as well, as all Kvoth can do is attempt to push one more time. The only thing here that Mosca really needs to sort out is an answer to all the myth units. I think he's going to be able to do that fairly simply. Yeah, you need something like 3 Scorpion Man specials to actually kill off a Peltast. Does 12 divine plus 27 over 6 seconds. So you're looking at 30-something-ish, actually, yeah, 30-something-ish divine, which isn't quite enough to kill off a medium Peltast. So if he had 3 there and he got them all onto the Peltast and he kept his Chariot Archers alive, in other words, if Kvoth microed that a bit better and he waited for the Scorpion Man, I think he actually would have won that fight. So we'll see if he can manage to make a dent here. But all the heroes are out now, and I'm not sure I like this here. Well, I'm not sure that Kvoth is liking it either, to be fair, but he's going to try to break through this. The priest to take out that Minotaur over there as the Scorpion Man will come through. Big damage onto that front line of hoplites there, but now the special is down for a little bit as the Chariot Archers going after the Achilles there. Backline, good control from Mosca, keeping everyone nice and safe as the Chariot Archers slowly but surely going to be able to take out the Achilles here as more Scorpion Men coming back in. Do they have that special? It's about to come back up as the Scorpion Man charges in onto that backside. Look for some sort of damage. Doesn't get the special off fast enough there. And Mosca's army looks to be more than enough here. And I don't know what else Kvoth can do as he has to tap out. The 2 TC defense from Mosca, too strong. And Kvoth loses with set. Still not able to get that set on the board. I'm not going to lie, I didn't particularly like the 1 town center angle here from Kvoth. I think if he wanted to go 1 town center, a fast heroic would have been really, really nice. A fast heroic with a couple of Anubites potentially, if you really want to go into them, but a fast heroic into the Migdol stronghold, into those Chariot Archers early, with Siege Tower, with Scorpion Man, with Priest would have felt really good, but especially considering the map layout and all that other good stuff. But he went for the Spearman. He got some good value, and I think maybe if he'd waited just a little bit longer to actually have that favor spent, you can see here, Kvoth had 70 favor. He spent it on two Scorpion Mens, and then he went for the fight. I think if he'd spent it all before he went for the fight, things would have looked a little different for that big fight. Because if you take a look at the military difference, you can see it was actually quite close. Right? In fact, it was an advantageous fight for Mosca in terms of military value. So if he just waited a little bit longer for those Scorpion Men to come out, I think he would have actually won that fight. But he clicked the button a little bit too quickly, and Mosca races off to a 1-0 lead. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what Kvoth is going to use into Mosca's Alrighty. Off to the next game. Mosca says, I am set with a frowny face, and Kvoth is picking Kronos. Now, Mosca has won this matchup before in the past. I've seen Mosca win this matchup. I'm going to have a very, very short break here, guys. I need to go to the toilet. I'm going to just put 4 minutes here as a rough guesstimate as to when these guys are going to start. But the Hades won that one, and it's going to be a Kronos versus Set on key. I'm surprised Kronos was left that late for Kvoth. Very surprising, but nonetheless, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. And these guys are off to the races, I think. Yes, they are. Sorry about that, guys. What are you guys talking about in Twitch chat there? Scorpion Men are raiders and also crowd control because you deal divine damage on multiple units. Yeah, they're good. I definitely think the Scorpion Men is good. I don't think that Kvoth used them correctly in that game, which is like, if you watch a game and a unit doesn't look like it got its value, you've got to ask two questions. One, what does the unit actually do? And two, what did the player do with the unit? In that specific situation, you go, okay, the unit does a pretty decent amount of divine damage. It's not small. It's 12 plus 20 something, so it's like 30 something divine damage, which is half of an archer, right? And then you go, hang on, if a unit is doing half of an archer worth of divine damage on a special and the archers didn't die, what does that mean? Well, it means you didn't have enough of them. So if you charge in with 3, all of a sudden all of the backline would die in one special. But one Scorpion Man, well, that's not going to do it, is it? If they were Raiju do less divine damage with their special than the Scorpion Men does. Did you know that? I don't know if you did. god, I went out of sync again. What the hell? All right, let's go in onto the map key. Hopefully I can get in there by the time this finishes. Off we go. Alrighty, off to the races we go into game number 2. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Set, it is Mosca. And in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Kronos, it is Kvoth. And Kvoth places his mana, which means no Kronos Rush. Now, of course, Set has this really, really cool ability called Vision, and if you're really well... If you like understand Set on a very, very high, at a very high level, you'll understand you don't need Vision later for Kronos. You can sort of feel out what Kronos is doing by looking at how many units they've got and all that other good stuff. So what you can do versus Kronos, however, is you can say, well, if they're going for the Kronos Rush, I need to be able to react with a fast advance of my own. So we vision at about 1 minute and 30 seconds into their base to decide how we're going to approach the map or the matchup. Now, in this case, Kvoth's already got his mana, so you could have visioned even earlier. Kvoth's actually going to be going for an early temple into early relics here, it looks like, with two gold villages on, or 2 villages on gold. So a very, very different approach. And Mosca here is, unfortunately for Mosca, not playing this opening correctly. He hasn't gone pickaxe, he hasn't gone monument, and, well, Kvoth is going to get everything that he wants. Temple coming down, there's going to be an oracle hero getting converted, and the relics in the middle. How do I click on this? Up, 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 up. Now I can. Thundercloud, thank you, Kvoth, he heard me. Thundercloud Shawl coming through. That's always nice. There's also over on this side, there is the Fur of Boit. Onto this bottom side as well, there is the Tail Feathers of Heaven for some bonus damage versus infantry. And there is the Eye of Horus for some extra population there. One thing you can do here as the Kronos is when the temple is completed, you can time shift it in the middle, drop all the relics in, and then time shift it back home. Anyways. Houses coming up all around the place. Still no monument down from Mosca. Still no pickaxe down from Mosca. Still no vision down from Mosca. It's not the end of the world here, but he does find himself in a slightly worse place than he otherwise would have been. Why is Kvoth not going for the Kronos Rush? Well, he's going for the relics. So let me let you in on a little secret. The Kronos mains that have actually practiced this matchup versus Set do not believe that a well-prepared Set will lose this matchup inside of the Kronos Rush. It's not their best bet. That's what they believe. That's what they believe. Now, you can believe me or not, but that's what I've been told. Now, whether or not Mosca is well prepared here to deal with a Kronos Rush, I don't know. But he's not facing a Kronos Rush, so it doesn't matter either way. As the villagers will come over and look to drop the town center immediately. As Mosca knows, well, his opponent is doing something a little bit funky. And also Theft of Fire will come through for Kvoth. He's making his manners. Time shifting. Recently, recently Kronos got a little boost to his shenanigans, and he can actually Time shift 2 manas at once. If he wants to go for a fast second town center, it's actually quite good. But this town center for Mosca is quite nice. He's got back green pheasant. He's also got obviously the free hunt there. I really want to see some monuments coming down from Mosca. Waiting this long to drop a monument to the villagers, that hurts. This is not ideal for him in the slightest. Of course, he can't afford it just yet, but you could take villagers off of wood, put them over onto the chickens. He only has to get to 50 wood to get his watchtowers up as well. So he can do that if he so chooses. As the oracles are pumping out, and Kvoth in this situation is deciding, I'm gonna go for 6 oracles instead. And I think, and I could be wrong, but I think Kvoth is gonna be going for a Promethean all in here, which I think is very, very scary for Set to deal with. Very, very scary, especially a 2 TC sort of set with the gold mines forward like this. Very, very scary to deal with. This is something that Super's been doing a little bit as a bit of an offbeat strategy, but offbeat or not, if it's good, it's good. And we'll see if that's actually the case, or if Kvoth is going to try and go heroic age for Satyr, or go heroic age for what are they called? Behemoth. His watchtowers does come through. And I'm confused. I'm confused at what Kvoth's doing here, to be honest. Like, he hasn't built a single Promethean. I don't see an armory place. He's not building any units. He's just looking for incredible... He gets a villager pick, though. That's insane. The amount of value he gets out of, like, 1 hero Murmillo is ridiculous. That just should not happen. Murmillo tries to take out the Avenger, but in trying to do so, Mosca snipes that one, and his Avenger will go back up to... Not his Avenger. He's a Nubite. He's a Nubite. He's a Nubite. He will go back up to full HP. And, well, Mosca's looking like he's in a pretty good spot here. Military barracks getting slapped up. 3 military barracks. Is there an armory anywhere? There is an armory coming down over onto this bottom side. So, Kvoth is planning for some sort of a heroic age all in here. Now, the job here for Mosca is to read this and look at how many units he's made. It's very, very, very obvious what Kvoth is doing. Actually, it's not obvious what Kvoth is doing, but it's very obvious what Kvoth is doing if you think Kvoth is wanting to be active with his units. So what Kvoth could have done here, and he would have been able to catch Mosca out in a big way, is... Instead of going heroic age here, he could have massed up a death ball, specifically a death ball inside of the temple. He doesn't really have the ability to do so, but he could have massed up a death ball somewhere, hidden it, and then looked to charge forward and cause a lot of problems for Mosca. But he's getting scattered by the Anubite. Everything's getting seen. We see some hero Murmillos coming through as well, as the Anubite's just searching for anything that it can potentially take out. Now, a couple of smacks onto the Anubite as that one's going to be diving away. And the Pharaoh for Mosca will charge forward and start getting some empowerment going. So Satyr on the way, and we will see, or Satyr, Hyperion on the way, and we will see a correct response from Mosca to go to the heroic age himself. He's on the forward gold mine while this is all going on, leaving gold in his main base, trying to get as much as he possibly can. Does need to go into as many priests as he possibly can, but there isn't really a mad rush for it because Kvoth has gone for effectively a fast heroic here. Means he gets a lot of time. So Satyr Contarius makes sense because you build spearmen to deal with the Contarius, the Satyr deal with the spearmen, and the Contarius deal with the priests. That being said, Monument to the Priest on the front. I don't like that move from Mosca. It's so expensive. There was going to be something here. I would have preferred it to be delete the Monument to the Villagers and then put it on the front and then Monument to the Priest in the main base, but he doesn't do that. Kvoth moving over onto the right side. But I think he's getting the time here to get himself his Migdol in. The other thing here is you actually need 2 Migdols on this gold mine for Mosca here. So we'll see what he's going to do. Gets himself the Serpent Spear, and he's going to be dropping his Migdol Stronghold. And he's got some upgrades to grab as well inside of Nepti, Funeral Rites, and Spirit of Mart. Meanwhile, Kvoth is marching over here. Plague of Serpents gets dropped. The Migdol Stronghold 10 seconds away from completion, as that is a lot of Satyr. He sees the villagers. What is he going to go for? Ancestors gets dropped here as the Pharaoh gets called in to try and deal with this. That Migdol Stronghold is immediately going to be getting deconstructed as another Migdol coming up onto the back. Mosca does not need to be here just yet. He is going for the fight. He is trying to keep himself out here as the Pharaoh tries to get through over onto those Satyr. The villagers pulling back here as the Satyr looking for some sort of an angle to hit the village. He hits one amount of villagers, picks up a bunch of them. As now the Satyr going after the villagers on the Migdol Stronghold. The minions there will be able to take down all those Kontaris. One Satyr ends up falling. And Kvoth is out of steam here. Kvoth is out of steam. I thought he had something here, but he could not get the Satyr special that he wanted. He could turn around and pick off all those minions. As now the Kontarius come through, the Spearmen will come in to defend those, and the Priests can then turn around and start dealing with those Satyr immediately. Great control from Mosca. There's now the Spirit of the Mart. Nepti coming in. Crenellations as well. Like, you look at the score and you think that Kvoth is in a good spot here, but the truth of the matter is he is not in a good spot. He will be running out of steam in this game. He's up to 8 oracles. That's why his score is so strong. Chaos onto that back line there as the villagers will dive into the Migdol Stronghold. Priest will pull back. Does he have enough stuff here to deal with all of this or not? Is the question. One Satyr goes down. Units popping through the Migdol to get back out. Nepti now in. Mosca does have 3 priests in queue. Back onto the gold mine as the Satyr pull back. Kontarius will charge into the main base, trying to find something, but with Watchtowers and Kren up, it's a bit scary to charge through there. You take a lot of damage. Pharaoh's back out as well. We will have the Heroic Renewal. We'll have Heavy Cavalry coming through. And a whole bunch of Hero Kontarius getting converted for the non-existent Myth units at the moment, though. There is a Scorpion Man coming in, so preemptively, I guess. I feel like at this point, all Mosca needs to do is just get himself a whole butt ton of priests and sit back with extra Migdols coming down. He definitely needs another one because deconstruction is literally up now. As units charge forward, deconstruction will be dropped on this Migdol. I guarantee it. There it goes. As the army takes this fight, is there enough stuff here for our main man, Mosca, to hold on? It's looking like the answer is simply put no. As the units charge in here, Satyr getting targeted down nicely by the priest, but there's just not enough frontline remaining. There's another Satyr goes down, but all the priests are dead. And I think Mosca here, I think he's going to be losing this game. I thought he was in a good spot, but you make 1 or 2 mistakes. Mistakes were just drop 2 more Migdols down, and then this doesn't work anymore. He just kept on spamming out camels. Camels are not the unit you want here. More Migdols or towers or something, walls, etc. And he would have held on, but Kvoth manages to make it work. And set is a sad 0% win rate for week 3 of the Satfat Set Shenanigans tournament. It's a feels bad for Set, but It is what it is. Let's jump back over to the drafting menu and see what we will see in game number 3. Alrighty then. Instead of bribing Hagrid directly, Satfat decided to organize a set tournament. Funny. All right. Kronos gets the dub. I think that game there was 110% winnable for set. Moscow is in a good spot. Mirage is our next map. Always fun. And it's going to be a Zeus versus Loki. I'm surprised we're not seeing Kvoth going Noir after the success that Noir's had on this map, but all right. Little cheeky shenanigans here, and we do this and we do that. Those biceps. I don't believe those biceps are real. We'll have to confirm the biceps in Athens. Not only that, but he wears the freshest clothes, eats at the chillest restaurants, and hangs out with the hottest dudes. True. I'm going to quickly grab some more water because I am out. We'll be right back. Actually, no, I'm not. I have a little bit. I have enough. We'll take our break. Next set. Has that been photoshopped? I have no idea. But it's not the only spicy photo. It's not the only spicy photo. Oh dear. Kronos on the wrong side? What do you mean? No, it's not. AOM community ripped. Oh, Nanny, thanks for the rating party, man. Appreciate you. Alrighty. Into game number 3 we go. Kvoth and Mosca. Oh, I got out of sync again. Show the JI. Hold on. Oh, the actual card? I actually don't know where that is. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to find that too quickly. But we are going into Mirage. I'll see if I can find it, but let's go. I'm gonna find this card. I've got the card. I've got it here. We're gonna show it to you. We're gonna just do it. Come on, guys. Come on. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Very simple. There you go. That's what you're after. That's what you guys wanted to see. I know that's what you wanted to see. We have a age mythology game going on, but that is what you want to see. All right. I need to make this this look cool when it fades as well. Great success. We need a calendar then? Yeah, we definitely do. Mosca in the top playing as Loki, and Kvoth in the left playing as Zeus. This is somewhat of a run back from the Champions League Season 4. The Champions League Season 4. Whatchamabucket. Finals. Rappel versus the Mister. And Rappel actually managed to win this one with Loki. Now, I'm not going to say anything about that specific game, but I like Zeus's chances here. I think Zeus is really, really strong versus Loki on this map. And we'll see how it's going to go. Loki has had some boosts lately, specifically in the form of a now new shiny shoes for the Hersir for Loki. New shiny shoes for the Hersir for Loki. He moves at 5.5 speed now once you get Hall of Thanes and Eyes in the Forest. Zeus mostly picked on water. We saw Zeus versus Set before. We saw both. We've seen it all. So a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and all the other good stuff. We've got ourselves the head of Orpheus over here, building line of sight +8. Over on to this side, we have the Tower of Cestus with units +1x. We have John Arbiter in the chat. John Arbiter in the chat. What's going on, John? What's happening? What's happening, John? We got Tusk of the Iron Boar over here as well. We've also got ourselves the great Som Partly on this side. Sorry. My finger slipped. Okay, now we've got Forsetti coming in as well as Athena. Not really surprised to see either of those picks. Makes perfect sense. And walls coming up over onto this side for Mosca. Sorry, for Kvoth already to play defense against what Mosca can potentially do.
Skip.
So it's going to come through. And we'll see how things go here for Kvoth early game. Generally, you can put early pressure on with Zeus versus Norse. Not really. So generally, a lot of different civs are going to struggle versus the Jason Heracles opener, but Norse generally has the Hersir out, so and also has Healing Spring. So there's not really anything that you can do to effectively take out any of the Hersir, and you're just donating favor if you go for that early attack. So Kvoth is going to be looking for something else early game, I would say. A little bit slower, get himself his hoplites out, and all the other good stuff, and he should be fine. Oh, that's a little bit of a misplay from Kvoth there with the headbutt. Probably could have actually killed the Berserk. If he snares it, I think he can chase it down and take it out, but he just walks with a little bit of blood in his hair, in his hat. Anyone else explain to me why there's blood in the Berserks? Is this a pelt? It's like a helmet, right? This isn't... Like, I get why there's blood maybe on his backside, but on the actual pelt there, I don't get. Anyways, it's fine. It's just me. Up onto this side. Cow's getting stolen away. We have a Great Hall, a Longhouse, and Hall of Thanes on the way now for Moscow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a wolf pelt.
Tilbuin.
So, I mean, I guess the blood splatters onto it. I guess. I don't know. Anyways, we've got a great haul coming up for Mosca, and we do have a little bit of an attack over here as the hoplites do pop out. I think Kvoth did classic Kvothism there. I call this a Kvothism. He hides his units into the buildings and then waits for his opponent to attack him, pops them out, surprises them, and all the other good stuff. There's a house coming up for Kvoth over onto this side. Military Academy on the way. Boit seeing dead animal skin with blood on it. No, I'm pointing out that it was clean. You took a swing from an axe or a headbutt from a Minotaur, and then there's blood on it. That's what I'm pointing out. That's it. I'm just asking the question. I'm just a guy asking questions, all right? That's all I am. Don't blame me. We got some archery ranges coming down for Kvoth. One of the best things you can sort of do here as Zeus is take this really slowly, build up a really big army to get max value out of your first restoration.
It's
the Herser for Mosca coming back in. They're at 5.3 speed right now. They're about to move up to that 5.5 speed as well. There's a little bit of damage to come in, but not really any significant damage. As the hoplites will sneak out across the map. They have eyes on a certain someone's gold income here. I don't know if he's actually fully spotted that. He's looking up to the top potentially here to go around the back of the base, but he will be seeing villagers on this position. And look at the game sense from one Mosca, the Loki Bro Jones. Everyone's last name is Jones in my nicknaming scheme. As he pulls back beautifully. There goes the Bragi as well. And Kvoth's going to have to pull all the way back in here to deal with those Herser taking his cheeky little wall down. How did Mosca know? Well, take a look at what he sees over here with eyes in the forest. If he's on this, he sees all of this. Pops out over there, spots the hoplites. Of course, he has to be on top of the trees to actually have that knowledge, but nonetheless. Throw an axeman coming in. Hoplites are going to say, ooh, do I care about this? Answer is, I care about it a little bit. A little bit too much care for me to charge in and try and make that happen. But the Minotaur going to come through, and that does change things a little bit here. As Mosca, I mean, can the troll just turn and send the guys flying? He can. Throw an axeman, shoot, scoot. There goes a little bit of the boulder toss as all the units taking some damage, but the Minotaur will clean up the troll over there as the Herser have to pull back home as well. Minotaur sneaking up to the top position here. I think he wants to maybe get onto the villagers behind all of this as some battle boar and the thrown axeman looking to potentially get up a hill fort here to be as safe as he possibly can. Dionysus now queued up for Kvoth. And the Herser come over. I'll say, no worries. I'll drop the walls. And then I'll get myself the hill fort up. Over onto the bottom side. Dwarves sneaking over here to grab the cows and the gold mine. That might actually give Kvoth a little bit of knowledge here. And it does indeed. As he pokes over with his Pegasus and Mosca saying, look, I'm just going to run away here. Now, I'm going to throw it out there. Boit bingo. It's Boit bingo time. What is the cool way that Mosca can play around and make this position very, very safe, guys? What could have he done? What could he... There's a little bit of a hint. What? Yes, Zum has he could have put a transport ship down. And look at the
Hey,
speed.
point.
3.8. Not very speedy. Transport ship, 5.5 speed. Very speedy. Can get around the map.
Yow.
Feeling very, very funky fresh. Is the Minotaur gonna sneak in here and look to try and get some damage done? But the hill fort's up. And a Herso or something needs to go over and deal with that, as just idle time getting caused. But main base as well will be taking some pressure here as the hoplites pop out. The Herso will pull away and trying to ignore the Minotaur is dangerous. One battle ball going to come over here for some damage. As the Minotaur turns, we'll get a headbutt off, but the Herso are in, and no dwarves were harmed in the making of this video game. There might have been dwarves harmed in this video game. I don't know. Can't really say. Anyways, over onto this side.
Yo.
Mosca pulling back. And we will see the Aegis shield coming through for Kvoth.
Skipan.
Villagers up onto the top, going after the Rhinoceros. Is this villager getting smacked out? Is it going to die? Ah, he loses a villager. Sad day to be a Mosca fan. That Rhino gets a lot of value for itself, considering it was a free unit that Kvoth was employing in his army, apparently. Over onto this side now. Kvoth getting himself his fortress up. Hopping over to grab the gold mine. And he is very, very safe. But this game... Kvoth here, he doesn't have to go and attack, and he knows it. He says, I'm just going to go Mythic Age for Hephaestus. Why would I go and try and force a fight here when I can just sit back, enjoy? I actually think I would prefer him to see him go for Hera in this game rather than Hephaestus. I would prefer that. Couple wooden walls coming up over here as a hill fort in the middle of the map. Not really protecting a whole lot going up, but is going up. And I think Mosca has an inkling that Kvoth is up to no good. Now, if Kvoth goes Hera here, I like Kvoth's decision. I like his position because he can just use his units to play defense. And he should be fine to get himself to the Mythic Age through Hera. But, and then use that lightning storm to kill off the army and be okay. But Hephaestus... the timing could be a little bit tough for him to actually make it all work. Battle ball coming down onto the bottom. The Jason is over here for the defense. And Mosca paying attention. He's going to be pulling back. Kvoth is very much in a difficult spot here. No villagers on wood at the moment either. As he has to pull up onto this side, it looks like. Army coming through. There's restoration available. He pulls back. He's going to have to drop bronze here. You have to drop bronze. There goes the bronze. Restoration as well will be needed too. There goes the flaming weapons. Restoration now gets dropped. Is there enough stuff here for Mosca to fight underneath this town center versus bronze restoration army while Hephaestus is coming off? That's the big question. The Hydra falls. Hoplites turning around. We see the units diving through the town center. A little bit of garrison micro-areas now. A portable ram going to be coming through. There goes a Valkyrie spawn as well. As the portable rams are going to go after the town center. Is there enough time? Bolt onto one portable ram going after the other one. Mosca knows that he's got something coming for him. Up onto the top side, the garrison micro from Kvoth is too strong. Watchtowers comes through. Bronze is done. Flaming weapons is done. Here is pre-queued. And who comes out in front on that fight? I think Mosca got the damage done that he needed. I think he did. I could be wrong, but I think he got the damage done that he needed. He got restoration out. He got bronze out for his flaming weapons. And now he gets to go for tier. But Hephaestus is in. And that means that Kvoth is going to be able to go up for a lot of armory upgrades very, very quickly. He's got 2 armories for the time being. Another military academy coming up over here as the portal ram is going to go down. And Hell, as the god of choice now, actually for Mosca. He's got so much favor in the bank. To be honest, versus Zeus, I think Tyr is the better call. The reason being is, unless you've got... Actually, you know what? Maybe the Hell is a good call, because this gold mine's going to expire, and he's going to be able to get good value out of his Nidhogg. All right. Hell is the right call. For sure. But he needs to get to that... He needs to get to that Hell very, very quickly.
Hetimos.
Now Myrmidon coming out for Kvoth. I like the Myrmidon grab here. People underestimate how good these units are. They really... Actually, you know what? I take it back. The Myrmidon are a unit you probably want to build if your opponent has got around about 50% hack armor. Maybe they're fine if they're at 40-ish, 35-ish, but otherwise it's probably better to make a pacifist or to make hoplites. Though that being said, you can get the upgrade and it changes things a little bit, which Kvoth will be doing. He's just researching everything for the time being, starting to siege through this position. Now, Hell on the way. The army for Mosca are going to pull back and get this town center up. And what Kvoth actually needs is 100 favor for another restoration to deal with the Nidhogg very, very easily. Town center coming up over onto this side. I don't mind that from the Mosca side of things. It's safe. It's strong. Kvoth grabbing this town center, though, I'm not sure I like. If he comes over and grabs this one, I'd love it. But this town center doesn't secure anything for Kvoth. The only real way that Kvoth loses this game here is going to be on gold mines. Maybe. I could be wrong, actually. But that's my guesstimate. That's what I'll be worried about. If Kvoth gets to his gold mine and doesn't lose too much, he should be okay. Now, champion infantry coming through. More Myrmidon on the way for Kvoth. Trying to push forward as he takes out the longhouse. Bellerophon diving in. Not really caring about anything there as the units need to get out of here. There is enough favor now for a restoration. And Kvoth sending his villagers forward. What is he doing with those? Is that not absolutely insane? He's going after the hill fort. Take the hill fort down, put a fortress down, and grab this gold mine in the middle. Has to be the idea, but half of his units aren't in here. The Throne actually getting some good damage done. Now the Nidhogg can come through and will come through, of course, immediately targeting this one down. The restoration does get dropped. Wiggle micro here would be huge from Mosca, but he doesn't go for it. And his Nidhogg basically dies there to the restoration, to everything else. He gets out of there for the time being. 408 HP. He will be able to utilize the special to get in and potentially get some more damage done. As Mosca needs to shoot and scoot backwards here. Frost Giant spawn immediately gets targeted down by the Bellerophon. So Fire Giants in queue. Does he have the special? He does. He's got to use the special like this to get in and actually get that damage done. Flying around up onto the top, trying to get around here to potentially get onto that back line. Kvoth has secured this gold mine. He's pushing forward into the main base. So much damage here. Armory situation for Mosca is actually not too bad. He's at full bronze. Only behind a little bit in terms of upgrades in this game. Hill fort now coming up for Mosca. As the Jarls will charge in here. Bellerophon looking for blood as he charges in to try and take out the fire giant. But the fire giant says, get me away from him. He's too scary. Nidhogg over onto this side. Oop. I'm pretty sure that will end up falling. And the tower does dispatch with the 400 HP Nidhogg. As the Heracles will end up going down. Mountain Giant on the front spawning in. Odysseus going to go down. Kvoth has found himself somewhat of an advantage in this game, but I mean, at any point, this could get completely flipped, especially with the Fire Giants and all the other good stuff coming in. Peltas coming through there as well. You got to get those Apaspist onto the back line here. I don't know why they're attacking the front line. To have a nice Ironary spawn. That's going to help take out the Bellerophon on the back as he's going to try and retreat away from everything as the Apaspists do charge forward. They will take out all of those Peltas there nicely as Kvoth needs to pull into his fortress. Military differential here is basically dead even, but Mosca is pulling in front on the population count as Kvoth says, I got to get another fortress up. This is crazy. I'd love to see some mountain giants or something coming through from Mosca too, but he's continuously going into these fire giants. Another Bellerophon on the way for Kvoth as his army is slowly starting to dissipate. The Myrmidon here are going to get some real big value though. To the backside. Mountain Giant getting targeted down by Bellerophon as the portable ram also going to come through, and Kvoth will need to pull back and figure out how he's going to stop the bleeding here because he did not take a good fight there in the slightest. It's 190 pop to 90 pop. In the main base there, the Minotaur. Mountain Giant goes down. Huskarl searching for villagers to kill. Over onto the left side as well, because pushing off of this gold mine means no gold left for Kvoth. The fortress that was once up, coming back up again to claim this position. Ironary plus Mountain Giant. That sounds like a match made in heaven. You got to use that special on the Mountain Giant though. Is it in range? Ah, it's not in range. That feels bad, and Kvoth there does tap out as Mosca is able to get to a nice 2-1 advantage over Kvoth in this best of 7 series. Very, very nice hold from Mosca. I think, like I said, I didn't think Kvoth needed to go this way. He played around the Nidhogg really well. That's number 1. He got this position set up. That's number 2 that was good. He didn't have to keep pushing into this army. He could have played it slow. He could have come over onto the left side, walled up the entirety of the map, got this gold mine sort of, got this town center, played really slow and been very, very fine here. But he kept on throwing away units non-stop, even though he's got himself a competitive army here. He just was throwing away units into the meat grinder, into the hill fort, into the watchtowers, into the throwing axemen, into the fire giants, and he just wasn't able to keep the economy going, keep the production going, so to speak. But a very, very nice game there from Mosca. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Alrighty. We've got ourselves Cloud Forest as our next game. This is my favorite of the new maps. Big fan of this one. Oh, they haven't started yet. All right, I'm going to quickly go grab some Vasa, and we'll be right back. Give these guys a 4-minute timer. Surely they're started by then. And yeah, I'll be right back. Don't you guys go nowhere. Little snacky. All right. What is the next matchup? Quetzalcoatl versus Ra. On what map? Oh, it's Cloud Forest. I already said it. All right. Oops. I may or may not have joined the game room. I thought that already been started. My time is already 1 minute and 45 seconds through. Oh no, it's bugged out. Did Mosca make Loki work, or did Kvoth play too aggressively? A little bit of both, I'd say. But if you had to eat one meat with Vegemite, what would it be? Jesus, that's a weird question. Meat with Vegemite. Ooh, doesn't sound good at all. I guess it is technically just salt. I guess you just put it on a steak, no? And you just put a little bit of it in, a little bit on, and then you just cook it, and then it's fine, right? Like that's the way to do it, no, right? Am I wrong? I was thinking salami. Vegemite sandwich is like the best. Vegemite and cheese goes well together. It's 1:48 a.m. for Boitland at the moment. 4 a.m. for Jung. You're wild, Jung. Absolutely and unequivocally wild. Yeah, like you can go something like toast, butter, butter and Vegemite. That's number one. Then you can go, if you feel a little adventurous, you can go toast, butter, Vegemite with some cheese on it. If you're feeling like a little bit lavish, you can go to the bakery and get your cheese and Vegemite scroll, which is nice. What else is Vegemite good with? Does the Mister still play? Well, we're going to be seeing him play in Athens. So yeah, he will still play. The way that I constructed that sentence is not grammatically good, but he will still play. Cheese and avo with tomato. No, this is about Vegemite. How to use Vegemite, not cheese. How did Mosca win that? It's because Loki, very strong god. Oh, okay. We actually have the game up. I didn't realize. Hear me out, Australians. Cheese might. I don't even know what that means. What's another way to use Vegemite? Let me have a look. What are some common ways to use Vegemite? Toast and butter, the cheese combo, avocado mash. Spread a thin layer on toast and top it with fresh smashed avocado on crackers. Soups and stews, pasta sauces, homemade stock, cheesy scrolls with eggs. Basically everything I said. The only thing here that I haven't tried it with is with avocado. That sounds just bad. Not gonna lie. If you're gonna have avocado smash, just do that by itself. It's already good enough. You don't need to try and make it better. All right, in on to game number 4. You can make beer with it, can't you? I guess so. I don't know. I mean, it does have yeast in it. I got out of sync yet again. Whatever server these guys are playing on, out of sync for observers. Can somebody please tell the devs? Oh my god, I'm not. Where's the game? What the hell? Where's the bloody game? I'm getting owned, devs. It's made of remnants of beer making. Well, there you go. The more you know. Let's try again. Cloud Forest. Off we go. Take a look at how good this production is on this map. Alrighty, and into one of the best maps in the current map pool. In fact, one of the best maps that the devs have ever put out into the Age of Mythology universe. In the left-hand corner of the map, we have in the red color, playing as Quetzalcoatl, it is Kvoth. His opponent today in the blue color, playing as Ra, his name is Mosca. Some of the very, very cool parts of this map are the cliffs that spawn and allow for defensive play. Recon is in the Twitch chat saying, I haven't played any good games on this map yet. He's just upset that he lost to the Leto, Thea, Hecate combo while up 5-2 town centers, further cementing the comment that Thea, Leto, Hecate is by far one of the strongest late game Atlantean combos you can possibly go for. I'm here to tell you about Age of Mythology. You don't have to believe me if you don't want to, but what I say is the truth. Sorry, Recon, but I'm not sorry. I couldn't be more happier. All right. You do have a pretty difficult matchup here, though, for Mosca. But if there is an Egyptian god that has some chance versus the Atlanteans, it's definitely going to be Ra. Ra's got access to the Betsukos, which is really good, but more importantly, has access to Sobek and Osiris Camel Riders, which are going to be a really nice counter to mass Eagle Warrior. So we'll see how things go. We got some relics on the bottom side of the map. We got Jade Hair. That's always nice. A little bit of extra movement speed for myth units. Probably could go for Sphinx with Jade Hair, and they would be able to shut down the Eagle Warriors as well, to be honest. Over onto this side, we have the Head of Orpheus, building line of sight +8. The next one over here, we do have the Chariot of Sibel, big relic there for Kvoth to pick up early on. And at the top side of the map, we have the Harmonia's Necklace, which is +10% gold gather rate for the villagers. In the main base, we've got Kalpuli Craft Workshop, we've got Kalpuli Livestock Pen, and we've got the Kalpuli Lumber Outpost. So Kvoth goes max economy. He's going Paddock Cattle as well. No Huawei. I think that Huawei is actually the stronger choice in this matchup, because you don't really need the how do I say this? You don't really need the tree. You don't need the berry bush that you get, the agave bloom. You don't need that in this matchup. What you do want, however, is the extra speed on your Eagle Warriors. 5.0 speed Eagle Warriors is a must, because 4.5 speed Eagle Warriors are going to get shut down by the super speedy Osiris Camel Riders in the late game, if you end up getting there, that is. Nonetheless, there is a husbandry coming through here for Kvoth. And Mosca is going to be dropping his armory, houses, and all the other good stuff. Lullaby on Patsukos is fantastic. Yeah, you can lullaby a bunch of stuff. It's just a really good god power. Super strong. Of course, I think Kvoth here, he's going to be trying to get his fast heroic in to some degree. He's dropped the agave bloom on the livestock pen, which is nice. Gives him extra turkeys. He's getting some blood pact action going in here as well. And an armory will get dropped on the front there, as I guess one of the things that Kvoth is somewhat worried about here is going to be the potential to get scarab brushed. I don't know if he's scouted out that there's 2 monuments down or not. He's seen one, not the second. So he doesn't know that this scarab brush is definitely on the field, but Kvoth grabs himself the Jade Hair relic as well. He's got all 4 relics. No, he's got 3 relics. One warrior priest is hiding inside of the temple for some reason, but makes it look like he's got 4. As a final one will get grabbed, and that is the Harmonia's Necklace for extra gold gather rate, which is going to be nice there too. And we will see Sobek on the way, as well as the watchtowers. Now, I have to expect here that Kvoth's game plan is to go for Kvoth Lekue, which makes sense. But he is very, very far behind. He's putting walls up, wants to play around Camel Rider raids by doing this, I guess. And he is going to be going for this guy. This is by far the stronger option in this matchup. Same too with Huawei, though. We're not seeing Huawei. It is what it is. Of course, he does get to the heroic age slightly faster by going this way, because 1.26 food per second is faster than, can't tell you what the villagers are gathering until they're onto the berries, but it is faster than everything else, as the livestock pen can get moved over here if he wants. And this is only 0.63 there, but I think you get 0.9 or something on hunt. So very, very good. As we see more walls coming up, and Migdol Stronghold coming through for Mosca. Now, Mosca could go for a fast mythic here as well. It's a little on the risky side, but it does give him access there to immediately go into those very, very strong Camel Riders, and give him access to the Son of Osiris to deal with any sort of myth unit sacrifice angle. As the Okpatli infusions will come through for Kvoth as well. And there's the Atochli, and it will be immediately into Eagle Warriors. I'm not exactly surprised to see the Eagle Warriors, but I don't know if it makes a huge amount of sense playing against the Sobek Camel Riders. So we'll see how it's going to work here for Kvoth. Of course, a handful of Flaumani Spearmen can be enough to sort of dissuade everything, but I still think you got to be somewhat careful. And Kvoth here is not being careful at all. He's just got 4 nobles' huts up at the moment. Golden Lions just sitting over here. They will end up going down there as well as they try to bail, but they're both dead. You don't get anything for killing stuff, though, as Egyptian. Unlike the Aztecs, unlike the Norse, you just kind of get to enjoy that you killed it. As the camel riders swinging around onto this side, looking to try and poke through here, see what they can actually do. Yeah, I've got the shaft mine pre-queued as well now for Mosca, as he definitely wants a little bit of economy if he can get there. And the camel rider's just going to be chipping away at the wooden gate here before pulling back. Do have now the ballistics technology coming through. And yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this. I think this is really, really strange from Kvoth. Of course, everyone and their mum is saying, Meta Plays RTS, thanks for the raiding party. I hope your stream went well. But what Kvoth is saying here is he's saying that the Eagle Warrior is going to out-tempo the Camel Rider. That's what he's saying. He might be right. I don't know. I haven't seen this. I wouldn't do this if I was Kvoth either. He does have a war hut now coming up for some Tlalmani Spearmen, but I think that's got to be the other thing, the other thought process. The Eagle Warrior will beat the camels is actually not true. Not with the upgrades. If they have upgrades like Dark Water, like Dark Water and what's it called? My brain's not working. And Desert Wind, then there is no chance for a Octactly Infusion Eagle Warrior to beat the Camel Rider. Unless they're sitting in some sort of choke point or whatever and something silly and you don't want to go there. But Mosca's not spamming units. He wants to get to the next age because he does need to find an angle to get through not just the Eagle Warriors, which he has with the Camel Riders, but also an angle to get through the Tlalmani Spearmen. And one angle to get through those is Mummy and Son of Osiris, as the Camel Riders do get spotted. We have got a great temple now coming up for Kvoth. Farms are up in the main base. I'd love to see a rain getting dropped down. Rain effectively trades the first rain you drop effectively trades all of your farms, the gold you put into the farms for food. So it's a nice amount of resources for Mosca to get at 12 farms at this point in the game. In fact, for those of you playing at home, it's 150% extra gather rate on the base. So 0.76 is going to go up to 1.76 and then also the extra 33-ish. So up to 1.7. Wait, that's not right. Huh? Oh, he's got plow. I'm stupid. He's got irrigation. So the villager here would normally be gathering at 0.63. So it goes up by a grand total of 90 or 0.96. And it lasts for 40 seconds or 45 seconds. So each villager, or 50 seconds there. So let's just call it 1. Each villager gets about 50 food for rain. That's quite a bit of resources. Right? Right? It's quite a bit of resources. Nonetheless, we'll see where to next here. As Tlaloc is pre-queued for Kvoth. He is a little slow on his way to get here, but it's not going to matter. Take a look at his economic upgrades. He hasn't grabbed nearly any of them. And he's going to be able to advance very, very shortly. So a huge power spike to come for Kvoth, but also Mosca as well to get to the Mythic Age to Osiris. I kind of wouldn't mind seeing him drop another rain here. Normally I'm very against multiple rains, but in this situation, another rain straight away with this amount of farms into potentially selling some food for gold to get yourself the max amount of camel riders out, and then drop another monument down, and then we're looking for mummies. So we'll see if that's what he wants to do. He definitely has the option for sure as the rock flies into this position, seeing what's going on. The other thing here that Mosca needs to be prepared for is going to be the statue, the Pillar of Tlaloc coming down. A siege works and catapults are a very, very important unit of building, at the very least, to have out, as well as the unit in your main base. You can just grab it and utilize the rock with the catapult to kind of move it to whatever other position later on, or just have the siege works ready, and then you can start making them when the pillar comes down. But yeah, basically what Kvoth's going to want to do here is he's going to want to send some sort of a unit over the map, drop the pillar of tile down, and see what he can do as the villagers will start moving forward, getting the Migdol. And there comes Desert Wind, champion camel riders. And these Eagle Warriors will start to look just a little bit silly here when they realize they have to play up against those. For those of you wondering exactly why I say Ra is kind of the only one who can do this, Isis technically can go this god path as well, but Isis is missing out on 15% extra HP on the camel riders. It does work, it's just better with Ra. Of course, Isis can hit these timings a little bit faster because you don't have to drop the farms, but still. Migdol now up for Mosca. Mining camp coming through. More camel riders coming in. I'm a bit surprised to see him not drop the rain. I'm also surprised to see him not sell this food. Look at, he sells 100 food for 78 gold. That's basically equal. That's exactly what you want to be selling it for, that amount. But Son of Osiris is in. Do we see the siege works? Nope. We're just coming up here to drop that one. We do have one little cheeky commission spy over there. And all of his upgrades coming in. But very cheap as he gets a gigantic amount of gold income for it. You get about 75 gold per upgrade once you get that big Tlaloc tech. It's like the Forge of Olympus for the Aztecs. Aztecs basically just get an economic version of it. It's this Ahuizotl comes forward. Can he kill this? I actually have no idea. I'm not sure. I think he does. I think he definitely wins the fight, but it's not an easy fight to win. Damn, this game is like incredibly tense. Both players just sort of sitting back, building stuff up. All of the commission spies coming in for Kvoth now. This is a how do I put this? This is a tempo play. People look at the commission spy and say, "Hey, that's really, really cheap. It's 45 resources for a unit to sacrifice into the Great Temple and then get yourself the myth units." Of course, if you take a look at the Spearman is 55 food, 15 gold, obviously more expensive. But what you forget is if you build yourself out this amount of commission spy, it does slow down your town center production, which is slowing down your village, or it removes your town center production, which slows down your villager production, which means that your villagers will come out later, and then all of a sudden you're losing resources down the line. So you get it for cheaper, but you lose down the line. So it's a bit of a trade-off. As all the units into the Great Temple, they go. The Camel Rider's poking over onto this side, and just needs one more unit there to jump in. I wouldn't be surprised to see him just send the Tlal money. It is over here. He has that, and he's going to get himself the Zhipla. He's going to get himself the other one. I'm surprised to see no town center up just yet here from Mosca. And now he's going to grab the one in the middle. So there he goes. It's popping in. And the Quetzalcoatl incarnate will be in. The Tunkalachu. What did he get? One Tunkalachu is probably the worst you can get. You want to get, if you're going to get any, you want multiple. And he does get 2 obsidian butterflies, which is really nice. 2 Ahuizotls, though I think one of those, no, he gets 2 of those. And he has sits in the middle. So he has a very large amount of units here. He's going to be charging into the center of the map to try and take this position, but he will be greeted with a town center, a Migdol stronghold, 2 Migdol strongholds. That being said, Mosca, who does have a siege works. Okay, that's good. He needs that for the catapult, to deal with what is about to come his way. As this timing coming through, there goes the Pillar of Tlalocan, as there also goes the special. Shifting Sands comes in. Wait, where did Locust get dropped? I didn't even see the Locust. I guess onto these units, but Mosca dives out. He dashes away. It looks like he's safe. He will lose his town center. He will lose his Migdol. These units here are going to take a lot of damage as the Eagle Warriors poke them down, but Mosca, he gets out of there. That's what's important. That was a huge power spike for Kvoth, and Mosca avoids a significant amount of that damage. Migdol Stronghold going to be going down over here as well. Priest gets targeted down. Everyone to this side, the Atochli is getting dealt with. We'll see if Kvoth overextends too much with those Eagle Warriors, the Camel Riders can get in and take them out. But he's scared about the reinforcements to come in and block that sort of an attack off. What is the Son of Osiris doing over here, though? He needs that unit over here to defend. Charging in to try and take out the Atochli. Can Mosca have enough stuff here to defend is the big question. He does have a Pharaoh. That's going to be some assistance. But he can't get onto that back line. He needs himself the damage from all those mid units. He needs the Son of Osiris in here. But the power spike from Kvoth is looking like it is starting to be a little bit too much. Camel Riders coming in onto the backside. But he can't take any of these fights. All I'm hearing is Camel Rider death noises. Town center falls and Mosca is in a world of hurt. All the farms are taken out. I feel like if the Son of Osiris was there at the start, he probably would have been okay, but was not. We'll see if he can bring this one back. Son of Osiris shooting over the forest has to feel somewhat good here, but the Riders going down. Eagle Warriors through to get some poke damage in. Mosca's retreating up to the top. It is not looking good for Mosca at the moment. Not at all. Felt like he did a nice job defending the center, but not the follow-up. As the Chariot Archers pick off both of those low HP myth units before pulling back up to the top. Double Migdol strongholds over here, but these champion Eagle Warriors have got 4x versus buildings with burning pitch, and they have a crush damage with that String of Hearts technology.
Gary.
Wow, behind this he's going Secrets of the Titans. That's a wild decision. Of course he can, and there's no problems with it, but generally you don't see that coming through unless it's like 3 town center versus 3 town center stalemate. He's trying to grab this town center. The guy is crazy. The problem for Mosca is he's lost all of his monuments. He's a tiny bit away from getting himself another Locust Swarm. The Son of Osiris trying to shoot and scoot back here. Those Eagle Warriors with that burning pitch look devastating. Still getting more damage done as the Sean one coming in to get some stuns in there. And there goes a very scary tailwind. And Mosca will tap out as Egyptian has not been having a very good time of it here. Egyptians have not been having a very good time of it. Kvoth does manage to break through in that center position with his big fat timing attack. I liked the idea from Mosca. I liked how he played around a lot of the God Power spikes, but he didn't really play around the Myth unit spike. And you guys can say, oh, we had a Son of Osiris. That's playing around the myth unit spike, right? And I say, maybe if you had some priests in here as well, things might have been a little bit different to defend all of this shenanigans. But nonetheless, a good win for Kvoth. It is now 2-2 in this best of 7. We've got ourselves a best of 3 remaining. Let's check it out. Alrighty. So that there is a win for the Quetzalcoatl. Absolutely insane timing from Kvoth in that last game. Let's check out what's happening. We have Giza as the next map. And it will be a Thor versus Isis. Another Egyptian. Can he get a win with the Egyptians on the map Giza? I also want to say a huge shout out to everyone who's watching at home right now. There's a mad amount of support for this event. I really appreciate it. We got nearly like just a little bit of a tally up. We've got over 800 concurrent viewers right now. So over both platforms. This is an absolutely insane effort for a community tournament like this. So big round of applause for you guys. Thanks for all the support. And a shout out to Satfat, Uros at Wolf Studios, and Matador for helping put this event together. Also for everyone else who's hanging around right now, the Gamathlon Athens LAN information is out there to be viewed. The qualified dates are set in stone. So put those into your calendar. And all the other good stuff as well. We'll be advertising all that stuff in the next week, especially on like Reddit and stuff. Who's the most handsome AOM player? Ooh, it's tough. I don't know. It could be Mosca. It could be Kvoth. It could be Magic. It could be Recon. Alrighty. This next matchup, Thor versus Ice. I actually don't mind this matchup as Thor. A lot of people don't like this one for some reason. I think it's fine. I think you got a lot of really good options as the Thor. One of the most important things, I think, is to go Bragi in this matchup so that you have access to Super Herdman. And you should also go Forseti, so those Super Herdmen are really fast. And that can be enough to sort of topple the ISIS Migdol units and force out some of the more less premium barracks units to allow you to use your super strong axemen and things like that. It can be tough though. It can get tough if you make some misplays and all that other good stuff. So we'll see how it goes. We've got ourselves a little bit of a timer here. If Rappel isn't mentioned, I'll throw up on my keyboard? What do you mean? Why do we need Herdman if we can just punt the camels with Mountain Giants? True! Just go Njord. Njord is always good, but Thor doesn't have Njord, so you got to go with the next best god. You got to go with the next best god. You missed a bit. How's Egyptian doing? Look, it's going terrible. The Egyptian is OP Brigade is not doing well. It might be time for an Egyptian buff of some variety. I don't know what, but it might be time. Satfat, if you had the keys to buff one thing inside of the Egyptian pantheon, it has to affect all 3 gods. What would you buff? Which unit, which stat? What would you buff? No, not everyone else. No mercenaries. Like, leave. We're asking Satfat. Satfat. Is Demeter still in the dumpster? No, I think Demeter is without question an A tier god right now. Without question, at least an A tier, if not S tier right now. That's my honest opinion. After the recent changes to the Hamadryad, that is. Thoughts on Freyr? Really strong. I love playing Freyr. Satfat's not paying attention to me. He didn't answer my question, so I guess we don't get to know. What's my dishonest opinion? That I think that Uranus is weak. That would be me being dishonest. Alrighty. Onwards and upwards. We go. Onto the map Ghost Lake for a Isis versus Thor affair. Let's see it. Off we go as Mosca in the right-hand corner of the map, spawning as Isis. And we have Kvoth as Thor, dropping his Dwarven armory down, and he is ready to get going. Takes down the Auroch, and he's going to be getting himself a very early copper armor. Secorex, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. You absolute legend. Alrighty. So, matchup time. 2 gold mine, Ghost Lake. This is good for Thor because you get more stuff in your main base. Allows you to get to a heroic age, but then it allows you to go into your Dwarven mines. If the Isis player wants to do any sort of fast mythic shenanigans, you can get to Bragi quick enough. Allows you to get into your herdmen to deal with whatever mythic age stuff they're throwing at you, and you can start to play defense. Let's check out some relics. We have the Maya Huel's Magui. I don't even know. Human soldiers give a little bit of resources back when they die. Always nice. 10% back is kind of huge. Over here we got the Dwarven Calipers here as well. Funnily enough, this relic feels like almost half of that technology, reincarnation from Zhuan Nu to some degree. Anyways, up here we have the Kui Drum for the heroes, getting a little bit stronger. And we have Tar Scepter making the farms cheaper. Temple coming through for Mosca on the back. Not the most beautifully placed temple in the world. In fact, I really don't like it. This temple is not good. The villagers not happy sitting here. Now they're happy. And they will run around. And an early prosperity from Mosca here. This is a prosperity that I personally don't like. I've been saying this for years, but Isis is a goddess that really, if you can get to a good position without needing to use prosperity early, you should. If you have to use it early for whatever strategy you're using, then fine, go for it. But you don't want to drop an early prosperity, I think, against Thor in this matchup, unless you're going for fast 3 town centers. It's the only real reason I can think of. In this matchup, save prosperity for 30 villages plus on gold in the heroic age. That's your premium usage. Temple up for Kvoth in the main base as well, in a nice safe position. It will be Anubis. And I imagine there's going to be some barrack shenanigans coming through for Mosca as well. He's missing a monument. Actually, no, he's going for a town center, of course. Why would you not go for a town center? It is 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. Does make sense. House coming up on the bottom side there from Kvoth. Why is Mosca going for the back gold mine instead of the forward gold mine? Great question. Probably should have been on the forward gold mine. But anyways, it's not the end of the world. Magay? Is it Magay? Really? That's how you pronounce it? I don't know if I trust you, Jesus Christ, Poser. You seem like an untrustworthy guy. Anyways, settlement coming up for Mosca. And we see Forseti coming through for Kvoth. I like the Forseti. Like I said, I think this is very much the correct way to play this matchup. Or play this matchup, sure. On the other side from Mosca, you couldn't go either way. You can go for Bas, you can go for Anubis, you can kind of dictate which way you want to play it. But nonetheless, the town center will be up for Mosca. Did Kvoth spot this? Answer is not just yet. He's going to be scouting with the Berserk to see what's going on. There is a cheeky little Anubite behind the base, so Longhouse has to come down. And with the very delayed advance from Kvoth, he will spot the town center up here, and he will spot the town center up here, and he will have to make a decision on what to go for. You can see that he is in front on the villages at the moment, so he's not in a massive rush to get the town center up, but he should be moving over there momentarily to make it happen. And the other thing is he wants to stay away from where the ISIS is. He doesn't want to grab this town center, for example. But this one doesn't really have anything on it. The town center, I think it wouldn't be a terrible idea for him to grab, is actually this one, such that he can eat these caribou and enjoy a game where that's concerned. That being said, there could be an option for barracks up, axemen out, and some problems to come through for Kvoth momentarily. That being said, he's not going for the town center. He's going up to the front here. The Anubite is in. And this Berserk, get away from here. One Ursa will be in, and a runaway Anubite now starting. Village center on a gold mine? Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that makes a huge amount of sense. Just get this town center and then put the villages over here with walls. It's totally fine. He has caribou here as well. This town center's not too bad. So going after the Anubite right now. Can he take it out? One more smack onto the Anubite. He does get it, but the Anubite jumps away. And I think this is all just distraction from Kvoth right now, as he is going for his town center. More units starting to come through. Berserks, we have that Hall of Thanes tech about to pop. 2 village centers. Just grab the town center and put a village center down then. This one, I said it was bad, but I lied. I think this is actually quite good. I thought I lied, but it's actually quite good. Troll going to get taken out. Longhouse coming in from Kvoth over here. Gold mine number 1 in the main base will be done with, as an ox cart coming up onto this side. And Kvoth can drop some walls. He will be doing so. Obelisk over here needs to get taken out as well. Did Kvoth spot that? Yes, he does. And he'll charge over there and kill that one off before running up onto this side, potentially looking for more obelisks to kill. And just shutting down a little bit of vision is always quite good. Yeah, mass walls coming up over here from Kvoth is a little on the greedy side. I'd much rather see him just lock this off here. Wall, wall, and wall for this gold mine to be safe, but nonetheless, the spearmen are in, and Kvoth will have to bail out onto this position. He doesn't really want to build Throw an Axeman, because if you build Throw an Axeman, it plays into Chariot Archers, but you don't have another choice versus these spearmen, as the Throw an Axeman will make their way over here. A little bit of a fight as medium spearman comes in as well. And Mosca will be out of here. He's got a beautiful gold mine at the top. I'd love to see Mosca also doing the walls. Some sort of a wall over onto this side or something like that. He could also lock this off here if he wants to be really greedy around here and here. But a simple wall first and foremost makes perfect sense. So the walls onto this side now coming up. Love that. In turn, take a little bit of a fight, but the Throw an Axeman numbers are a little on the low side. Yeah, you want to build some, but not too many. A lot of people go way too heavy on the Throw an Axeman when they see the spearmen. But like, ideally, you don't want to build any Throw an Axeman if you can. But of course, if your opponent builds spearmen, you have to build Throw an Axeman. Like, ideally, you want your opponent not to build any spearmen. That would be like, I'm living the dream as a Norse player. My opponent didn't build spearmen. That makes sense. Anyways, the wooden gate getting targeted down here. There's not enough units in from Kvoth as he's too busy throwing walls up onto the bottom side, trying to avoid all fights if he possibly can, as these villagers will need to pull back. They can run around onto this position, no problem. He's got plenty of goats in the main base as well that he can jump onto. Goes for the food over here, but there's already spearmen onto that spot. Do have a healing spring getting dropped down over here as Kvoth can potentially take this fight, especially with the healing spring to help out, but Plague of Serpents gets dropped down. He's got to take out those slingers there as soon as possible, charging in onto this position. I don't like this fight from Kvoth in the slightest. He should just be pulling back. There's no need to really take it here. Losing a lot of units on this one. Does he have enough stuff? The Plague of Serpents has just been tanking up for days, but it looks like after all is said and done, he somehow manages to survive there. Not enough Axemen, I guess. The Berserks are an amazing unit to be using versus all of those medium spearmen. Does he have himself the upgrade? He does have his upgrade Mithril or Dwarven Breastplate, which boosts those Berserks up. Was that a conversion as well? I think it was. Look at the villager differential now. Look at the villager differential. 46 to 57. Painful. But he had to do it because he was losing that fight. Wall coming back up. Now the Throw an Axeman can actually get in and defend this wall because he's in position rather than over on this spot putting a wall down. But he has to move forward and actually attack the spearman while the wall's going down. Otherwise, what was the point in putting it up? It's just down 15 gold. And a tiny bit of time gained. Medium infantry come through. Mosca does have a lot of favor in the bank as well. He could go for a couple of Anubites now that the Herso numbers are looking somewhat on the light side. Throw an Axeman coming in. Looking for a bit of a fight now as the Berserks charge onto that backside. Throw an Axeman here. Going in onto the Spearman. Not that many slingers at all. Throw an Axeman should be getting the better of this fight with that front line being as strong as it is with the Berserks. And all of Mosca's units seem to be falling here versus Thor's might. Great fight from Kvoth. Mosca has been really trying to make Spearmen work, and they don't beat Berserks. Axemen, however, Axemen do. Axemen absolutely beat the Berserk. So we'll see if Mosca can continue in this game. He's trying to steal this gold mine. This is very risky from Mosca, but out of sight, out of mind to some degree here. As now Kvoth will say, well, time to put my walls up over onto this spot if I can. I won the fight. Let's claim this talent and claim this gold mine, and live the dream. Mosca's now onto farms. He's got himself the berry bushes over here as well. And one thing that he can do in this spot is drop another prosperity. He's got 30 villagers on gold, so why not? Of course, he could have a market down. He could buy food if he needs to, or spam more farms. 37 villages on farms right now, or food, I should say. Well, his food income should start to skyrocket. The axemen will pull back. The villagers will retreat off of the gold mine. And Mosca going to rotate around onto this side. I wouldn't mind seeing him just grabbing the town center, to be honest. Yes, he's already at 73 villages, and he should just go to the heroic age. But he's going to have the food to go there anyways. So he may as well just do both at the same time. That being said, there is a very smart movement up here from Kvoth. Sort of spidey senses tingling as he says, I can get the town center. You can get the town center. What if I stop you and I take mine? That being said, he is going for Skadi, which, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Skadi per se, especially considering the barracks unit way that Mosca's playing this game. But I just like Bragi more versus Isis because it does gives me a really nice late game sort of check mark saying you're not going to be able to build elephants versus me at all. I've got Herman, you're not going to be able to build camel riders versus me at all. So all you've got, if I go Bragi, is Spearman Chariot Archer, which is a winnable sort of situation. Longhouse is coming up over onto this side as some axemen will come up here and start dealing with this. A Longhouse to come down. And there is the Skadi. As I imagine the next move for Kvoth is a very nice hill fort on this front position here. Charges forward onto the obelisk for the time being. I definitely think he can fight this. You have to be really, really good with your army here versus the Axemen. You don't want to charge him with the Berserks versus Axemen, but you do want to shoot and scoop with the throw and Axemen here as well. The Troll can also be a nice amount of help to take out the, or prevent the Axemen from getting on top of the throwing Axemen there, but Kvoth pulling back over onto this side. He does see the town center going up. And these Berserks will all end up going down anyways to the Axemen, so no problems. There's a hill fort attempting to come through. We do see a Mosca Migdal stronghold over there as the Frost will get dropped down. The villager's getting chased by the Locust. He can't see it. What's he doing? Oh no. He's okay. He's okay. He's okay. He's okay. All the dwarves are alive. He could drop a healing spring down onto this side. He does drop the healing spring. You know I don't like it because I think this is super low value, but making sure his dwarves don't die here in one shot or something does make sense. And it also is going to help him hold this position as the hill fort will finish up. Looking for some walls over here, but a Migdal stronghold also up. Is there enough time to get these walls through and prevent the retreat is the question. He's losing units as he's trying to build these walls up. Armory check. Mosca a little bit behind on this one. Tries to pull out. We do see this wall going up over here. Throwing Axeman getting that damage done. The walls do end up finishing there. Plague of Serpents for a second time? Are you kidding me? You have Petsukos. I don't know how many threads I watch of Petsukos or OP. How are we not building Petsukos here? Funnily enough, this army, even though it is stuck underneath the hill fort, did trade pretty well here. And Mosca can just leave. Is the Petsukos going to go down? Some people would see that usage of Plague of Serpents and go, oh, Plague of Serpents, not very strong. We should buff Plague of Serpents. I see that usage of Plague of Serpents just being bad and saying you should have spent the favor somewhere more useful, like on Petsukos. Anyways. Berserks onto this top side. They're going to get taken down by the Axemen that are already over here. Mosca's at 100 villages. Kvoth's at 100 villages. This game looks like it will be going the distance to some degree here. A prosperity right now as well from Mosca wouldn't go astray because that would push him to the mythic age really, really quickly now, which is what he needs. He needs something somewhat of a timing to really hurt Kvoth. Kvoth, on the other hand, is going to be able to get to the Mythic Age in the next couple minutes as well. No problems. I wouldn't mind a market in this corner either, and somewhat of a trade route started. That being said, don't really need a trade route as Thor, especially if you haven't dropped a single Dwarven Gold Mine, because you can just drop a bunch of those in the Mythic Age and live the dream. He's got six camel caravans, so 40 plus on gold. It would be around about 1,200 gold for Mosca for 60 favor. So very, very well worth it. Is the army going to dive through the hill fort? Mosca making a very nice push now as the camel riders do get moved into. We will see a couple of the herdmen starting to come through. This is where I like Bragi, of course. We'll see if Kvoth can hold here. As the Axeman gets sent back, the Berserks on the front will be enough. There goes a Dwarven Mine up to the top. He really wanted to save that for the Mythic Age if he could, but it will be a nice bit of gold boostage there for him. There's the army of Mosca continuing to stream in onto this position, but it's a nice position for Kvoth to fight in. I feel like Mosca should be looking to attack somewhere else, maybe the main base or something like that, where there's less hill forts and less problems. The Kvoth holds yet again, and Mosca is somewhat in trouble here. I think he's in trouble if he's not going to use this favor on anything, and he's just going to sit back and wait. I feel like he's in trouble. He does have a Locust Swarm you can use, which is fine. I don't like it personally, but he could use it. He can go into Betspec, he can go to Osiris and then make himself some... Catches the Pharaoh. No, then make himself some mummies, which would be really, really good here as well. Kvoth is pushing this really nicely. It's such a hard fight to take without some sort of wall chariot archer or enough axemen or slingers as well with Sekhmet. And he doesn't have any of that stuff. So the hill fort coming up for Kvoth over here. Kvoth now more than happy to just take these fights. Armory situation for Mosca is up to nearly full bronze. Well, he's got his full bronze versus Norse. And Kvoth has his iron shields, but missing his iron weapons. He's going to be getting himself the burning pitch, so he's throwing Axeman, get a pretty nice boost versus buildings. I haven't seen this grabbed in a while for Norse. It does 3x versus buildings for throwing Axeman a -2. So 1x versus buildings for the throwing Axeman. It's still a big boost. It's like they're doing double the damage. So 16.7 or 17.4 per attack. It's now Tyr on the way. I feel like Mosca is really not taking full advantage of Isis in this game, just on the fact that he's got 130 favor in the bank. You can say the same thing about Kvoth with 160 favor in the bank, but he did drop a healing spring at the very least to prevent the Locust from getting value. But yeah, I don't know what else Mosca can really. He's now starting to build the Petsibek, but is that too little too late? Order Ram coming in to take out the Monument to the Priests. And they will destroy the town center as well, as soon there will be a Fimble Winter. And the economy of Mosca, while he's at 100 villages, he cannot afford to get hit by this Fimble Winter. I think part of the problem here for Mosca is he went into a trade route, which cut into his food gather rate, and he didn't need to because there's plenty of gold on the map. Look at this from Kvoth. He is just spamming out longhouses all around the map. There's the Fimble Winter. There's the tap out, and Kvoth takes out the Isis of Mosca with Thor. A nice game here from Kvoth. You have to ask some questions for what Mosca's actual plan was here with all of that favor. I feel like a prosperity into the Mythic Age, instead of going ham on this and a trade route, would have put himself into a much, much better position. But he opted to stick it out in the Heroic Age, and Kvoth just was making really good trades. Sat underneath 2 hill forts for a long time. Mosca went into this Camel Rider switch, which I didn't particularly like. While, yes, you can go Camel Rider when your opponent's not gone Bragi, it's fine. Only if you've got the Chariot Archers to back it up. I would have preferred to see Axeman Chariot Archer, Spearman Chariot Archer, Spearman Axeman Chariot Archer, or something like that from Mosca with Petsubek as well. But nonetheless, a well-played game from Kvoth, as he is now 1 win away from taking his little show match here against Mosca. Mosca's going to have to win this next one. Let's jump back into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 6. Alrighty. Onwards and upwards. In onto the map. Giza next. And it's going to be a odd pick sooner or later. Sat fat. Maybe next week Egyptian gets a maybe. I have to say, games have been entertaining. What do you guys reckon? You guys been enjoying some Age Mythology today? I reckon you have. It looks like you have been. This is what competitive Age Mythology is, by the way. Very, very good games. Every single one of these games has been super high quality. It's been a good time. I've been enjoying myself. All right. What gods are left here? Let me save this. We've got Uranus for Kvoth. There is a Gaia for Mosca, Hushi for Mosca, Odin for Mosca. Kvoth, Uranus, Tsukiyomi, Nuwa. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Nuwa here from... Wait, has he played Nuwa yet? No, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nuwa here from Kvoth. Wait, what? That last map was not Giza. It was Ghost Lake. This next one is Giza. And it's going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Gaia matchup. The second one on this map. That's surprising. I am surprised. Without question. This is me and my surprise face. All right, we're gonna have to wait just a little bit here as the players get settled into their Giza game. But yeah, we did see this one. Matador took this versus Tunison earlier. Matador did take this versus Tunison earlier. So we will see. We'll see if Kvoth can do the same type of strat, and if Mosca will play around it nicely. Everyone's always like Egyptians are S tier, but Egyptians are always losing. Yeah, that's kind of my take on it as well. I think they were really strong, without question. I don't necessarily think they're weak at the moment, but it's not looking like it. It's looking like they're quite weak from the stats, hey. But I did ask Satfat what he would buff, and I haven't heard a response yet. Still waiting. We need one buff from Satfat. What would he buff to the Egyptian Pantheon? Set always, yeah. The set, honestly, the set games don't, I mean, they do count because if you can just get counterpicked by, like, I don't know how many different gods. Then maybe it's just that set has some bad matchups. You just probably, like, maybe set's not S tier. If you got that many bad matchups, what has it been? Quetzalcoatl, Tezcatlipoca, Huitzilopochtli, Kronos, Uranus, Hades apparently. There was a Zeus one. What else has beaten set? I mean, the list goes on. The list goes on. Like Poseidon, Susanoo. Like, if there's that many bad matchups for set, then maybe set's just not an S tier god. At some point, you just have to accept that, right? But just because something's not an S tier god doesn't mean that it's not maybe an A tier or a high B tier god either. Do you know what I mean? Because something's not an S tier god doesn't mean that it needs buffs. You hear what I mean? You hear what I'm saying? Maybe the S tier gods just need a little bit of nerfs. Then again, I don't know. Make buildings more free. That would be buildings build faster for the Egyptians there, Hagrid, just in case you were unsure of what that meant. Set S tier, but just every matchup is bad. I actually think buildings getting built faster would be a nice boost for the Egyptians, but hey, that's just me. You do take forever. Minus 100% cost per house is broken! Busted! I don't believe it. These devs have lost their mind. Scorpion Man gets sunglasses and plus 100 HP. I think that's a good idea. Why is no one playing China? Well, there's 2 Chinese gods picked. So we might see China. Fushi is in Mosca's pool. Kvoth's got Nuwa. Some people are saying China's kind of not too strong at the moment. I don't subscribe to that. I think China's like actual power level is at least similar to the Egyptians. But I think China's got a lot less bad matchups than the Egyptians do at the moment. There are a couple of really bad ones, though, for sure. But they have some amazing matchups as well that are really good for them. So when you're playing and trying to pick gods that beat your opponent's gods and playing a little bit of poker or whatever with your picks and things like that. For set to compete, when priests convert animals, it should count towards favor. I like the idea of Egyptians getting more favor. I'm just going to throw that one out there. That would be my change. Egyptians get more favor. They've got nerfed a while back by the monuments becoming more expensive. I thought that was healthy, but I thought that maybe the Egyptians should just get more favor. I'm a big favor fan. And also all the god powers should go up in cost. To account for the favor boost. Every god power up in cost. In other words, built What about myth units cost less favor? All right, hear me out on this. Every myth unit you build grants you more favor as Egyptians. I'm a wild scientist. If I have to see another 120 favor cast rain again, I'll lose my mind. My mind will be lost. I went out of sync again. Hagrid, the server is North Italy. I don't know if I should put a bug report in or what's going on, but every time I launch in as a spectator to this server, I get an out of sync. My hair is already falling out. Okay, you don't know anything about it. That's fine. All right, off we go into the map geezer for game number 7. I see you, Oppenheimer. I want every Egyptian to be Susanoo. The answer to that is, yeah. Susanoo is really fun to play. I make a whole bunch of myth units. I go kill my opponent. He tries to kill my myth units. He doesn't. I win. He does. I lose. It's a beautiful thing. Alrighty, let's see how things are going to go. In the top map, we have Mosca playing as Gaia. And in the bottom of the map, we have our main man, Kvoth. 1 win from complete and utter victory. 1 win from complete and utter victory. And he's going to be playing some Tsukiyomi. It's Kvoth. But, again, I think this is a hard matchup for Tsukiyomi. But I was proved wrong by Matador as he dominated the Gaia on this in this matchup on this map. So, maybe my read on this is completely wrong. Either my read is wrong, or Tunison's read was wrong. If I was playing as Gaia here, do you want to know what I would do? We go on Leto. We just got to go Leto, man. Leto's just so good at the moment. Like, Leto's so good that we've got literal pro players losing their mind at how good Leto is. And yet we don't see people going Leto. I don't understand. I do not understand. So we'll see if Mosca is going to go Leto. Leto gives you access to the spider lairs, which is very cheap cost for 4 spider lairs for the potential kill of 4 units. That's always nice. Why is Leto good? It's because of the 4 spider eggs you get. You also get this really cool technology called prophetic sight, I believe. It could be something else. Perception. I can't remember. Wait, I can tell you guys. Gaia. This one. Perception. There you go. So you get perception for more favor gain. You get access to some very strong units for the late game in the automaton and also in the extra pierce armor to play around any sort of pierce units your opponent wants to make. And it just feels real good. It just feels real good. But we are going to be seeing Oceanus because Leto is either not good or Oceanus is just insane. One of the two, I don't know. I don't know which one. But we don't get to see it in this game. We will see an Nadi Okami from Kvoth as he is already thrown up walls. My guy is a walling monster. We have unleashed the beast that is Kvoth. Do you guys remember, like, maybe the last 4-ish years of Legacy? Like 2000 to 2020 to 2024? If you haven't, let me give you a little bit of a refresher. This stuff was happening like a lot of the time. We'd see players sending villagers out in the archaic age to literally wall up the entirety of the map. Now, this wall here from Kvoth is just very high IQ wall. It's not a brain dead wall. Like, you don't just send a villager out and do this no matter what. He's got back zebra. He's got back gold mine. Walling this off with the pyramid saves him a little bit of resources as well. Unlocks these for him, and he's going to be good. He's also putting walls here. He's going to be able to drop buildings and buildings here. And he's going to be able to lock in his base and prevent any raids from coming through from Mosca later on in the game. It does cost him resources, obviously. Puts him behind a little bit, but it will put him in front later on in this game. So you do have the Kitsune roaming around. Oh, going to try and get the villagers killed here. Not going to be able to get that one. There's potential to hit these ones as well, but I don't believe you're getting much value with Kitsune. I'm surprised to see the Wisdom of the Nine. I'm surprised to see the extra Kitsune getting built from Kvoth, but we saw Matador do exactly the same thing as the Naginata Riders are now in, and he is going to be looking for a little something here. As the dojo gets dropped down, and this is looking like a bit of a similar game to what we did see. Frontline Heroics, however, coming through from Mosca. There's the Ivory Net Scale also pre-queued from Kvoth. In fact, coming through, that's early on that. It's a big spend. Of course, the Kitsune and their nibbles will be nice. Two hero citizens up here and a hero oracle from Mosca plays around a lot of the problems that can potentially come here. Oracle pulls back, citizens get in, and they say, "Get out of here." And Kvoth says, "All right, sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to." More Miller's starting to come out for Mosca as the walls finish up onto the top. The villager can pop up over here to the berries. Enjoy those. And Kvoth will pull back and think about where to next. I'm sure he wants to just go to the heroic age here. We'll see if we can do that as the double, and a guardhouse as well. So it's going to be dojo, Yumi Archer potentially, and some on the musha coming through as the Murmillos are starting to make their way across the map. I would like to see, I mean, he's getting everything walled in, so he doesn't have to lock his base off completely, but somewhat of a wall here would not go astray as the Naginata Riders do spot the Murmillos and the Caladria in this spot. And we'll have Bushi coming through to try and hold on. As the Bushi will do what they can to help defend this, as the Miko also gets brought in. Good control here from Mosca as he's trying to get little bits of damage done. Oh, the Bushi gets dropped out onto this side. Does get away from there, no problems. But there's just no units in at the moment. For Kvoth is just making on the Musha, which doesn't really make sense here. Of course, he needs them to deal with the Carnivora, but you need actual samurai to beat Murmillos. Now the on the musha coming around. Oh, he does get that surrounded there as well. He's on the musha, gets surrounded. Huge pick there actually for Mosca, as onto the backside picks off a Terma. So a little bit of a trade. Not a good trade, but a trade nonetheless. Getting some good damage. Does he almost get the Caladria? No. Nice try though. Watchtowers will come through, so a little bit of extra damage onto these Murmillo, and Mosca actually says he wants to leave here. I've done my dash, got Watchtowers out. Let's pull away. This is fine. Meanwhile, up onto the top, there's already all the walls up. Building placement from Mosca is looking nice as well, as his base is basically fully walled off. Just needs a little bit here, and he's good to go. little dangerous for Kvoth to try and get through that way, but he could go for it if he really wants to. Now the bite of the shark to come through. More Murmillos on the way. And the big question is going to be, can Kvoth get to the heroic age and hold a big all-in here from Mosca? I'm very scared for I'm very scared for Kvoth here. He's got plenty of goats, so he can get this Hachiman in. He's putting a stable down. His armory on the back is grabbing some armory upgrades. All the Murmillos in the world are coming in, though, as the wall will get broken down. Kvoth's still running around the map, hunting oracles and things like that, but take a look at the oracle placement. One here. One at the top, one in the middle, and one over here. So they're all incredibly safe. Unkillable oracles, some might say, as a Murmillo in the center gets chased. Got to be careful with the nine-tailed kitsune there. He does manage to pull back. To the front, the guardhouse going to be going down here. Hachiman is on the way as the villagers pull forward to try and keep this repaired, keep it alive, keep his base safe. Here's the thing, even with Kvoth hitting the heroic age here, he's still got a long way to go to get himself into a position where he actually beats this Gaia army. Villager going to sneak back over here and try and put the wall back up. I like that. I like that a lot. And now Mosca has to think, okay, well, what do I do now? Murmillo hero is getting converted. I'd love to see the Tengu split off and come up here and look for raids onto the villages. Because he knows that he can't get past here with the Naginata Riders, but it would be a good idea. He gets himself the bronze mail, bronze shield, and he's going up for copper weapons now as well, as Kvoth does not need to take a fight right away. He is very much behind on everything here. Shogun comes forward. Tengu going to dive in, but it's not what you want there. Can Kvoth do this is the big question. He's going to lose some of the front base. His villagers will make his way down to the bottom side. Mosca knows this is happening now, and he's just going to say, great, let me come around here. I'll kill your... I already killed the wall, but the wall is back up. And Kvoth is there to meet him for the time being, but smart there from Mosca to actually take the dojo down. More Murmillos getting heroized to play around Swampland. Now this is coming up for Kvoth on the backside there. Losing the dojo hurts. Not really building any samurai at the moment. Has to feel very, very strange as the Juragumo picks up the Carabalis. It does end up losing her life for it, though. Not a terrible trade, to be honest, but not good. Kvoth desperately just trying to hold on. He is holding on, though. That's the thing. But sooner or later, there will be a heroic age coming in from Mosca. Naginata Riders on this front here as well. They will get very lucky to spot some citizens here. They've just arrived. Great spot. He needs to get some kills here. He needs to get some Bushido in as well as he charges forward to try and take out the citizen. One citizen goes down. Can he get the other one? Answer, no. But he can definitely take out some Murmillo behind this. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Mosca going to try and take down the wooden gate. It's 127 popped. It's 175. Mosca looking to push forward. Rhea pre-queued for Mosca. So no Thea. He wants the strongest Murmillos he possibly can. Now for this next fight, though, there's no Carnivora. So we'll see if the old jump to your death technique with the Tengu strikes again. As Heavy comes in now for Kvoth. He drops the Swampland. He's coming in onto the back line there. He's got to micro those Yuumi Horse Archers as well as he possibly can. The Terma on the back there going down to the Shogun, and also that Daimyo there as well, as the Shogun's going to get collapsed on. But Mosca takes a huge amount of damage sitting on top of that Swampland, and it looks like Kvoth, in Kvoth fashion, manages to hold on. Couple more units falling. We will see a castle coming up for Kvoth now as well. The game has not been won here for Kvoth just yet. Getting out of that position, very, very important. The fact that he survived, he got his gold, he didn't really lose any villages. He's definitely feeling it on resources and things like that. He's almost out of food in the main base. But because he got through that little initial problem, he can move forward. He can take something else on the map and move into the next sort of position in this game. Now we have Weightless Mace, Murmillos, Catapulties, Counter Barracks coming down as well. Up onto the top, the Naginata Riders just hanging over here as the Mosca Spidey senses tingling. It's a feeling that there's something over here, but castle will be up for Kvoth. Mosca looking to drop more and more of these economic guilds down, as the castle will get up. A Carnivora will get dropped. Of course, he can just turn and take that out with his horse archers, but even here, this is not really a fight that I think that Kvoth wants to take, even with the castle here. We'll see if he can manage to do it. Does get some samurai spawns in. The castle helping out. You see the military differential is quite close. Villagers getting collapsed in onto. Got to garrison those to some degree as the Naginata Riders are coming onto the back line. It looks like that front line of units is falling here, and Kvoth survives another day. Villagers onto the front there, onto those rhinoceros. He needs samurai or something, right? Just a front line. Going Naginata Riders doesn't really work for the front line. He does have the Yuumi Horse Archers, 5 speed to shoot and scoop. We've got Terma coming in, 5.9 speed Terma on top of Lush. I love this unit here from Mosca, but he's still not heroic age. When does the Terma shine in this situation? When it's got more range than the Yuumi Archer. 16 versus 15 would be really nice at heavy. Of course, the 5.9 speed is also really, really nice too. We'll see if he can make it work. Charging forward, getting onto that back line. The Yuumi Horse Archers need to shoot and scoop back away from here. Then they'll be off of the Lush here, as it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of stuff for Kvoth at the moment. Villagers getting pushed back. The Mosca brigade of units continues to move forward, but Kvoth holds yet again. A very, very spicy situation. Kvoth is dropping villages as well while this is all going on. 74 to 51. All the hero catapulties you could ask for right now. And look at how speedy they are. 6.2. Are you kidding? Does he have another relic here? He's got this one. The Ehekail Akazol Akako. Still can't get it. I still can't get it. It's not going to happen. Villagers pulling back. We are going to now see the Yuumi coming in. Kvoth, what can I say? Kvoth needs samurai. The fact he's not building samurai here, and he's attempting to just out-micro catapulties with his and Terma with literally units that counter them completely. The only way that these are working here is with garrison micro. 5 on food is hard for samurai. You're absolutely right. He has no food. He can come up to the top and eat rhinos. He's almost got enough favor for another Swampland, though, which I think is going to be... He could also go for a Daimyo and go in for another Shogun, which might be the better call. just on the fact that he's going to get a whole bunch of samurai from it for free. As now, Rhea on the way. Yeah, I would rather the Thea here as well for Mosca, but Mosca's feeling that Rhea, and he is up to 2 talent centers as well, as there's no second talent center in for Kvoth. In fact, Kvoth went for the Rhino, decided against it, pulls back. Not sure what his plan is. Farm's coming up into the main base here. He could go for another New Moon as another option. Or, yeah, another Swampland, another New Moon, another Shogun. I wouldn't mind seeing Tengu here, but he doesn't really have resources, does he? The Yumi Horse Archer pulling back. The other thing that comes in immediately here for Mosca, or should come in immediately here for Mosca, is ballistics. Ballistics will allow these Terma to ravage the Horse Archers. Without ballistics, there's a little bit of micro you can still do with the Horse Archers to survive it all. Tengu's into Hero Catapulties. Not really for the Hero Catapulties, but for looking for raids. Also for diving in onto the medium Terma as well, causing some problems there. As the Swampland does come down, units popping up onto this side to catch him as they do pull back. It's a big spend to get that God Power out, and I think it didn't do a huge amount of damage. However, Orkney Nushi is now coming through for Kvoth. That's going to mean iron upgrades are going to be coming in from that secondary usage of New Moon with the Sacred Gate. Also, Omaraki will be available. I said Eagle Warriors. These things are Eagle Warriors, right? They're reminding me of the Eagle Warrior, without question. As we do have a little bit of a trader onto the Yumi there, but that Yumi isn't going to be that useful. Ballistics is on the way for the time being, as the Yumi Horse Archers trying to do what they can versus these Terma. Villagers repairing up the castle. Tenshu did come through, so this card... No, it didn't. Never mind. Tenshu did not come through. Apparently, the Terma are not doing so well versus these Horse Archers. I don't know what's going on there. They should be winning. Now he has ballistics, they should be winning. But maybe he didn't have it for the start of the fight. But Mosca just keeps on trying to fight here underneath this castle. I think that's the problem. He doesn't need to. Just take this town center, spread the lush everywhere, take the game slowly. There's no problems. You're on 2 town center, 100 villages versus 1 town center. Sacred Gate coming down. We do have the New Moon technology as well coming through. How much damage has this done? 4,100. Not nothing, some might say. As another Swampland coming through there. That is from the Sacred Gate. And yet again, the garrison micro forward to charge onto this position. Omaraki will come through for somewhat of a nice front line here. Does he have any hero archers? Nope. And he will pull back away from this. So I think now Kvoth can start thinking about his own second talent. And Kvoth literally cannot lose his army here. If he loses his army, he kind of just loses the game. He has nearly full iron from that secondary usage of New Moon. Champion comes through as the next tier of Bushido comes through. Another Shogun on the way here to help out. It is stuck at the backside there as the Behemoth gets taken down there by those on the Musha. He looks so sick with Champion. I'm gonna lie, look, those bad girls go. So Omaraki sitting on top here. There is 1 or 2 hero Terma. You definitely want to be going after that one if you can, and that is what's happening, but they don't do that much damage. As Kvoth pulls back yet again, he's trading so well in this game. Mostly because of the defensive castle placement and all of that stuff. Over onto this side, we are seeing Mosca spreading out, doing what he can. but I guess he can take this town center. I'd love to see a palace get dropped down here as well. More palaces on more gold mines. Lock up all the gold mines is probably your best bet here if you are Mosca. Now we see Divine Prefecture coming in for Kvoth, which is a nice catch-up mechanic here. Give him a lot of villagers coming out very, very quickly. Shogun on the back here. Spawning Samurai is a huge assistance as those Yumi Horse Archers just keep shooting, scooting backwards. But now, with the Destroyers on the front, all of a sudden, this looks much better for Mosca. Kvoth pulls over onto this side. The Destroyers should just go after that castle there. As he drops up to the top, I'm just hating the fact that we see this attack just keep on happening on the same position, but I think Mosca is going to be breaking through this. Naginata Riders going after the Destroyers as the castle does fall. On this position as well, Destroyers killing off villagers, but the villagers can fight back there a little bit. The army for Mosca does end up falling there, and the reinforcements weren't coming through as Atlas is now going to be on the way. If he kept spamming units, I think he would have actually just won the game right there and there. But now he goes Mythic Age. It's a different angle. It might also work. We'll have to wait and see. Kvoth moves back in onto this front side. He needs town centers. He's locked off everything. One town center, even with Divine Prefecture, he's just not getting income. And this implode's going to hit, and it's going to be brutal. One Omyoji to come through here with the help of the Miko, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He can actually sit here and continue sieging this down. But Mosca can just deflect, and the Catapulties to push forward, and Kvoth's army falls very drastically here. Meanwhile, Destroyers, Fanatics as well coming over onto this side spot. Kvoth just can't get himself any sort of position in this game. Town Center is now up and immediately down. Terma's still doing a fantastic job of dealing it with all these units. More of these catapults coming through. I'd be surprised to see implode here. He doesn't need the implode on this position. He's got so many units, but he is going to be dropping it down. That's a low value implode, 2.5k military resources. It's not that big of a deal. Destroyers going after the main town center, but the villagers are there to shank them down. As units popping back out, Kvoth has moved over onto this gold mine. He needs that gold mine there. We'll see if Kvoth can bring this one back. He's got one last shot here. Desperation on Meraki. Desperation on Meraki on the way. Well, that's the game. Very, very nice try from Kvoth, but in the end, Terma versus Yumi Horse Archer. Terma win. The greater of the Horse Archer. Well, kinda. Nice game here. Almost from Kvoth. Mosca really tried hard to throw this one. Continuing to attack onto this position non-stop instead of going for something else like going for the main base or anything else, like going for extra town centers. He eventually did it all, but man, Kvoth was playing his game, and it was looking really good for him for quite some time, but a well-played game from Mosca, and we move to a game 7. Off to the drafting menu. Let's see what's going to happen. Alrighty. So one last map. One last game. 2 picks. Will we see Kvoth going to a comfort pick in Nuwa or a comfort pick in Oranos? Will we see Mosca going to his Fushi or his Odin? I feel like we're going to see Oranos. I feel like we're going to see it. It's got to be. It's got to be Oranos here, right? And it's got to be Fushi, right? Oranos Fushi for the final game. Makes sense. Kvoth has already picked his god. He knows exactly what he wants. Mosca picks his god. And we do have an Oranos Fushi matchup. So the China lovers out there, we'll see some China. And our last map is it Step? It is Step. Let's step on into Step. Alrighty. China lovers are going to watch Fushi struggling against Oranos. I think Fushi on this map can definitely give Oranos some troubles. Playing one talent center is kind of a key here, especially with new bar. I think that's a big key. You can catch Oranos out with one talent center China here. But we'll have to wait and see. This is going to be a spicy one. I'm waiting for these guys to go. They haven't gone yet. We're waiting. We're playing the waiting game. While we're waiting, I don't know what else to do, so... Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. I don't help myself. I'm actually out of water, so I might go grab some water while they're starting now. I'm gonna quickly go grab some water. These guys are just getting in. There they go. So we got about 2 minutes. We'll be right back, guys. This door keeps giving me troubles. It's probably time for me to get a new thingamajiggy on it. But anyways. Why would you keep building a unit when your opponent is countering? I think the main reason why he kept on building it was because he didn't have any food. I think that was the main reason, but I think he should have just stayed in the... Actually, well... I don't know. I think that's just a tough... It's always just a tough position to be in. Alrighty. So our final game for the Satfat set shenanigans on this stream today. Don't worry, guys, because the Satfat set shenanigans do continue after this game on Motaba's channel. We can get a shout out for Motaba so people can follow and get ready initially. I will be raiding Motaba after this. And the next game is Ulysses versus Ulysses versus Kiber. So that's going to be a really, really good game as well. Alrighty. I got out of sync again. Please let me see the game. Don't do this on Age Mythology. Be better. Did I play the piano? No, it's too late. I'll wake up the entirety of the house. All right, let's get into our final game on the map step. One last one for one victor. Fushi versus Uranos. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, one last game. For all the marbles, or at least some of the marbles. A marble? We're seeing something very strange from Mosca. I'm not going to lie. This is some new Fandangle Fushi shenanigans. I've never seen this before. He doesn't build his silo, his second silo. He builds a temple immediately. And it looks to me like he is going for a very quick second Kwafu anyways, because you get a lot of extra favor from this. And he can also go into his upgrade for relics too. Really, really interesting for Mosca. I like the idea. Kvoth, on the other hand, he's going to be getting himself up a temple relatively quick as well. And I imagine he's looking for early game relics too. We've got ourselves the Wuhao Bow of Huangdi, which is always nice. For some snaring for the range units. Over onto this side, we have the System of Bast. Villages, food, wood, gold cost minus 15%. Over onto this side, we have the text of Imhotep. Building time minus 10%. There is one more relic on the map. I don't know where it is. 1, 2, 3. Am I missing it? Up here. And Kvoth picks up the Ship of Fingernails for an extra little bit of food income. So that's always nice. Why is the Peach Blossom Spring on the town center? Probably because he doesn't need it. I don't know. He gets a little bit of extra favor from it. I don't know. Don't ask me questions that I don't know the answer to. I think he might want to eat it later and not have to build a silo for it. So saving a bit of wood later on. I don't know. Anyways, we have Jean Nu, and it's going to be a late advance here from Kvoth as the first of many relics, or not relics, but the first of many pioneers starting to come out. Kvoth coming over, or not Kvoth, Mosca coming over here to pick up another relic, but that's already been grabbed. System of Bast inbound, and also the Wuhao Bow of Huangdi inbound as well, as it looks like just one relic here for Mosca. Text of Imhotep is quite nice, though. This is definitely something you want. He's going to be pulling back, and he's going to drop into the temple and enjoy. Is this my longest stream? No. I think I've done like 10, 11, 12-hour tournament streams before. Been some really, really long ones. I think one time I was up until like... No, I don't want to remember it. I don't want to remember me being up that late. What is this sky passage? How is this sky passage? He tried to be sneaky with it, but he has been spotted. As the classical age is in, Oceanus, Juan military barracks, manor, military barracks. No sky passage in the main base though. If Mosca is fast enough, he's gonna pick off a villager here. It's kind of wild from Kvoth to go for that type of a move. You can obviously pop back out onto the board, no problems. Now Divine Books is going to be coming through for Mosca as well to be ready to deal with whatever Kvoth is going to be building here. Can he really build Halberdier? That doesn't make sense. Halberdier, a counter cavalry unit. I guess they kill off the Terma. Oh, completely silly. Halberdier plus Fire Archer. You don't have to worry about dealing with the Terma with your backline. You just charge after the Terma. 5 speed versus 5 speed does mean that you can't shoot and scoot them. Another sky passage coming down here from Kvoth. This is snuck all the way down the bottom side of the map. And a sky passage into the main base as well. Very sneaky shenanigans here as the Chillin getting slapped to pieces. But we'll pull back home for the time being as another machine workshop coming up. Military camp is up. And of course, fire archers will be needed. While this is all going on, you can just take a little look at how Mosca is doing his Quafu production. Effectively, every single time I see myself having 10 favor, I just look to build a Quafu. I don't put it on auto queue because if you auto queue villages and Quafu, you might miss it. Right now, he should build another Quafu here. He might miss it though. Anyways, he should build that one, or he should be looking for a different sort of unique upgrade to grab, or a Chillin. At some point, you can start not building Quafu once you get enough and start building Chillin, and that can be a nice way to go. Over onto this bottom side, Mosca does scout out another sky passage down here. I kind of want to see the most sneakier villages just down here. I can't help myself but wanting that. That's always a good idea. I auto queue Quafu, then click to make fills if I don't have the favor. True. Meanwhile, up to the top side, some Mamillo raids coming in. Over onto the right side, Mamillo's raids coming in. Units out of position for the moment here for Mosca. I could be wrong, but it's looking like Mosca is... Oop. 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 He can sneak through... I don't even understand. I'm not even going to try and understand. Mamillo over here could get shot down. Nope. He's out, and we are going to be seeing Gormang on the way. I'm a little surprised here. Like, I get it on the sense that, yeah, you want to get to the heroic age as Fushi, then you can walk forward, you can drop your ballet on the gold mine and feel safe. But I don't get it because why not just go full barracks army or full classical age army and go Nubar in this matchup? I don't feel like we need Gormang versus Uranus. Maybe I'm living in the future though. And everyone else is still in the past where Nubar wasn't pickable. So for those of you wondering at home, why am I suggesting Nubar here? Well, the reason is because now you can drop it on your enemy army and it's going to actually take some HP away from them. It's very, very good in a fight as well as just taking out enemy bases and things like that. Hyperion on the way for Kvoth. Of course, the idea of just wandering forward, putting a ballet and forage protection down is always nice. There's also this Peach Blossom Spring that can be eaten later for a huge boost of food. And then you can try and get to the Mythic Age as fast as you possibly can. That might be the game plan here for Mosca. I don't think Kvoth is going to be like too upset about playing a Mythic Age versus Fushi here. I think it's definitely playable, especially Hyperion, especially like someone who's sitting back, but Hyperion Helios sounds pretty good to me. So the Term are gonna split off, gonna try and get in and try and take out a couple of units. Yeah, the tree getting eaten, the gold running out, and, well, Mosca needs to get out of his base and drop this ballet down. Kvoth pulling back for the time being doesn't really make sense to me, and all of a sudden those halberdiers are starting to make sense as Contarius are coming out. Kvoth will make their way forward. He will wander up here to drop his ballet. Another sky passage down in this corner from Kvoth. There's 3 sky passages in the corner, which is absolutely wild to me. But nonetheless, the Heroic Renewal is in. Sons of the Sun getting pre-queued in as well. 5 oracles around the map. The moment, Mosca kind of needs the White Horse Cavalry to run around the map and look for snipes onto those, but if you take a look at where they're actually positioned, very safe. Very safe. Kind of safe. If it gets spotted, it's not, but very safe. This one has the vision to retreat back to the Sky Passage, so it's also very safe as the Mamilla Hero is coming in onto this top side. Fire Archers are in. He could use Chaos here and take out all those Fire Archers if he wants to. It's a bit of a low value, a little bit of a low value Chaos there. All getting built up as the Fire Archers playing defense. The Kvoth can run back and forth through the wall there as well for even better defense as the main base under attack. Losing the military camp here will hurt. It's very expensive with the attachment on it, as the units will have to make their way over here. Mosca trying to utilize his Javelineers to take out that backline. I don't like Javelineers in this army in the slightest. Not sure he should be super scared of the Terma just yet. Medium Mamilla, oh, not medium Mamillas. They are medium Mamillas. Mamilla Heroes charging in. Citizens will pull away. Forest protection comes down. Units will run into this side as well. We'll see the army of Mosca looking very powerful, pushing back up here. Oracle does get spotted. That's going to get sent packing. A couple more units on the front here going down. Those are high value hero units too. Now down to the bottom side. White Horse Cavalry looking for some villagers to kill. At the very least, sending the villagers into the Sky Passage to go elsewhere. Kvoth will be noticing.
Bullreg.
Oh, the Oracle will be coming in as well. And the Sky Passage will go down onto this side. There are obviously a billion Sky Passages here, and he can pop out at any point here and take the fight, and those White Horse Cavalry will have to run. No problems there up onto the top side. Still sending those Hero Murmillos packing. As the White Horse Cavalry see everything going on the bottom side of the map. Oop, little cheeky Oracle Hero is spotted. And come off the run. No problems. And a Mythic Age now to come through. Huang Di as the god of choice here for Mosca over Gormang. I wonder what that's about. Of course, maybe you don't need super Tiger Cab. Maybe it gives him a little bit more play with all the other units that he's already got out. As the Mamilla Heroes sneak through past this incomplete wall. A little bit of pain there as the White Horse Cavalry come around and maybe they're not going to actually be able to deal with them. I think Kvoth can just turn and fight. You can just heal up the damage as well. Onto this side unit's getting sent away. Do have ballistics is already in, so running straight past that does hurt a little bit as the tower goes down. Wall also going to get whacked a little bit before pulling away. Yeah, funnily enough, you can use the White Horse Cavalry bow mode to actually take out the Terma as well from afar if you want. But nonetheless, Mosca is trying his hardest here to get to this Mythic Age. It looks like he's going to be hitting it. It's a little bit short on food. Definitely doesn't want to be taking any fights. And there goes the shockwave as there is a Vanish here. Vanish right now. There it is. The Vanish on the Chaos. Great defense from Mosca. Not falling for it in the slightest. And now he can just turn back in, take the fight. He's got a very strong army. He's got to be careful. He doesn't have anything in queue, but neither does Kvoth either. As the White Horse Cavalry onto that backline of Murmillos. That's not where they want to be. There are a couple of the Halberdiers that need to be targeting down those units, and it is looking like the Kvoth army is winning this fight very, very handedly. And of course, Kvoth will take the win of the fight, pull back, heal back up, and live the dream. Meanwhile, Huang Di is coming through. That is wild. Surely not. Kvoth feels like he's got a little bit of a guesstimation of what's going on. He's got a Destroyer here, Destroyer hero as well to boot. Just going to be a tough thing to actually deal with. I'm surprised Mosca is sort of forcing the fights out here. He can just sit back, play defense, get Mythic Age, and he should be in a good spot. Hero Kontari is looking to get up onto the top side as those Destroyer heroes looking to take this down as well. The Yinglong has got no threats here. Yes, this is hero units, but no threats. Not a single Arcus hero is out. White Horse Cav down onto the bottom side. Palace is up. There's a Palace over here as well. To be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing Kvoth sitting in the heroic age, putting palaces literally everywhere at the moment, and just ensuring that one citizen going down over here, a whole bunch of citizens going to make a break for it. There is a low HP one there as well. Not going to be able to get that, I think. No, he gets another one though on the other side. He literally go, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, and the White Horse Cavalry won't be able to do anything. But Hero Kontari is coming in. White Horse Cavalry take a couple of pokes, and he will get out of there. And there is the Huang Di. I actually wouldn't mind seeing him just drop it over here, kill off the citizen, prevent the town center from going up, but he's going after this palace. Fire archers are fire archering in, takes out the citizen there. But now his Yinglong is not close to the fight. We see some Arcus in queue. On the backside there goes a shockwave. There's 150 favor there as a Chaos can also get dropped down, but there's also a Vanish on this side as well that Mosca will very happily drop to play around that next thing there up onto the top side. One Murmillo hero in as the rest of the Murmillo heroes will be coming through. One wooden wall to try and escape onto this side as Mosca, very smart, but Kvoth one step in front. Cheapers, those Kwafu are going to slap here. Well, they're actually going to throw with their big stone. But as the wall gets targeted down, all of a sudden, it's scary for the Kwafu to be in there as the White Horse Cav need to get up and make this happen. Now, Mosca is out of gold. He needs a gold mine. The only one he can get is up onto this spot at the moment. This is bottom side is locked off. He could go for here if he wants. Maybe up onto this side and take the palace out in the center isn't a terrible idea either. Especially with the Hundun. It's the Yinglong. Oh my god, he does no damage. He literally does no damage. It's a 0.1 multiplier versus heroes. The poor guy. Kvoth can literally just ignore it. And Kvoth comes in, wipes Mosca's army again. And Mosca is out of gold, out of hope. And this looks very bad for Mosca. I don't know what else he can do. He can sell for a little bit. But how's he going to kill this army? Did he at least have... He did have the upgrade from Juan Nu. He had reincarnation, so he gets a little bit of stuff back after that fight. But this army for Kvoth, and after that fight as well, he cleans everything else up, and everything goes back up to full HP. I'm not sure why there's not a sky passage up the top either. Should be a sky passage here, a sky passage in here with oracles spotting both gold mines so we can get onto both, and a sky passage on the bottom, and all of a sudden there's literally nothing that Mosca can do to make this work. Is the axe cart going to come in? I see a couple of hero archers here. Look, just does no damage. He's got 2,000 damage. He's been zapping for I don't know how long, but he just doesn't do any damage. There are some non-heroized units here, so he would deal damage to those. Just gotta be careful with that, I guess. Now Kvoth is going up to 1 town center, 2 town center, 3 town center, 4 town center. He doesn't need a mythic age here. He just wants population and to forever starve Mosca here. Mosca not trying for the top gold mine though. Just doesn't have any gold. What's he supposed to do? He's selling. He sold all the wood in the world. And he's just out of stuff. Chaos coming down again to add insult to injury, and Mosca's remnants will get dealt with. And I don't see it for Mosca in this one. It looks like Kvoth is going to be moving to claim his victory in Game 7. Mosca with nothing remaining. He gets a ballet up into the center, but immediately gets taken out. And he taps out as Kvoth takes the win. And he does end up winning. What an insane finish from Kvoth. I loved the way that Mosca approached this game, but he just couldn't get through the heroized army. All you got to do is get through it once. All you got to do, just one time. That's it. But today was not the day for Mosca. Today was Kvoth's day as he does take the win. And he manages another win, I think. Is this his second one in the Satfat Set Shenanigans series? I don't know. But a well-played game from Kvoth. Congratulations to him. Better luck next time to Mosca. Really well fought. Super close series. Couldn't have asked for a better series. Anyways, the Satfats Set Shenanigans does continue along as Matador is going to be hosting Ulysses versus Kiber. I'm going to be heading to bed as it is 4 a.m. But I will see you guys later. For everyone else, before I do end up leaving, the handbook is out for the Gamathlon event. The qualifiers dates are set in stone. If you want to go check out exactly what's going on before I start bamboozling you with all the qualifier details in Reddit and YouTube and all the other good stuff, check out my Discord. It's all there for now. If I drop the handbook link in as well, if you guys want to have a little look-see through it, you can do that. But I will see you all later. Bye for now.